Chapter 151, Dai Yuang's Conspiracy, Playing Both Sides, Mutual Restraint. The night was deep, yet the lights within the princess mansion remained warm. Xu Juju sat with Dai Yuang for an entire afternoon, her slender hand gently stroking his back from time to time, attempting to dispel the immense grief that seemed to linger around him. Looking at the man in her arms, who seemed to have been suddenly shattered and left with only a fragile reliance on her, a certain vague emotion in Xu Juju's heart became clearer than ever before. When did it begin? Was it from the moment he was no longer that submissive illegitimate son who only knew how to pester her? Was it from when he shone brilliantly and displayed endless resourcefulness at the tournament? Or was it from this past year, as he accompanied her in handling government affairs, showing astonishing talent and unique insights? His strength, intelligence, and resilience had long since seeped into her heart, bit by bit. This discovery, amidst the weight of the situation, actually gave rise to a sliver of secret joy in Xu Juju. She had long been prepared to sacrifice her marriage for the interests of the empire, but that didn't mean she didn't long for a sincere emotion. If the object of the alliance was both a capable assistant who could bring great benefits to the empire and someone she truly loved, wouldn't that be the most perfect outcome? Yuang, her voice was gentle yet firm, don't worry, I will definitely help you take back everything that rightfully belongs to you. Dai Yuang seemed to draw some strength from her words. He slowly raised his head, his eyes no longer a hollow void of despair, but instead burning with a near-obsessive determination. He stood up and said solemnly to Xu Juju, "Thank you, Your Highness. Rest assured, I won't just collapse like this. Mother and Luo Li certainly wouldn't want to see me this way either." He took a deep breath, looking at Xu Juju with burning eyes. "Moreover, Princess, you are now my only kin. I absolutely cannot lose you. I know that to marry you with dignity, I must demonstrate a value worthy of you and gain the true recognition of the imperial family. I will do it." Xu Juju was gratified to see him pull himself together, saying softly, "It's good that you think this way. Then Princess, I shall take my leave for today and come see you again tomorrow." Dai Yuang chose the right moment to suggest leaving. He was well versed in etiquette. Before marriage, he absolutely could not stay overnight at the princess mansion. He would never do something so short-sighted as to tarnish the princess's reputation. There was no need to ruin his hypocritical persona over such a small matter. "Yuang, are you going back to the duke's mansion now?" Xu Juju asked with some concern. A look of intense disgust and resistance immediately appeared on Dai Yuang's face as he said decisively, "That cold and heartless place. That shields a murderer. I will never go back. I have my own residence in the city. From now on, I will reclaim this blood debt from the Zhu family, bit by bit." After saying this, he bowed and turned to leave the princess mansion. His departing figure was resolute, as if carrying endless hatred and a determination for revenge. Nebula Douluo appeared silently beside Xu Juju and whispered, "Princess, the opportunity to completely dismantle the White Tiger Duke's mansion has finally appeared." Xu Juju gazed in the direction Dai Yuang had disappeared, her gaze sharp. "Yes, the internal strife within the Dai family is our best chance. We must concentrate our resources and fully support Yuang in dismantling the direct lineage of the White Tiger." Inside Star Luo City, in that familiar hotel and that familiar guest room. When the door closed behind him, the remaining grief and fragility on Dai Yuang's face vanished instantly without a trace, replaced by coldness and unfathomable calculation. A cold light flickered in his eyes. There was no longer any hint of the broken appearance he had shown at the princess mansion. "Nana," he called out softly to the empty room. Shadows rippled like water, and Nana's figure emerged silently, kneeling on one knee with movements so light they didn't make a sound. "Young lord, go to the duke's mansion." Dai Yuang's voice was calm and steady, yet carried a chilling decisiveness. "Kill Dai Waban." Compared to Lingya, Nana, who possessed the ghost martial soul and was more skilled in stealth and assassination, was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. He needed a sufficiently bloody and clear act of retaliation to declare the formal beginning of his revenge to the Dai family, the Zhu family, and even the secretly observing imperial Shu family. Dai Waban, the one who had bullied his predecessor the most in the past and was Zhu Man's biological son, would be the first sacrificial victim he used to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. It wasn't that he couldn't choose the more valuable Dai Yuang, or even eliminate both of them at once. But if he did that, he would become the sole heir of the Dai family. With the strong support of the imperial family, it might not be difficult to take over the Dai family as a matter of course. But that would be too fast, and it contradicted his long-term plans. The imperial family supported him with the fundamental goal of eventually swallowing the 50,000 elites of the Dai family's Moxie army group. How could he possibly pave the way for others? When he fully inherited the Dai family, it would have to be when he had the ability to completely break ties with the Shu family. His chessboard was much more complex. He needed to use the power of the imperial family to topple the Dai family's direct lineage while using the remaining forces of the Dai family to restrain the imperial family, playing both sides to gain the most precious time for his own growth. By leaving Dai Yuang, there would still be direct lineage forces within the Dai family to oppose him. Thus, the imperial family wouldn't be so quick to force him to hand over power. Instead, they would continue to support him in his struggle against the direct lineage. Yes, Nana didn't hesitate, standing up and preparing to merge into the shadows. Wait, Dai Yuang suddenly called out to her. With a flip of his palm, the renowned rank 8 close combat spirit tool, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber, appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw this priceless blade to Nana. Nana caught it precisely, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Remember, a cruel arc curled at the corner of Dai Yuang's mouth. The fatal blow must be delivered with this blade. It's best to finish him off directly with the Tyrant Tiger Annihilation Slash. He didn't intend to hide the cause of Dai Waban's death. He wanted everyone to understand clearly, Dai Waban was killed by me, Dai Yuang. I am avenging my mother and brother. I'll start with him and let Zhu Man taste the pain of losing a loved one. This would also show the imperial family his determination for revenge. Dai Waban's head was a rather good certificate of loyalty. Deep within the Duke's mansion, Dai Waban's courtyard was no longer as bustling as it once was. In the dead of night, only the pale light from the room's lamp shone, reflecting two young faces filled with gloom. Dai Waban and Zhu Lu sat cross-legged facing each other, attempting to enter meditation, but the air was filled only with anxiety and despair. It had been over a year. Since the incident that had nearly destroyed him completely, he had retreated into this magnificent cage, never setting foot in Shrek Academy again. His former pride had been utterly crushed. He couldn't bear the pitying or mocking gazes of his classmates, nor could he face the reality of his drastic downfall. His rank, once a source of pride, had now become the greatest irony. The evil Soul Master's malicious sacrifice, though forcibly interrupted by Zhanzi, had still dragged him down from a rank 37 spirit elder to rank 31. Even more terrifying was the corrosive trauma suffered by his soul origin, which acted like a constantly leaking bucket. It prevented him from gathering enough mental force to reach the deep meditative state that every cultivator dreamed of, the key to accelerating spirit power cultivation and perceiving the power of heaven and earth. After more than a year of struggling and exhausting countless resources, he had only managed to laboriously push his spirit power back to rank 32. This despairingly slow speed heartlessly declared the fall of a genius. The spirit master who had treated him back then had vaguely mentioned that he might struggle to ever break through to rank 70 in this lifetime. Now, it seemed that was an overly optimistic assessment. At this rate, whether he could even touch the threshold of a spirit king was unknown. Chapter 152, Bloody Prelude, Killing Dai Waban. Countless Taiwanese novels are waiting for you. Bastard. Why just won't it work? Dai Waban snapped his eyes open, veins bulging at his temples as he slammed a fist hard onto the floor, producing a dull thud. Today, he had once again failed to enter deep meditation. The chaotic stray thoughts in his mind were like maggots on bone, tearing at his remaining self-esteem. Zhu Lu was startled awake. Seeing her fiancé's distorted and pained expression, her heart ached for him. Her own cultivation had not lagged behind. In fact, she had long since surpassed the current Dai Waban. But she never cared about that, only offering soft comfort. Wabin, don't be like this. Take it slow, we will definitely find another way. Her love for Dai Waban was genuine, even though he had fallen to such a state, she remained by his side, never wavering. A way? What other way is there? Dai Waban violently threw off her hand as she tried to soothe him, his bloodshot eyes filled with displaced rage. Besides saying this useless nonsense, what else can you do? Get out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. He poured all his unventable malice onto the only woman who still stayed by his side. Zulu stumbled from his push, her eyes instantly turning red, yet she forced herself not to let the tears fall. Scenes like this had repeated far too many times over the past year. She had long since grown accustomed to his irritability and volatility, all that remained in her heart was a numb bitterness. All right, Wa Bin, I'll go out now. Don't be angry, get some rest, we'll think of another way tomorrow. Her voice choked up as she gave him one last look, silently exiting the room and gently closing the door behind her. The room returned to a dead silence, save for Dai Waban's heavy breathing. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly embedded into his palms, resentment surging through his veins like venom. He was unwilling. He was indignant. He pinned the source of all this misfortune firmly onto one person. Dai Yuang. If not for that chaotic battle to decide the Shrek 7 Devils qualifications, where he had launched a sneak attack to win while Dai Yuang was catching his breath after a fierce fight with Shu Sanchi, he wouldn't have become a regular team member, wouldn't have joined that damned Shrek supervision team, and certainly wouldn't have encountered that terrifying evil soul master sacrifice. It should have been him, he should have been the one to endure all this. Dai Waban growled hoarsely, his face hideous. Dai Yuang, I will never let you go. HMPH. A cold snort, devoid of any emotion, abruptly rang out in the room, interrupting his venomous curse. Even at a time like this, you still push all the blame onto my young lord. Dai Waban, you truly deserve to die. The voice was elusive, as if coming from all directions, yet also as if sounding directly within his mind. Simultaneously, the light in the room dimmed strangely and rapidly. It wasn't that the lamps had gone out, but rather that all light was being swallowed by a darkness as thick as ink. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, everything within sight seemed submerged in an endless gloom, isolated from the world outside. This was Nana's spirit-bone skill, the effect of gloom assimilation. She could perfectly create and control the shadows of her environment, not only hiding her form and isolating spirit power fluctuations and sound, but also shielding all her own aura and mental fluctuations to a great extent. With no titled Douluo stationed within the Duke's mansion, her infiltration was like a ghost stroll, silent and traceless. Who's there? Dai Waban was struck with terror, jumping up and looking around in a panic. Extreme fear gripped his heart, these bizarre methods were far beyond his understanding. He tried to circulate his spirit power, but that meager rank 32 power was as insignificant as a firefly within this solidified darkness domain. The shadows on the floor rippled like water, and a blurry, slender figure slowly rose. Nana's figure fully manifested, her cold gaze falling on Dai Waban as if looking at a dead man. The one who will take your life. Her voice was flat, yet carried a chill that froze one to the bone. She reached into thin air, and the mighty, hideous tyrant tiger soul-refining saber was already in her hand. The blade's body was dark, yet it emitted a bloodthirsty, ferocious aura. At the same time, she lightly raised her left hand. Several gray-black, tangible streaks of ghostly resentment whistled out like cold venomous snakes, instantly binding Dai Waban's limbs and neck, hoisting him off the ground. Dai Waban's throat was tightly strangled, allowing only broken gasps. The intense sensation of suffocation and the feeling of his spirit power being completely suppressed threw him into ultimate panic. His eyes were fixed on the blade in Nana's hand. How could he not recognize it? That was the iconic weapon Dai Yuang had used to shine brilliantly during the tournament. You are sent by Dai Yuang. He squeezed out the intermittent words through his teeth with his last ounce of strength, his eyes full of shock and malice. He actually dared to directly commit murder within the Duke's mansion. HMPH, it was your mother and son who sought to harm my master first. Your death is not to be regretted. Nana didn't bother wasting words with him, her killing intent was set. She gripped the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber with both hands, pouring her vast titled Douluo-level spirit power into it without reservation. Although she deliberately suppressed the total amount, its purity and attributes were far beyond anything Dai Waban could imagine. The blade hummed and vibrated, a terrifying dark red blade light surged, and the illusory image of a ferocious tiger roaring flickered upon the edge. Tyrant Tiger Annihilation. Slash. Without the slightest hesitation, Nana swung the blade in a horizontal slash. An extremely condensed dark red blade light, containing peerless destructive power and an aura of annihilation, acted like the Grim Reaper's scythe. It cut through the thick darkness and accurately swept across Dai Waban's neck. Dai Waban's pupils suddenly dilated to their limit, terror and despair frozen within them forever. He didn't even manage to let out a full scream before his head was separated from his body. Blood surged out like a fountain, staining the dark floor red. Nana looked coldly at the headless corpse slowly falling over and the hideous head rolling to the side. With a flick of her wrist, the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber vanished. The darkness domain permeating her surroundings receded rapidly like a tide. The light in the room returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the thick, nauseating smell of blood and the decapitated corpse silently spoke of the cruel fact that had just occurred. Nana's figure became blurry again, like a melting shadow, sinking noiselessly beneath the floor without leaving a single trace. The night remained silent. The footsteps of the Duke's mansion's night guards rang out regularly from the corridor in the distance, completely unaware of the murderous tragedy that had just taken place in this courtyard. Only the unique, violent saber intent and spirit power remnants left by the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber, along with that clean and iconic decapitation wound, clearly proclaimed the identity of the killer. Chapter 153, The Death of Dai Waban, the Maddened Duchess. The next morning, the faint morning light brought no warmth to the Duke's mansion. Instead, it revealed a soul-stirring tragedy. As usual, Zhu Lu arrived at Dai Waban's door on time, holding a carefully prepared breakfast. She tapped lightly on the door and called out softly, "Wa Bin, it's time to get up." Inside the room was a dead silence. No one answered. Zhu Lu assumed he was feeling depressed from the previous night and was sleeping deeply, so she thought to let him rest a bit longer and was about to turn away. But at that moment, a faint yet extremely foul, bloody stench drifted into her nostrils. It was blood. Zhu Lu's heart sank abruptly, an ominous premonition drenching her entire body like ice water. She could no longer care about anything else. Circulating her spirit power, she struck the door bolt with her palm. Bang! The door was forced open, and the scene inside the room crashed into her sight without any concealment. Blood had long since soaked the carpet, appearing as a large, dark red, almost black stain. In the center of this pool of blood, her beloved fiancé, Dai Waban, was decapitated. His head had rolled a few steps away, his eyes wide open, frozen in extreme terror and resentment before death, his face distorted and devoid of any life chi. Wa Bin! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. A shrill, desperate scream suddenly pierced the morning silence of the Duke's mansion, its sorrow so sharp it startled all who heard it. This mournful wail, like a cuckoo crying blood, instantly alerted the entire Duke's mansion. Within moments, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, Duchess Zhu Man, the eldest son Dai Yuang, and the clan chief of the Zhu family, clan leader Zhu Shu, who had stayed overnight and had not yet departed, all rushed to the scene with expressions of shock and suspicion. When that bloody and terrifying scene burst into their view, everyone's reaction was a violent shock. Dai Hao's tiger-like eyes widened as he took a sharp breath, his face filled with disbelief and heavy sorrow. Dai Yuang turned pale, seeing his brother, who was alive just yesterday, meet such a miserable end. His fists clenched tightly and his body trembled slightly. Clan leader Zhu Shu's willow-like brows furrowed, her beautiful face covered in a layer of frost, her gaze as sharp as a blade. The one with the most intense reaction was undoubtedly Duchess Zhu Man. First, she froze in place as if struck by lightning, her pupils dilated, seemingly unable to comprehend what she saw. Then, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from deep within her throat, "Biner, my Biner." She lunged forward, ignoring the bloodstains on the floor, and tremblingly picked up Dai Waban's cold head, clutching it tightly in her arms. She murmured like one possessed before her voice transformed into overwhelming resentment and rage. Who was it? Who was so cruel? Who dared to kill my son? I will tear him into 10,000 pieces. Just then, Yuhao suppressed his grief and carefully examined the scene, keenly sensing a trace of violent saber intent remaining in the air and the unique slash marks on the walls. His expression changed drastically as he blurted out, "This aura, these blade marks, it's the Tyrant Tiger Annihilation slash of the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber." He had personally faced this move just yesterday, he could never mistake it. Dai Yuang, Dai Yuang. Zhu Man snapped her head up, her bloodshot eyes nearly dripping blood, her voice twisted and shrill with extreme hatred. "So it was you. It was you, you little bastard, who killed my Biner. I want your life in exchange." Although Yuhao was also shocked and suspicious, his remaining reason made him try to stabilize the situation. "Minur, calm down. It might not be Yuang. Could someone be framing him again? We were all in the mansion yesterday. With Yuang's strength, how could he evade our senses and silently sneak into the mansion to kill someone? Beside him." Clan leader Zhu Shu spoke in a cold voice, breaking Yuhao's attempt at balance. "How? Do not forget. Dai Yuang's spirit is the evil shadow demonic tiger, and he is best at concealment and dark stealth. He might have some peculiar hiding methods we don't know about. Furthermore, other things might be faked, but that Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber is his unique weapon. How can its distinct spirit power fluctuations and the destruction marks of the Tyrant Tiger Annihilation slash be faked?" Her words were like a final hammer blow, completely shattering Zhu Man's remaining sanity. "It must be him. It must be him." Zhu Man gently set down Dai Waban's head, her movements so soft they were almost eerie. When she stood up again, the aura around her became exceptionally cold and terrifying, as if all her sorrow had transformed into tangible killing intent. "He wants to avenge that slut and the little bastard, so he killed my Wabin. He wants me to taste the pain of losing a loved one." She leaned down and whispered to Dai Waban's head, whose eyes were still open in death, in a hauntingly calm tone, "Biner, wait a moment. Mother is going right now to send that little bastard Dai Yuang down to apologize to you." Before she finished speaking, the spirit power around Zhu Man surged like an explosion. Completely disregarding her already terminally ill body, she forcibly squeezed out every bit of potential. Her massive spirit power even exceeded her peak state when she was healthy. Her entire being transformed into a shrill and determined streak of black light. Carrying overwhelming hatred, she smashed through the hallway window and charged frantically toward the direction in Douluo City where Dai Yuang might be hiding. "Minur, don't." Yuhao turned pale with fright. He could see that Zhu Man was burning her life force to erupt her spirit power. "Quick, after her." Clan leader Zhu Shu reacted extremely fast, grabbing Yuhao. Their spirit power erupted, and they immediately gave chase behind that frantic streak of black light. Inside the Duke's mansion, only the room full of blood, Dai Yuang's bewilderment, and Zhu Lu's silent weeping remained. And where was Dai Yuang at this moment? Naturally, he had gone early in the morning to see his only relative, Shu Juju. As the first light of dawn appeared, the princess's mansion next to the Douluo Imperial Palace was already quiet and elegant. Dai Yuang was sitting opposite Shu Juju, enjoying an exquisite breakfast. He had timed it perfectly, anticipating a storm at the Duke's mansion today. The safest place, and the one most capable of using an opponent's strength against them, was here. Thus, he had come to Shu Juju's side to live off her, or as he put it, he woke up early and thought of his mother and brother again, so he came to Juju for comfort. "Waking up early, my heart felt heavy and troubled, thinking of my mother and Luo Li again. Only here with the princess can I find some peace." Dai Yuang's expression was slightly dim and his tone low, perfectly playing the part of someone who had suddenly lost loved ones and was seeking emotional solace. Just as Shu Juju was about to offer gentle words of comfort, a shrill scream containing overwhelming hatred and frantic spirit power suddenly came from outside the mansion, like the wail of a night owl, tearing through the morning's tranquility. "Dai Yuang, get out here." Before the voice faded, a violent surge of spirit power had already slammed through the defenses of the princess's mansion. Zhu Man, surrounded by 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, was recklessly and forcibly charging into the mansion. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes bloodshot as if they would split open. She was in a state of madness, burning her life force without regard for the consequences. Although the guards of the princess's mansion near the imperial palace were elite, they found it difficult to stop a spirit. Douluo powerhouse who acted like a demon and spared no effort. Is that Zhu man? Shu Juju stood up in shock, looking at Dai Yuang with eyes full of doubt and scrutiny. How does she dare to be so crazy? Yuang, what exactly did you do last night? Nothing much. It's just that my heart was filled with indignation last night, so I used the spirit characteristics of the evil shadow demonic tiger to sneak back into the duke's mansion, found Dai Waban, and then used the tyrant tiger soul refining saber to chop off his head. What? You killed Dai Waban? Shu Juju gasped. Even with her deep schemes, she was startled by Dai Yuang's blatant cruelty and his swift, wind-like methods of revenge. Does he not even wait a single night to take his revenge? Chapter 154, Killing the Heart, An Eye for an Eye. Rest assured, Your Highness, Dai Yuang stood up, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Dai Hao and clan leader Zhu Shu will arrive soon, they won't let her truly go mad here. Today, I only need to stick to my denial, and she won't be able to cause a scene. Let's go and receive this duchess who has lost her beloved son. As the two walked out of the side hall where they had been dining and reached the front courtyard, they saw that the originally elegant and beautiful garden was now a mess. With every step Zhu Man took, uncontrolled spirit power surged out, delicate flowers were crushed into pulp, jagged rockeries were shattered, and exquisite stone tables and benches were overturned. Her entire being was shrouded in a visible black aura of resentment, like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell. The moment she saw Dai Yuang appear, Zhu Man's blood-red eyes instantly locked onto him, her endless malice almost manifesting into substance. Dai Yuang, pay for my son Hua Bin's life with yours. She let out a shrill shriek and threw herself forward recklessly, her withered fingers curling into sharp weapon-like claws, aiming straight for Dai Yuang's throat. At this critical juncture, the figure of Nebula Douluo Manyi appeared in front of Dai Yuang as if by teleportation. Her expression was solemn as the seemingly simple nebula fan in her hand suddenly unfurled, and she fanned it forcefully toward the lunging Zhu Man. A gentle yet incredibly majestic surge of astral power poured out like an invisible wall, accurately colliding with Zhu Man. Zhu Man's forward momentum came to a dead stop. With a muffled groan, she was actually sent flying back by the force, stumbling as she landed. No matter how furious a spirit Douluo was, they were no match for a titled Douluo. Almost simultaneously, the figures of Dai Hao and clan leader Zhu Shu also rushed into the courtyard, supporting the disordered and nearly frenzied Zhu Man from both sides. She was on the verge of madness. Manur, calm down. Dai Hao barked, his gaze shooting toward Dai Yuang like a sharp blade, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. Yuang, was Hua Bin killed by you? Dai Yuang timely displayed a perfect look of surprise and innocence. Why do you say that? Is Hua Bin dead? I went to bed very early last night because I was overwhelmed with grief over my mother and brother. I know nothing about this. His tone was frank and his eyes clear, as if he truly had just heard the tragic news. Clan leader Zhu Shu's face was cold, her voice bone-chillingly icy. Hua Bin died by the tyrant tiger soul refining saber. The fatal wound was his head being severed by the tyrant tiger annihilation slash. Besides you, who else in this world can use that move? The evidence is conclusive, do you still want to deny it? Tyrant tiger soul refining saber. Tyrant tiger annihilation slash. Dai Yuang's brows furrowed deeply, showing an expression of deep thought, then realization, and finally indignation. This is clearly a frame-up. Someone is absolutely framing me. Think about it, if I really wanted to kill him, why would I use such an obvious move that would identify the killer at a glance? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? His tone suddenly shifted, his eyes burning as he looked at Dai Hao, his voice dripping with heavy irony. Duke, didn't you just say it yesterday? Even if the whole city saw the recording of Zhu Man plotting to harm my mother and brother, and the evidence was conclusive, things might not be as they seem on the surface. That it could be someone sowing discord and framing her. What? Now that the same framing tactics have fallen on my head, you and the Zhu clan chief won't accept it. Just because I have the motive, the ability, the weapon is mine, and the spirit ability characteristics match, it must be me. Then by that logic, when the conclusive evidence pointed to Zhu Man yesterday, why were you so certain it was a frame-up? He spread his hands, his face full of helplessness and grief. In the end, it's just about who you're willing to believe. Since you've decided it's me, any explanation I give is futile. Just as I was certain yesterday that Zhu Man harmed my mother. This series of counterattacks, giving them a taste of their own medicine, immediately left Dai Hao and clan leader Zhu Shu speechless, their faces turning extremely ugly. Shu Juju, standing to the side, now fully understood Dai Yuang's intention. This was not just killing, it was destroying the heart. He used Dai Hao's own words to personally block any possibility of holding him accountable. She took a step forward, her princessly dignity naturally flowing, her voice cool and carrying an unquestionable authority. White Tiger Duke, Clan Chief Zhu, since you cannot produce conclusive evidence to prove it was Yuang's doing, please leave this princess's mansion immediately. For the crime of trespassing into the princess's mansion and disturbing the imperial family, I can temporarily overlook it for the sake of the duke's past military achievements. But if you continue to pester us, do not blame this princess for acting according to the law. Clan leader Zhu Shu was unwilling and said sharply, Your Highness. The marks from the tyrant tiger soul refining saber are ironclad evidence. Ironclad evidence? Shu Juju interrupted her, her phoenix eyes full of authority. If the marks of a blade can settle a case, then why didn't the recording of how Madame Zhu Man plotted to persecute Yuang's mother and brother count as ironclad evidence? Should I now, based on that ironclad evidence, ask His Majesty to issue an imperial decree to first deal with Madame Zhu Man and Dai Yuang before discussing the matter of Dai Waban? Clan leader Zhu Shu was suddenly at a loss for words, blocked so effectively she couldn't say a thing. The law, the evidence, and even the logic they had used themselves earlier had now all become sharp weapons in the opponent's hands. Dai Hao looked at the cold-eyed, mocking Dai Yuang, then at the half-mad, dying Zhu Man, and a huge sense of powerlessness and desolation welled up in his heart. He let out a long sigh, appearing to age many years in an instant, and said hoarsely, Yuang, this matter, let it end here. Don't make any more trouble. Let it end here. Dai Yuang acted as if he had heard a massive joke. He let out a light laugh, but the laughter was so cold it lacked any warmth. When grievances are not yet cleared and the great enmity is not yet avenged, how can it end here? His gaze swept lightly over clan leader Zhu Shu and finally landed on the faces of Dai Hao and Zhu Man, his tone becoming deep and dangerous. Today someone can frame me for killing Dai Waban, who knows if tomorrow someone will frame me for killing Dai Yuang. Duke, Zhu Man, you'd better protect this remaining legitimate son of yours well. You. Dai Hao was both shocked and enraged, pointing at him with a trembling finger. Dai Yuang was clearly making a threat. Dai Yuang, if you dare to lay a hand on Yuang, I. Hearing this, Zhu Man was overcome by rage. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura instantly withering. If clan leader Zhu Shu hadn't been supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. She had already been at the end of her rope by forcing her qi to attack. Being stimulated like this again was a sign of her life force being completely exhausted. In your state, you should worry about how much longer you can live first. Dai Yuang glanced at her with disdain, as if looking at a pile of filth, and waved his hand dismissively. Get out. Protect your remaining son well, lest someone really takes his head to frame me. Let's go. Dai Hao's face was ashen. He knew that as long as Dai Yuang stubbornly denied it, there was no way to get justice today. Staying any longer would only invite further humiliation. He forcibly suppressed his anger, half supporting and half carrying the nearly unconscious Zhu Man, and quickly left the princess's mansion that had brought them such humiliation along with the dark-faced clan leader Zhu Shu. In Dai Hao's heart, the current Dai Yuang had already become a dangerous and crazed avenger, completely consumed by hatred and acting without any bottom line. He could only endure for now, waiting for the other party to calm down before planning further. Watching their pathetic retreating figures, the madness and coldness in Dai Yuang's eyes gradually faded, returning to a bottomless calm. Shu Juju walked to his side and gently took his hand. Dai Yuang glanced at her and tightened his grip on her soft hand, his gaze looking toward the direction of the Duke's mansion, profound and inscrutable. Chapter 155, Dai Hao Comes Calling, Negotiating Terms. Dai Yuang spent another entire day with Shu Juju, showing no signs of decadence in her presence. In the morning, he meditated deeply in the quiet room specially prepared for him at the princess mansion. His spirit power circulated smoothly and freely, without the slightest hindrance. After lunch, he naturally assisted Shu Juju in handling complex political affairs, analyzing them clearly with unique insights. By the afternoon, he was back in the courtyard practicing his saber techniques, the tyrant tiger soul refining saber whistling like the wind in his hands. After having dinner with Shu Juju, Dai Yuang took his leave. Shu Juju saw all of this. The admiration and satisfaction in her heart grew stronger, even mixed with a trace of imperceptible heartache. How could such a man, talented, skilled in both the literary and martial arts, with a resilient heart nature, and so devoted to her, not win her heart? Only after dinner did Dai Yuang stand up to take his leave. Looking at his departing back, Nebula Douluo Manyi sighed softly. The resilience of this boy's heart nature is truly something I have rarely seen in my life. After such a dramatic change, instead of collapsing or sinking into despair, he transformed all negative emotions into the motivation for his cultivate, becoming even more courageous as he faced setbacks. Princess, your insight is indeed unique. The corners of Shu Juju's lips curled up slightly as she ordered, Grandmother Manyi, send 2 spirit saints to protect him in secret. I don't want any accidents to happen to him. 2 spirit saints were the highest level of protective force she could mobilize as a princess without going through her imperial brother. After all, the title, Spirit Douluo, also contains the word, Douluo. According to the rules, they are already entitled to wear the Douluo robe and are exempt from bowing to the monarch. She could not command them. Titled Douluos were even more noble. Nebula Douluo usually listened to her purely because Nebula Douluo doted on her. Other titled Douluo consecrated elders would call her princess if they were in a good mood, or even just little girl if they were feeling casual. With 2 spirit saints present, even if they encountered an attack from a spirit Douluo, they could hold out for a moment, long enough to send a signal for help. As Dai Yuang walked back to the hotel, his perception quietly spread out, immediately capturing 2 faint but non-malicious auras behind him. He understood in his heart that these must be the bodyguards sent by Juju. He feigned ignorance and continued walking. Little did he know that behind those 2 spirit saints, in the even more distant shadows, Lingya and Nana were like 2 silent ghosts, loyally performing their duty as true protectors. Their presence went completely unnoticed even by those 2 spirit saints. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Dai Yuang's footsteps paused. He saw Dai Hao standing there alone, the night casting a lonely shadow over his tall frame. Lord Duke. Dai Yuang's tone was flat, even carrying a hint of mockery. What, are you here to settle scores with me for Dai Waban Sake again? Dai Hao turned around, his face showing no anger of an interrogation, but rather a complex exhaustion. Yuang, I just came to see you. Are you living here now? He glanced at the hotel, which was not particularly luxurious. Compared to that suffocating duke's mansion, it's more comfortable here, Dai Yuang said indifferently. Is there something? Dai Hao sighed, I'm returning to the Mingdu mountain range tomorrow. Before I leave, I want to talk to you. Won't you invite me up to sit? His tone actually carried a hint of a regular father's negotiating manner. Dai Yuang looked at him for a moment, then turned and said, follow me. Dai Hao followed, but before stepping into the hotel entrance, his footsteps paused slightly. Without turning his head, he spoke toward the empty street, you 2 don't need to be nervous. No matter what, Yuang is my son. I won't do anything to harm him. The breath of the 2 spirit saints in the shadows hitched. They were horrified, knowing their tracks had long been seen through by the White Tiger Duke. They could only stay put, not daring to get any closer to eavesdrop. Inside the room, the furnishings were simple. Dai Yuang asked directly, speak, Lord Duke. What do you want to talk about? To persuade me not to lay a hand on Dai Yuang. Dai Hao sat down on the sofa, his heavy body seemingly carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds. That is one of the reasons. Whether Hua Bin's matter is related to you or not, I have decided not to investigate further. Ultimately, it was the evil cause planted by Zhu Man that bore this bitter fruit. It is I who let down your mother, and I who let down Luo Li. His voice was somewhat raspy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Your mother, Wanning, had a gentle nature, she was kind and considerate. Luo Li was also a child who had admired me since he was little, but in the end, I failed to protect them. At this moment, the guilt revealed by Dai Hao was not fake. He was not a truly heartless person, it was just that his children's petty emotions didn't rank high in his heart. The weight of this guilt could never surpass the weight of the family and military affairs. In his heart, the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion was still more important. The alliance between the Dai and Zhu families could not be broken, so he could not allow Dai Yuang to continue harming Zhu Man and Dai Yuang. Yuang, we are family after all. Dai Hao raised his head, his gaze carrying a hint of earnestness. You lost your mother and brother, and Zhu Man has now paid the price. Her life is nearing its end and she has lost her beloved son. Stop now, all right. Just consider it your father begging you. Hearing this, the corners of Dai Yuang's mouth curled into a cold arc. You want me to give up my revenge? Fine. But mere empty words and so-called prices are not enough. The Lord Duke should know what I want. Dai Hao stared at him with a complex gaze, as if trying to see through this son who had become so unfamiliar. Yuang, that night you said that while you were being used by the imperial family, you were also using them. Were those words sincere? If one day you take control of the Dai family, would you destroy my Dai family's foundation? No, Dai Yuang answered decisively, his gaze candid. I promise you, there will always be a Dai family in the Star Luo Empire. At the same time, Dai Yuang added in his heart, the Dai family will always exist, but it will no longer be yours and the White Tiger Dai family, it will be Dai Yuang's Dai family. Dai Hao stared into his eyes, seemingly trying to see through to his true heart. Finally, he slowly nodded. Good. You will see what you want tomorrow. But you must also remember your promise. The matter of your mother and Luo Li ends here, you must not seek further revenge. Rest assured, Dai Yuang said in a flat tone, I, Dai Yuang, am a man of my word. After getting what he wanted, why the hell would he continue seeking revenge? After all, Bai Wanning and Dai Luoli weren't actually dead. One was making clothes for her son every day, and the other was busy being a leader of the local kids. Their lives were quite pleasant. Dai Hao gave him a deep look, then stood up and left, his back appearing somewhat stooped. The next day, a statement personally signed by the White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao, spread through the upper echelons of Star Luo City with astonishing speed, causing a massive stir. The statement announced the posthumous granting of the title of equal wife to the late concubine Bai Wanning, making her status equal to Duchess Zhu Man. Her son, Dai Yuang, would henceforth enjoy full duke's title inheritance rights and was no longer an illegitimate son. Furthermore, the inheritance rules for the title of duke were announced. Between Dai Yuang and Dai Yuang, whoever is the first to break through to the level 80 Spirit Douluo realm will be the next White Tiger Duke and will simultaneously take over the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Western Army Group. When the news broke, the entire city was in an uproar. Chapter 156, Moving from the Shadows to the Light. Inside the Imperial Palace, Emperor Shu Jiawei and Shu Juju were extremely surprised upon hearing the news. They hadn't expected Dai Hao's method of appeasement to be so direct and effective. This was equivalent to acknowledging Dai Yuang's status as a direct descendant and giving him what appeared to be a fair chance at competition. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a compromise made by Dai Hao under immense pressure. The imperial family was firmly protecting Dai Yuang, making it impossible for him to use force. Constant internal family strife would damage their very foundation. Furthermore, since the trouble was indeed started by Zhu Man, he could only use this method to quell Dai Yuang's anger in exchange for temporary stability in the rear. Although Dai Yuang currently held a temporary lead in spirit power rank, Dai Yuang's astonishing cultivation speed filled this competition with suspense. When the bedridden Zhu Man learned of this, her blood boiled with anger again, and she fainted. Clan leader Zhu Shu stayed by her side, healing her while secretly gritting her teeth. Since the current situation was against them, they could only endure for now, stabilizing Dai Yuang first before planning their next move. On the day the statement was released, Dai Hao acted decisively and set off to return to the Mingdu mountain range. Accompanying him were Dai Yuang and Zhu Lu. Taking Dai Yuang away was both to protect him, preventing Dai Yuang from breaking his promise and attacking him, and to keep him close for personal training, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind in the competition. As for taking Zhu Lu, that was clan leader Zhu Shu's idea. The tradition of marriage between the Dai and Zhu families could not be interrupted by Dai Waban's death. Since Dai Waban was dead, Zhu Lu had to follow Dai Yuang instead, whether she was willing or not. Zhu Lu ultimately accepted this arrangement. In silence, she buried all her sorrow and resentment deep in her heart, her eyes holding only cold determination. She wanted to help Dai Yuang become stronger and use him as a tool to seek revenge against the murderer she believed killed Dai Waban. The turmoil in Star Luo City temporarily subsided due to Dai Hao's departure and the statement. But everyone knew this was just the calm before the storm. The rift within the Dai family ran deep, and the future struggle for the title of duke would surely be even more bloody. In this gamble, Dai Yuang had successfully seized crucial chips and legitimate status for himself. In the days following Dai Hao's departure, Dai Yuang fulfilled his promise and did not provoke the Zhu family again. Every day, he either went to the princess mansion to accompany Shu Juju in handling government affairs and cultivating, or he returned to the hotel for quiet meditation. His life was disciplined to the point of being rigid. But he knew full well that beneath the temporary calm, the undercurrents never stopped surging. Although Zhu Man was seriously ill and bedridden, her elder sister, the Zhu clan chief clan leader Zhu Shu, was by no means an easy opponent. How could she stand by and watch an outsider, one with no blood relation to the Zhu family and who had even become a mortal enemy, step by step steal the Duke's mansion and the Western Army group that should have been controlled by the Zhu family's direct bloodline? It is easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. The Zhu family's subsequent overt and covert difficulties and schemes would certainly not be few. However, Dai Yuang had no time for such endless internal friction at the moment. The initial status and position he wanted were already in hand. The next step was to accumulate absolute power. In his eyes, whether it was the deeply rooted Zhu family, the seemingly gargantuan Dai family, or even the high and mighty Star Luo royal family, if they blocked his path in the future, they could all be crushed and uprooted with sheer force. And the prerequisite for all of this was sufficiently powerful strength. That night, inside the hotel room, the candlelight flickered. Lingya, Nana, Dai Yuang's voice rang out calmly in the room. Two figures emerged silently from the shadows as if responding to a summons, kneeling on one knee in an extremely respectful posture. "Young lord, what are your orders?" Dai Yuang's gaze fell upon the two of them. "Lingya, starting tomorrow, you will move from the shadows to the light. There is no need to hide your tracks anymore. Nana, you will continue to stay hidden in the shadows." Lingya was slightly taken aback. He looked up and asked, "From the shadows to the light? Does the young lord mean for me to appear in the open and protect you personally?" He immediately raised a concern. "It's just that if I suddenly appear, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. We need a reasonable excuse." Dai Yuang had already thought it through. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. "The reason can be spirit tools. This rank 8 Tyrant Tiger soul refining saber in my hand is already a rare treasure in the Star Luo Empire. After all, this is Star Luo, not Sun Moon. This country currently has no rank 9 spirit tools, so rank 8 is the absolute peak. As a soul engineer, it is perfectly reasonable for you to be obsessed with such a high-level spirit tool and wish to observe its core formation." He laid out the details. "I will find an opportunity to go out with Princess Juju. At that time, you will happen to appear before us. Princess Juju already knows you anyway, and the imperial family has been secretly searching for your tracks for over a year. You will directly request to examine the Tyrant Tiger soul refining saber. I will then set some exchange conditions and lend the saber to you for study. With you, the Ice Sky titled Douluo, openly by my side, those from the Zhu family will no longer dare to make any reckless moves. He paused, a deeper calculation flashing in his eyes. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, when Juju sees you and learns that you intend to improve your Soul Engineer rank, she will naturally invite you to join the Star Luo Empire Soul Engineer Legion. Star Luo has invested heavily in spirit tools these past few years and also has high-level soul engineers. You should agree. Although you possess many technical materials, studying behind closed doors has its limits. With the support of the Empire's resources and the mutual verification with other high-level soul engineers, your progress will be even faster. Admiration appeared in Ling Ya's eyes at how thorough the young lord's thinking was. He replied in a deep voice, "Yes. I understand and will act according to the plan. You've worked hard during this time." Dai Yuang's tone softened slightly. With a flip of his hand, a jade box emitting an aura of extreme cold and a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. "Tonight, take this snow soul condensing ice pill to enter the ultimate ice state, and then absorb this 70,000-year ice jade scorpion left arm bone. This is your deserved reward." He pushed the jade box toward Ling Ya and said solemnly, "The quality and power of this spirit bone are comparable to a 100,000-year spirit bone. After absorbing it, your combat strength will significantly increase. Below the rank of Super Douluo, unless the opponent also possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring or spirit bone, very few will be able to withstand a single ice burst from you." Hearing this, Ling Ya's body trembled slightly with excitement. An ice jade scorpion spirit bone, and ultimate ice. For him, an ice attribute titled Douluo, this was undoubtedly the treasure of his dreams. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with uncontrollable gratitude and loyalty. "Ling Ya thanks the young lord for this generous gift. I will not fail the young lord's expectations." Dai Yuang nodded slightly. Having Ling Ya move into the open actually served a deeper purpose, convenience in action. He sensed that he was not far from the rank 60 bottleneck and was confident he would achieve a breakthrough within 6 months. At that time, obtaining a 6th spirit ring would be imperative. Out of concern, Shu Juju would certainly insist on sending people to protect him, which would be hard to refuse. But Dai Yuang already had special plans for his 6th spirit ring and was absolutely unwilling to have people from the imperial family by his side. If he had Ling Ya, a titled Douluo, as his legitimate guardian by his side, everything would follow naturally. He would simply state that the Ice Sky titled Douluo would be his protector for the soul hunt. Shu Juju would naturally be at ease and have no reason to send others. His true goals and methods could then remain hidden behind this absolutely loyal subordinate. With the plan set, a chill began to rise in the room. Ling Ya took the medicinal pill and prepared to begin absorbing that top-grade spirit bone, which was enough to drive countless ice attribute spirit masters on the continent mad. Chapter 157, Date, Saber Dance. For the next few days, Dai Yuang was like a wound-up puppet, appearing at the princess mansion on time without fail. His behavioral patterns had quietly changed. It was no longer the balanced cultivation he had before, but a near-masochistic frenzy. At the first light of dawn, he would plunge into the quiet room, his spirit power circulating endlessly. Until lunchtime, even when the maids knocked repeatedly to urge him, he remained indifferent, as if the world of meditation was his only home. After a brief rest in the afternoon, he would take that ferocious tyrant tiger soul-refining saber to the courtyard. The saber light flashed and the wind howled miserably. He would not stop until he had squeezed out every last bit of his spirit power and exhausted his physical strength. Often, it was not until nightfall that he would drag his nearly collapsed body and stagger back to the hotel. "We can." Calm, super thoughtful. Initially, Shu Juju and Nebula Douluo felt this was a resilient display of turning grief into strength and were quite gratified. But soon, Shu Juju noticed something was wrong. That kind of cultivation had exceeded reasonable limits, carrying a recklessness and an obsessive haste for results, even faintly showing signs of qi deviation. Yuang. On this day, Shu Juju finally couldn't help but stop him after he finished his saber practice, exhausted once again. Looking at his pale, sweat-drenched face and the lingering crimson in his eyes, her voice was full of concern. The Tao of Cultivate emphasizes a balance of tension and relaxation. You've gone too far these past few days. If you continue like this, you'll collapse before you can take revenge. Take a day off tomorrow, I'll take you out for a walk to clear your mind. Dai Yuang stopped, his breathing still a bit hurried. He looked up at Shu Juju, his eyes showing a timely touch of being cared for and exhaustion. He nodded obediently. All right, I'll do as the princess says. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. He appeared grateful on the surface, but inwardly he thought, plan successful. The frenzy of the past few days was actually a performance he had carefully designed. He understood the human heart well and knew that some goals were much more natural and harder to refuse when the other party suggested them rather than requesting them himself. By gradually intensifying the impression of over-cultivating, he was waiting for Shu Juju, this sharp and caring pawn, to move as he expected, suggesting he rest and, ideally, accompanying him personally. He had even prepared a backup plan. If Shu Juju only told him to go back and rest, he would refuse on the grounds that, being alone makes it easy to miss my family, adding to the sorrow, and then take the opportunity to request, if Your Highness is free, could you accompany me on an outing to clear my mind? Now that Shu Juju had directly invited him, it saved him a lot of trouble. The next day, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The two did not choose the noisy and bustling market but took an inconspicuous carriage to a scenic lakeside outside Douluo City. The blue waves stretched for miles, the water shimmering. In the distance, the mountains were misty, completely different from the lively atmosphere inside the city. The cool breeze blew past, bringing moist water vapor and the fragrance of plants, slightly washing away the depression of the past few days. They rented a small painted boat and drifted gently with the waves. Nebula Douluo Manyi didn't come out to be a third wheel, hiding in the shadows to protect the two. Shu Juju looked at Dai Yuang, who seemed a bit more relaxed beside her. Her lips curved slightly, and she rarely felt like talking, mentioning old times. As expected, clearing one's mind is a good thing. Your aura looks much calmer. Speaking of which, you used to really give me a headache. Her tone carried a bit of playfulness, without malice. Knowing clearly that I didn't like it, you still always found ways to hover before my eyes and give me, well, not very practical gifts. Hearing this, Dai Yuang was not annoyed but instead laughed. His smile seemed a bit lazy under the sunlight, yet it was still very handsome. Your Highness, those words are quite heartless, poking right at my sore spots. How am I heartless? Shu Juju slightly raised her chin, feigning a reproachful look. Her eyes rippled with a natural allure. I call this being straightforward. If I don't like it, I don't like it. I never led you on, I rejected you clearly to your face every time. Besides, I never accepted a single one of your gifts. Looking at the entire Douluo City, a good girl like me who doesn't crave vanity or play with emotions is rare. Dai Yuang looked at her rare display of girlishness and naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to contradict her. Instead, he nodded agreeably. Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness is naturally the best. Perhaps it is because of your straightforwardness, without deceit or concealment. Without lingering debts, that I have been unable to forget you. His tone gradually turned low, filled with emotion. You see, now that I have finally worked hard to become a bit more outstanding, you have begun to see me in a new light. Fortunately, I wasn't easily driven back by your cold words at the beginning. Otherwise, wouldn't I have missed out on a rare pearl of the world like Your Highness? His words were half true and half false, both praising Shu Juju and fitting his persona of a devoted lover. Hearing this, Shu Juju felt pleased, her cheeks warming slightly. She couldn't help but chuckle, smooth talker. Then you must be even more proactive in the future, but... Her tone shifted, and she reminded him seriously, being proactive doesn't mean cultivating like a madman. Your body is the foundation. If you ruin your health, then everything is empty. Talk. Since we are out today, you are not allowed to think about cultivate matters. Aunt Bai and Luo Li certainly wouldn't want you to become like this for them. They would surely wish for you to live happily in this world for their sake, rather than being constantly shrouded in hatred. I shall obey the princess's decree. Dai Yuang accepted with a smile. After a short pause, he suddenly said, I have long heard that Your Highness is elegant and skilled in music and dance. Today the scenery is perfect. I, Yuang, am untalented, but I would also like to perform a set of saber techniques for the princess to add to the enjoyment. What do you think? Hearing this, Shu Juju gave him a cross look. I just finished talking about balancing work and rest, and in the blink of an eye, you're thinking about weapons again. We're out to relax today, not to watch you practice. Dai Yuang shook his head, his expression serious. Your Highness misunderstands. This is not a combat skill, but a saber dance. Women have graceful dances, and men naturally have vigorous ones. This dance is only to express my feelings and add to the atmosphere, there is no killing intent. Hearing him say this, Shu Juju felt a bit curious. Saber dance. That's quite fresh. Very well, let's see you perform it. Dai Yuang smiled slightly and leapt lightly, landing on the lake's surface. With spirit power attached to his feet, he stood on the water as if it were level ground. He stood solemnly, slowly raising the tyrant tiger soul refining saber in his hand and holding it level before his brow. The cold edge of the blade shimmered with a concentrated chill under the sunlight, as grim as ice. Suddenly, he flipped his wrist, and the saber light erupted. A cold, desolate flash of light split the air like tearing silk, letting out a sharp whistling sound. His steps were steady and robust, every step he took felt like a pile driver hitting the ground, firm and powerful. Yet when his body spun, he was as light as a swimming dragon in the snow, agile and unpredictable. The piercing saber light tightly enveloped his body, impenetrable, forming a dazzling silver barrier. Every slash carried a decisiveness to cut through everything, whistling in the wind. Every parry and feint seemed to contain the immense force of metal clashing, bursting with invisible waves of qi. This was by no means a graceful dance to please others, but a majestic chapter of a mortal body driving a steel storm. The saber momentum grew faster and faster, like a sudden blizzard in the north, rampant and wild. The blade light merged into a continuous sheet, turning into a surging silver tide. The tip of the saber flicked, hacked, smeared, or swept. Every movement was incredibly precise and full of explosive power, as if to shatter all the troubles and injustices of the world. Yet, it always abruptly retracted at the peak where the power was about to be released. The saber tip trembled slightly, condensing at a single point, just like the prisms hanging from icy eaves, containing thousands of chills, held back but not released. This ultimate control of release and restraint could be called art. Finally, all the wild and unrestrained saber intent was suddenly pulled back with his low shout. His body suddenly leapt into the air like a falcon striking the sky, full of power and beauty. Then, with a move of splitting Mount Hua, he crashed down with the force of 10,000 catties. The entire lake surface was split in two. Shu Juju smiled slightly and used the power of star protection to shield the small boat. Even though the lake water was turbulent, the boat remained as stable as Mount Tai. It wasn't until the lake surface gradually smoothed out that Dai Yuang slowly and steadily landed. His long saber pointed diagonally behind him, the cold light flowing on the blade like the nine heavens star river pouring down, shining brilliantly. The surging aura around him instantly retracted, leaving only the slight sound of the lake breeze blowing through his robes and hair. This was by no means a dance of gentle pleasing, but a romantic chapter belonging to a warrior, composed by a man using his heart's blood as ink, his unyielding bones as an inkstone, and the saber's edge in his hand as a brush, for the person he cherished. Its momentum was like an avalanche beginning to fall, its posture like a green pine facing the wind. Within that ultimate vigor, there was a trace of tenderness. Chapter 158, Snow Empress Eternal Song. Excellent saber technique. As the lingering charm of Dai Yuang's closing stance had yet to fade, a heroic shout filled with majestic spirit power and admiration exploded from the lakeshore like a clap of thunder. A figure flickered like Gui Mei, crossing the lake's surface in a few flashes before landing lightly upon the pleasure boat. The newcomer wore a simple gray robe, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and his entire being radiated a heart-palpitating majesty. It was none other than the, coincidentally, passing ice sky titled Douluo, Lingya. Your Excellency Ice Sky. Shu Juju was greatly startled and stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected to see this elusive titled Douluo again at this time and place. Your Excellency, how could you be here? Shu Juju suppressed the waves of shock in her heart and hurriedly bowed as she asked. Ling Ya's gaze swept over Shu Juju and he nodded slightly in return. Then, his eyes locked onto Dai Yuang, his tone carrying undisguised admiration. I wander the world as I please. Passing by today, I suddenly felt an extraordinary saber intent soaring into the sky. It was exquisite, a perfect blend of strength and grace. I couldn't help but feel curious and came to take a look. He looked at Dai Yuang, his eyes full of inquiry. Young man, this set of saber techniques you just performed is magnificent. Does it have a name? Dai Yuang sheathed his saber, his expression calm as if he had expected this. He answered clearly, to answer your excellency, this saber dance is named, Snow Empress Eternal Song. Snow Empress Eternal Song. Shu Juju softly repeated the 4 words, momentarily stunned. Then, a touching blush instantly flared up on her fair cheeks. This was clearly a saber dance created for her. Teet sounded like, D, implying, to bond. This name was Dai Yuang's way of expressing, the bonding of an eternal icy love song with Juju. To her ears, this was clearly Dai Yuang using an extremely romantic yet powerful way to confess his feelings, wishing to make a vow with her that was as pure and eternal as ice and snow, never fading even after a long time. This earth-shattering saber dance was actually created for her, performed for her. Immense surprise and touched emotions instantly flooded Shu Juju's heart, causing her to momentarily forget that a titled Douluo was standing before her. Her heart pounded like a drum, and the gaze she directed at Dai Yuang became filled with an indescribable softness and throb of emotion. However, she was completely unaware that deep within Dai Yuang's mental sea, another voice, cold yet carrying an irrepressible shyness, spoke at the same time. Thank you, Yuang. I like it very much. The Snow Empress sensed the extreme icy charm and long-lasting concept contained in every move of the saber dance, which only she could fully appreciate. Snow Empress, Shui Di. These 2 words clearly alluded to her name. The Snow Empress, the wind and snow concept unleashed with every strike was a portrayal of her beauty and power. As for eternal song, Ju Zhe, it was an eternal affection that transcended the barriers of time and space. Her name and her Tao were deeply engraved into the very marrow of this saber technique. Feeling the Snow Empress's rare emotional fluctuation, a faint, truly joyful curve appeared at the corner of Dai Yuang's mouth. He responded softly in his mind, as long as you like it. Indeed, this saber dance was actually created by Dai Yuang for the Snow Empress, but Shu Juju had magnificently misunderstood. One saber dance and one name had simultaneously tugged at the heartstrings of 2 women with completely different identities and personalities. And the core of the plan, making Ling Ya, reasonably, appear before Shu Juju and spark his interest in his identity as a soul engineer, was also quietly achieved. In this seemingly romantic chance encounter. Snow Empress Eternal Song. A good name. This saber is also quite excellent. Ling Ya's gaze was as if pulled by a magnet, firmly locked onto the fierce and overbearing long saber in Dai Yuang's hand. His eyes flickered with undisguised heat and inquiry, the pure light of a researcher encountering a rare treasure. Little brother, Ling Ya's voice carried a hint of imperceptible urgency. He stepped forward and pointed at the tyrant tiger soul refining saber. This saber in your hand is brimming with evil qi, contains internal spirit power, and has an exquisite structure. Could it be that 8th rank spirit tool for melee combat that became famous during the tournament, the tyrant tiger soul refining saber? Dai Yuang flicked his wrist slightly, letting the blade reflect a cold, hard glint under the sunlight. He answered calmly, Your Excellency has a good eye. It is indeed this saber. May I ask what advice Your Excellency has? Hearing this, a strong interest immediately appeared on Ling Ya's face. He rubbed his hands together, his tone carrying the earnestness of a scholar. Little brother, I have recently become obsessed with studying the way of spirit tools, but I usually only have access to 6th rank spirit tools at most. 8th rank spirit tools, especially the melee type, are truly rare. Seeing it today makes my heart itch with curiosity. I wonder if you could be generous enough to let me take a look. Especially its core formation. Rest assured, I only wish to observe it for a while and have no other intentions. On the side, Shu Juju also keenly noticed the new Soul Engineer badge on Ling Ya's clothes, a 6th rank Soul Engineer. After obtaining the spirit tool data Nana had gotten from the Sun Moon Empire, Ling Ya had successfully advanced once again. Shu Juju remembered that when they first met, he was a 5th-rank soul engineer. Now he had reached the 6th rank. It seemed this titled Douluo excellency was indeed learning knowledge related to spirit tools. Without waiting for Dai Yuang to answer, she spoke first with a graceful demeanor, her voice clear and pleasant. Since your excellency is so interested in Yuang's tyrant tiger soul refining saber, it would seem petty of us to be too stingy. She first agreed readily, showing the magnanimity of the imperial family. Then, her tone shifted slightly, revealing a perfectly timed look of difficulty as she looked at Lingya. However, your excellency, how complex and exquisite is the core formation of an 8th-rank spirit tool. It's not something that can be understood in a single day. Yuang's current situation is difficult, as your excellency has likely heard. This saber is his important protective weapon, he cannot be away from it for long. She skillfully steered the conversation toward Dai Yuang's current status. Lingya was very cooperative, and asked following her lead, I have indeed heard some rumors within Star Luo City recently regarding the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Are you that illegitimate son? Dai Yuang immediately took over the conversation, his expression appropriately becoming heavy and helpless. That is indeed this junior. To be honest with your excellency, my mother and younger brother have recently passed away, and I am at odds with the legal mother's faction. I am currently surrounded by danger. This tyrant tiger soul refining saber is what I rely on to save my life, I never let it leave my side. I wouldn't dare refuse your excellency's request, but given the current pressure, unless... He sighed, looking very troubled, yet leaving his words half finished. Unless what? Lingya followed up as expected, his brow furrowed slightly as if somewhat displeased, yet he was extremely eager for that spirit tool. Dai Yuang raised his head and looked at Lingya with a sincere and earnest gaze. Unless your excellency is willing to lower yourself to accompany me back to the princess mansion. As long as you agree to ensure my safety while you read and study this saber, then I am willing to offer this tyrant tiger soul refining saber with both hands for your excellency to study and ponder at your leisure. Chapter 159, Ice Sky titled Douluo enters the princess's mansion. Shu Juju listened from the side, her heart filled with silent praise. Dai Yuang's response was both reasonable and perfectly conveyed her intentions, though the two had not communicated beforehand, they cooperated so seamlessly at this moment, as if they had practiced it countless times. She felt that she and Yuang truly shared a profound tacit understanding. The Taiwan Novel Network experience is great and super powerful. Hearing this, Lingya stroked his chin, a contemplative look appearing on his face as if he were weighing the pros and cons. He displayed both an extreme thirst for knowledge of high-level spirit tools and the reserve and consideration expected of a titled Douluo. Seeing the opportunity, Shu Juju struck while the iron was hot, her voice becoming even softer and more seductive. Your Excellency, the path of spirit tool research most dreads working behind closed doors, groping in the dark alone yields half the result with twice the effort. If you are willing to return with us, not only can you study this tyrant tiger soul refining saber to your heart's content, but I can also promise you that I will introduce you to several of the top spirit tool grandmasters in my Star Luo Empire. They possess profound attainments in spirit tool research. If they and your Excellency could exchange pointers and study together, pooling your wisdom, I believe it will surely help your Excellency make rapid progress on the path of spirit tools, going faster and further. This promise truly struck Lingya's weak spot. A soul engineer eager to improve could hardly refuse the temptation of communicating and learning with fellow grandmasters. A sharp light flashed in Lingya's eyes, and the hesitation on his face finally faded. He nodded slowly. Fine. The Star Luo princess is indeed straightforward. Since that's the case, I shall accept this matter. However, his tone shifted, his expression becoming serious. I must state clearly to you both beforehand that I am accustomed to being a free spirit. This time, I am not directly joining the Star Luo royal family, at most, I can only be considered a guest elder of the princess's mansion. Aside from protecting your highness, this young brother, and researching spirit tools, I shall not be subject to other constraints. Is that acceptable? That is only natural. Shu Juju was overjoyed, a bright smile blossoming on her face as she quickly agreed. That your excellency is willing to condescend to become a guest elder of my princess's mansion has already given Juju immense face. Juju is deeply honored and endlessly grateful. I would never dare to constrain your excellency with red tape. She knew well that everything had to be done step by step. As long as she could first invite this powerful ultimate ice-titled Douluo back to the mansion and draw closer to him, there would be countless opportunities in the future to slowly deepen the bond and eventually make him fully serve the Star Luo royal family. At this moment, the title of guest elder was already a perfect start that far exceeded expectations. Sunlight spilled onto the lake's surface, shimmering and reflecting the smiles of the three people who each had their own thoughts yet had reached an agreement. A seemingly accidental lakeside encounter was, in fact, a step-by-step calculated plan that had finally settled. The news of Lingya taking up residence in the princess's mansion was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. Under Shu Juju's deliberate promotion, it quickly stirred up layers of ripples, spreading throughout the upper circles of Star Luo City. This was naturally a carefully planned move by Shu Juju. Its primary purpose was to use this opportunity to completely brand this powerful, extreme attribute rogue titled Douluo with the mark of the Star Luo royal family. Guest Elder. That was merely a title of convenience. As long as the person was in the princess's mansion, enjoying the resources and conveniences provided by the royal family, over time, there would be countless ways to make him official and truly become a powerful reinforcement under the Shu family's command. Secondly, it was a blatant deterrent. This news was like a heavy bell, striking hard into the hearts of all those with ulterior motives, especially the Zhu family and its vassal forces who were currently itching to move. The public alignment of a titled Douluo possessing ultimate ice carried enough weight to make any petty scoundrel think twice before acting, not daring to move rashly. After all, that was a power not inferior to a super Douluo. The effect was immediate. When the news that Ice Sky titled Douluo Lingya has become a guest elder of the princess's mansion and is personally protecting Dai Yuang, reached the Zhu family, Zhu Man, who was on her sickbed, was so angry she directly smashed the medicine bowl by her side. An abnormal flush rose on her withered face, followed by a heart-tearing cough that almost made her lose consciousness. Even the always steady and cold clan leader Zhu Shu had an ashen face, her fingertips digging deep into her palms. Why does that bastard have such luck? Zhu Man's voice was as shrill as an owl's, filled with resentment and spite. With a titled Douluo, especially a super strong titled Douluo with an extreme attribute, providing close protection, all the assassination and harassment plans they had previously prepared against Dai Yuang instantly turned into bubbles, becoming utterly laughable. Although clan leader Zhu Shu also hated him to the extreme, she was the head of the family after all and still possessed a sliver of reason. She forcibly suppressed her surging rage and said coldly, "Sister, do not be impatient. An ultimate ice titled Douluo is not someone we can currently challenge head-on. Endure for now. I don't believe that Lingya, a dignified titled Douluo, can truly be content being a personal bodyguard for that brat for a lifetime. There will eventually be a time when he leaves. They could only comfort themselves in this way, temporarily suppressing their thirst for revenge, lurking like venomous snakes, waiting for that moment that no one knew when would appear." Meanwhile, inside the princess's mansion, Lingya's situation could be described as like a fish in water. To completely win over this powerful guest elder, Shu Juju spared no effort in fulfilling her promise. She personally introduced Lingya to the preeminent expert in the field of spirit tools in the Star Luo Empire, the Purple Spirit Douluo. This Purple Spirit Douluo's spirit was the rather peculiar Purple Spirit Jackal, a mental force beast spirit. His own cultivation was as high as rank 93, making him a control system titled Douluo. Mental attributes possessed a unique advantage in the production of spirit tools, especially in the precise carving of core formations. This also allowed him to achieve extraordinary success on the path of spirit tools, making him a rare 8th rank soul engineer. On the Douluo continent, an 8th rank soul engineer was already at the highest level. Even the deans of the Shrek Soul Tool Department were only at the 8th rank, 9th rank soul engineers only existed in the Sun Moon Empire. Although his spirit power rank was not the highest in the offering hall, with his superb spirit tool skills, the purple spirit Douluo's true combat strength was extremely formidable. If combined with those powerful spirit tools of his, he could fight on equal terms for a short time even against a rank 95 super Douluo without falling into a disadvantage. There had long been a public consensus within the empire that if the purple spirit Douluo had been born in the Sun Moon Empire, with his talent and mental force advantages, he would likely have already joined the ranks of the few 9th rank soul engineers in the world. Unfortunately, the overall spirit tool technical level of the Star Luo Empire limited his further development. The 8th rank was the ceiling in the current environment. To receive the personal guidance and exchange of such a grandmaster was undoubtedly a dream opportunity for Lingya. The purple spirit Douluo was also quite interested in Lingya, an older but talented apprentice who was also a titled Douluo. The two soon became immersed in the mysterious world of spirit tools, often debating and researching the optimization of a formation or the concept of a core until late into the night. More importantly, because Lingya had consumed the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, his spirit power rank in this life was sealed, with almost no possibility of further progress. This seemingly massive flaw instead became an excellent advantage for him to focus on studying spirit tools. He no longer needed to waste any time or mental energy on increasing his spirit power and could invest all his heart and soul into the vast field of knowledge that was spirit tools. Under this kind of extreme focus without distractions, with a top grandmaster teaching him everything and the high-level materials secretly provided by Dai Yuang as inspiration, Lingya's speed of progress in spirit tools was truly 1,000 miles a day. In less than half a year, he successfully broke through his previous bottleneck, reaching the peak of a 6th rank soul engineer, just one step away from being a 7th rank soul engineer. The 6th rank spirit tools he produced even possessed more spirituality and power than ordinary 6th rank spirit tools because they contained his titled Douluo level mental will and deep understanding of ice attribute power. This astonishing progress not only made the purple spirit Douluo click his tongue in wonder and value this junior friend even more, but also made Shujuju feel that this investment was simply worth more than its weight in gold. A guest elder, who simultaneously possessed titled Douluo combat strength and the potential of a high-level soul engineer, was of immeasurable value. The strength and influence of the princess's mansion were quietly growing with Lingya's joining and improvement. And by Dai Yuang's side, there was finally a powerful barrier of sufficient weight that was out in the open. Chapter 160, Half a Year, Ice Sky titled Douluo vs. Giant Hammer Douluo. Time flies, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lingya could have actually left long ago. After all, even observing the 8th rank spirit tool, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber, didn't require that much time. However, using the excuse of becoming friends with the purple spirit Douluo and wanting to continue researching spirit tools together, he stayed. This made Shujuju secretly cheer that her plan had worked. Little did she know, her plan was actually part of Dai Yuang's plan all along. Lingya perfectly exploited Shujuju's desire to recruit him, naturally and reasonably staying by Dai Yuang's side for the long term, becoming his most solid shield on the surface. To outsiders, it even seemed that Lingya and Dai Yuang had bonded over the saber, sharing similar temperaments and becoming close friends despite the age gap. On this day, above the Star Luo Imperial City, the weather suddenly changed as two majestic and vast auras confronted each other like mountains, attracting the gaze of countless experts in the imperial capital. Of the two combatants, one was a long-famed attack system titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, the Giant Hammer Douluo. He was as tall and sturdy as an iron tower, wielding a massive war hammer the size of a door. With a bold and unrestrained personality, he was a complete martial arts fanatic. The other was the Ice Sky titled Douluo, Lingya, who had risen to fame over the past half-year. The Giant Hammer Douluo was obsessed with challenging experts from all walks of life and was especially fascinated by titled Douluo with extreme attributes. Over the past half-year, he had frequently pestered Lingya for a duel. Previously, Lingya had always declined for various reasons, but Dai Yuang felt it was time for Lingya to demonstrate his strength. Thus, after having Lingya take a snow soul condensing ice pill in advance, he agreed to the Giant Hammer Douluo's challenge. The giant hammer Douluo was a rank 92 attack system titled Douluo. His spirit power was vigorous and overbearing, and his attacks were heavy and powerful. Furthermore, his giant hammer spirit contained a unique shock penetration force, making it extremely difficult to defend against. However, he was facing Lingya at full strength, possessing a temporary ultimate ice attribute. At this moment, Lingya's combat power was approaching that of a super Douluo. The battle was not overly flashy. The giant hammer Douluo roared repeatedly, his giant hammer swinging like a violent storm. One after another, incredibly condensed and terrifying hammer shadows capable of splitting mountains shattered the sky, slamming fiercely toward Lingya. But Lingya simply floated quietly in the air, his body surrounded by an extreme chill that seemed capable of freezing the soul. He didn't even use many spirit abilities, merely waving his hand casually to condense crystal clear yet harder than gold extreme ice barriers out of thin air. Boom, 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 boom. The giant hammer Douluo's violent attacks, which were powerful enough to collapse mountains, struck those seemingly thin and brittle ice walls, yet they only knocked off a few ice crystals and left some shallow marks, failing to shake their foundation at all. The absolute defense and low temperature of the ultimate ice greatly weakened or even froze the violent spirit power and penetrating force contained within the hammer shadows. Failing to land a decisive blow, the giant hammer Douluo's momentum began to fade, and his body was already permeated by the cold. Lingya seized the moment and finally launched a counterattack. He did not use any spirit ring skills, instead only raising his left arm. The entire arm was instantly covered in a magnificent and dangerous jade-green layer, as if carved from 10,000-year profound ice, emitting heart-palpitating waves of destruction. This was none other than the 70,000-year ice jade scorpion left arm bone. Spirit bone skill, ice burst. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an extreme silence and cold that suddenly descended. Centered on Lingya's left arm, an invisible and intangible yet terrifying cold wave capable of freezing all things spread silently like a nuclear explosion. The clouds in the sky instantly solidified, the sunlight seemed to be frozen and distorted, and everything within sight was covered in a deathly gray-white. Bearing the brunt of it, the giant hammer Douluo felt his blood, bone marrow, and even the circulation of his spirit power nearly come to a halt in an instant. At the final moment before the ice burst was about to erupt, Lingya suddenly pulled back his power. After all, it was just a sparring match, he couldn't actually let it explode and kill the giant hammer Douluo. The pervasive extreme cold frantically eroded the giant hammer Douluo's body and soul. It was a sense of fear and suffocation stemming from life's basic instincts. He had no doubt that if they hadn't been fighting in the sky, the entire imperial palace would likely have been frozen over. Had this not been a mere spar and if his opponent hadn't held back, he probably wouldn't even have any remains left under this strike, turning directly into a part of the ice burst. His massive body stiffened in midair, his face filled with shock, which finally turned into a bitter sigh. He spoke with difficulty, "I lost. Ice Sky titled Douluo, the ultimate ice truly lives up to its reputation." This old man is completely convinced by the power of the ice burst. On the Imperial Palace Square below, the crowd of spectators had long been silenced by the terrifying power that had instantly frozen the sky. Emperor Shu Jiawei was present in person, accompanied by Princess Shu Juju, with several titled Douluo experts from the offering hall nearby, including the star-shattering Douluo. The star-shattering Douluo's expression was solemn, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He slowly exhaled and remarked with a sigh, "What terrifying power." The strongest extreme attribute combined with the most powerful ice-type attack spirit skill, Ice Burst, the destructive power generated by the two together is actually this immense. If I were to take this blow head-on without preparation, even I would definitely not be able to emerge unscathed. He was a veteran Super Douluo. For even him to give such an evaluation, one could imagine the degree of terror that strike in the sky possessed. Emperor Shu Jiawei was delighted and clapped his hands with a smile. "Juju, you have truly rendered a great service to the Empire this time. You've recruited such a powerful asset for our star Luo." Shu Juju felt proud in her heart but maintained a humble expression, smiling as she said, "Royal brother, you overpraise me. Yuang also deserves credit for this." If it weren't for his rapport with His Excellency Ice Sky and his repeated persuasions, His Excellency might not have been willing to stay here for so long. Oh, Emperor Shu Jiawei raised an eyebrow, giving his sister a meaningful look and teasing, lately you can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Dai Yuang. What? After spending day and night together for nearly 2 years, have you finally been moved by that boy's devotion and his current excellence? Shu Juju's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her face away with a hint of coquettish annoyance. Royal brother. What nonsense are you talking about? I am simply speaking objectively. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Emperor Shu Jiawei laughed, his tone turning serious. That boy Dai Yuang indeed seems to have extraordinary potential now. He is devoted to you and has shown enough utility value to match our imperial family, so I naturally won't stand in your way. By the way, where is he? It seems I haven't seen him for some time. Shu Juju suppressed her shyness and replied. Yuang has entered secluded meditation. He broke through to rank 59 4 months ago and has been cultivating hard since. Recently, he even felt that he had touched the rank 60 bottleneck. This meditation is to charge toward the Spirit Emperor realm. Calculating the time, he should be emerging within a day or 2. Rank 60. A flash of genuine surprise crossed Emperor Shu Jiawei's eyes. He's not even 16 yet, is he? Truly top-tier talent. To be worthy of you, he really has given it his all. Regardless of whatever unpleasant reputation as a simp Dai Yuang had carried in the past, the current him, with his terrifying cultivation speed, unfathomable potential, and obvious deep affection for Shu Juju, had already won the recognition and respect of many, including the emperor. Shu Juju nodded gently, a hint of complexity and admiration appearing in her beautiful eyes as she whispered, yes, he has already become more outstanding than I am. Her spirit power has only just reached rank 58, to break through rank 60, she would need at least another half year of hard work. Yet Dai Yuang has come from behind and even surpassed her. Before the next Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Soul Duel Tournament, he might even break through to become a spirit saint. His cultivation speed is truly alarming. In the same time frame, she could at most reach around rank 65. Becoming a spirit emperor wouldn't be difficult, but charging for the spirit saint realm would be basically hopeless. Chapter 161, Reaching Rank 60, Target, 100,000-Year Spirit Ring. At this moment, deep within the princess's mansion, in the mimetic cultivation ground specially prepared for Dai Yuang that simulated the polar night starry sky. Dai Yuang sat cross-legged, his entire body completely enveloped by thick, ink-like black spirit power. That spirit power surged and rolled, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of devouring and darkness. Behind him, the phantom of the evil shadow demonic tiger was incredibly solid, looking up at the sky in a silent roar, its crimson tiger eyes flickering with violent and bloodthirsty light. This evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul essentially contained extremely strong evil, dark, and devouring characteristics. If one's heart was not upright, it would be very easy to walk the path of an evil soul master. Open black lens bracket. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, accompanying you leisurely and super thoughtfully. Close black lens bracket. Although Dai Yuang was not a good person at heart, the image he presented on the surface was always that of a hypocritical gentleman. Everyone thought he was a good person. Therefore, even if the spirit power he emitted on the surface possessed evil attributes, it was always dominated by the extremely refined and pure power cultivated from the golden adamant evil warding body. He firmly controlled this power and never easily used that harmful shortcut of devouring to avoid damaging his own foundation and falling into the evil path. At this moment, he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. In the center of that black spirit power vortex, a brilliant spot of dark gold light suddenly lit up. It was like the first ray of dawn piercing the darkness before daybreak. Following that, a second spot, a third spot, countless streaks of dark gold light burst forth from that extreme darkness, rapidly spreading and growing. Like huge dark gold gems, the magnificent golden light completely dispelled the surrounding darkness, rendering Dai Yuang's entire person as if cast in gold. His majestic aura climbed step by step, finally breaking through an invisible barrier and reaching a brand new height. Rank 60. Dai Yuang's tightly closed eyes snapped open, gold and black light swirling in the depths of his eyes before finally returning to a calm depth. He let out a long breath of turbid qi, which actually shot out like an arrow, leaving a faint trace in the air. Spirit power rank 60. Now, he only lacked a suitable spirit ring to truly step into the ranks of the spirit emperors. When Shu Juju returned to the princess's mansion, she happened to feel a vast and majestic aura soar into the sky from the direction of the mimetic cultivation ground, then quickly withdraw and return to calm. Her heart stirred, and she walked over quickly. Sure enough, she saw Dai Yuang walking out in high spirits, his spirit powerful and harmonious. He had clearly succeeded in his breakthrough. Yuang, you've come out. Did you succeed? Shu Juju's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. With the joy of his breakthrough on his face, Dai Yuang nodded and said, I did not fail your highness's expectations. I am now rank 60. That's wonderful. Shu Juju was sincerely happy, her eyes curving into crescents. She was gratified by the advancement of his strength and also felt a faint, imperceptible sense of pride by association. She stepped forward and carefully straightened his collar, which wasn't even messy, saying softly, You've worked hard. Since you've broken through, rest well for a few days to consolidate your realm. However, Dai Yuang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distance with the urgency common to cultivators. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. Since the bottleneck is broken, I should strike while the iron is hot. Only by obtaining a spirit ring can I truly step into the new realm. I want to set off tomorrow to hunt for a spirit ring. The power system of this world was direct and pure, without many mysterious sayings about accumulating depth and biding one's time. Spirit power rank was the hard standard for measuring strength. When one could advance, they would obtain a spirit ring to advance as early as possible. Formidable spirit power was the kingly way. Compressing spirit power by so-called rank suppression was actually completely useless. Ling Ya, who was standing by, took a step forward at the right time and bowed, saying, Rest assured, Princess Highness. I will accompany and guard Yuang for this spirit ring hunt. I will certainly ensure Yuang's safety and obtain the most suitable spirit ring. Thinking of the terrifying strength Ling Ya had shown in the sky today, which was enough to crush the giant hammer Douluo, the bit of worry in Shu Juju's heart instantly vanished. With a powerhouse comparable to a super Douluo protecting him closely, most of the spirit beast forests on this continent were accessible. Even in the Star Do Great Forest, as long as they didn't venture into the core and offend those vicious beasts, it would be fine. She felt relieved and smiled sweetly. With your excellency accompanying him, Juju is naturally at ease. Then everything is in your excellency's hands. Yuang, go and return quickly, don't make me worry. Seeing the genuine concern in Shu Juju's eyes, Dai Yuang nodded and replied, All right, we will return immediately after obtaining the spirit ring. Early the next morning, Dai Yuang and Ling Ya quietly left Star Luo City. Just as they left the city gates and moved away from the site of the garrison, the air beside them rippled like ink dripping into clear water. A cluster of concentrated black mist quietly emerged and condensed, transforming into Nana's tall and vigorous figure. Young lord. Nana saluted silently, her ghost martial soul allowing her to blend perfectly with the surrounding shadows. Dai Yuang nodded, his gaze sweeping over these two loyal subordinates. Nana inquired, Young lord, is our destination for this trip the Star Do Great Forest? That was the largest gathering place for spirit beasts within the Empire's borders, with the richest selection of spirit beast types and age limits. Dai Yuang, however, slowly shook his head, his eyes flashing with the light of careful consideration. No, I have two alternative locations, one is the Sunset Forest, and the other is the extreme Northland. Sunset Forest, this name caused his heart to stir slightly. He knew well that it was not an ideal place for hunting spirits because of the terrifying poisonous miasma of the Jade Phosphorus 7 Despairs flower and 9 Despairs flower. That forest had almost become a dead land with sparse spirit beasts. His true target was the blessed land hidden at its core, the ice and fire yin-yang well. It nurtured countless immortal herbs and precious medicines that would drive the outside world mad. However, great opportunities were often accompanied by great risks. As far as he knew, that place was almost marked with the Tang clan's brand. That fragrant silk immortal herb, who was responsible for managing the place, would only recognize Tang clan successors and give them trials. Taking it by force. Not to mention that the immortal herb spirit beasts inside, whose cultivation was often 100,000 years, were extremely strong themselves. The possible consequences alone made him wary. Although that mysterious voice stated that Tang San could not directly interfere with the continent within 5 years, what about Daming and Erming, who had already come to the lower plane under his command? Dai Yuang was unwilling to take this risk when his strength was insufficient. After weighing it repeatedly, he made a decision. We'll go to the extreme north land first. Dai Yuang's tone became firm. For my 6th spirit ring, the target has been selected, the 100,000-year. Abyssal ice prison tiger. Fires of passion burned in his eyes. Once I successfully absorb the spirit ring of this top-tier spirit beast, with the help of its powerful ancient bloodline power, it might stimulate my evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul and, combined with the golden adamant evil warding body technique, produce an unprecedented evolution. Plus the 100,000-year spirit bone that will inevitably be produced, the comprehensive improvement it brings will not be inferior to an immortal herb. This was a bold, even crazy plan, hunting a 100,000-year spirit beast for the 6th ring. But with the assistance of 2 titled Douluo-level experts, especially Ling Ya's temporary combat power comparable to a super Douluo after taking the snow soul condensing ice pill, this madness had the possibility of becoming reality. As for the immortal herbs, he actually already had a way to obtain them. He would plan for that later. He looked at Ling Ya and Nana, his expression solemn. This trip to the extreme north might involve a fierce battle. The strength of that abyssal ice prison tiger is by no means comparable to ordinary 100,000-year spirit beasts, and there might be even more terrifying existences behind it. At that time, I will need to rely on you too. Rest assured, besides you, there will be even stronger helpers to assist us. Hearing this, Lingya and Nana did not hesitate for a moment, kneeling on one knee at the same time. We will be loyal to the young lord unto death. Chapter 162, The Titan Snow Demon King. A few days later, the 3 of them braved the biting cold wind and swirling snow, finally stepping into the core region of the extreme Northland. Looking as far as the eye could see, the world was nothing but a vast expanse of white. The eternal permafrost exuded a deathly silence and majesty that kept everyone at a distance. They did not rashly venture deep to search for traces of the abyssal ice prison tiger. The Snow Empress had already warned them solemnly that within this mysterious and powerful ancient race, there likely existed a clan chief of unfathomable power. Their strength was so terrifying that even in the extreme Northland's prime, only she herself could have firmly suppressed them. With their current lineup, if they were to rashly disturb such a being, it would be no different from seeking their own deaths. Fortunately, the Snow Empress had already planned a countermeasure, calling for backup. The 3 first arrived at the Ice Crystal Castle where the Snow Empress used to reside. The castle was towering and magnificent, carved entirely from 10,000-year-old unmelting profound ice, yet the interior was empty and cold, as if the passage of time had slowed down there. They stayed there temporarily, waiting for that important enforcer to return. According to the Snow Empress, she had once instructed the Ice Bear King, Xiao Bai, to return to the castle periodically to check in case she had urgent matters that required its help. However, they waited for a full month. What frustrated the Snow Empress even more was that, judging by the accumulated frigid aura within the castle, there hadn't been any signs of life for at least 4 or 5 months. In other words, her honest and obedient bear son had treated her words as wind past his ears, playing wildly outside for who knows how long, and hadn't returned home for at least half a year. The Snow Empress's soul fluctuations surged violently, her icy anger causing the temperature in the castle to drop several more degrees. If she weren't a soul body right now, she might have been so enraged that she'd perform a transformation from Snow Empress to Flame Empress on the spot. Just as Dai Yuang began considering a backup plan, heavy footsteps finally echoed from outside the castle, accompanied by a strong fishy smell. A white bear as massive as a small mountain, Xiao Bai, came huffing and puffing back to the castle with a rock-hard, yet clearly substantial, frozen fish in its mouth. It spotted Dai Yuang inside the castle, and its bare eyes immediately lit up. With an excited low growl, it dropped the fish and prepared to pounce over to act spoiled. Since Dai Yuang was back, it meant its mother had returned. Unfilial son, stay right there. A clear shout filled with endless majesty and fury crashed down like profound ice from the 9 heavens. Xiao Bai's massive body suddenly stiffened. The fear from deep within its bloodline, born of childhood dominance, instantly resurfaced. Almost reflexively, it fell prostrate with a thud, its giant bare head pressed tightly against the cold ground. It didn't even dare to breathe heavily, its round bare eyes blinking innocently and fearfully. The Snow Empress's soul phantom floated in midair, beginning a half-hour-long education of love, directed at this super spirit beast with nearly 300,000 years of cultivation. From a mother's command as heavy as a mountain, to indulgence destroys ambition, and then escalating to the worrying future of the extreme Northland, Xiao Bai was no longer the Ice Bear King at this moment, but rather like a white schnauzer, crouching at the Snow Empress's feet without daring to move. Finally, after Xiao Bai swore up and down that it would never do it again, the Snow Empress gave a cold snort and assigned the tasks she had already planned. Xiao Bai nodded repeatedly as it listened, then without a moment's delay, it turned and rushed into the wind and snow. Nana and Lingya looked at each other in bewilderment, filled with doubt as to what the Snow Empress had sent the giant bear to do. About half a day later, the sounds coming from outside the castle were no longer just a single set of heavy footsteps, but 2 distinct yet equally earth-shaking rumbles. Everyone walked out of the castle and saw Xiao Bai's familiar figure appearing first amidst the swirling snow. Behind it, an even more massive, terrifying figure like a moving mountain was approaching step by step. The figure was over 100 meters tall, covered in thick fur like ice-blue rock, with knotted muscles full of explosive power. Each step left a deep crater in the permafrost. The pressure it emitted was not the least bit weaker than Xiao Bai's, and even carried a bit more ancientness and brutality. Ling Ya's pupils suddenly constricted as he cried out in shock, "That's the Titan Snow Demon King." The Titan Snow Demon King was one of the 3 great heavens of the extreme Northland. Although it wasn't ranked among the continent's 10 great ferocious beasts, its true strength was absolutely comparable to those ranked at the bottom of the list. Its cultivation was also at the level of over 200,000 years, and its strength was on par with Xiao Bai's. Tai was also very loyal to the Snow Empress, a loyalty mixed with a deep and humble admiration. It was somewhat similar to the way Dai Yuang felt about Shu Juju. Years ago, it had ignorantly courted the Snow Empress, only to have its bones broken by her with a casual strike, taking a full 1,000 years to recover. However, after recovering, it found that the calluses formed from the rebirth of its broken bones had become tougher than before. Thus, it concocted a grand drama in its head where the Snow Empress had good intentions and used a cruel method to help it transform, making its devotion to her even more unwavering. It even often felt jealous that Xiao Bai could rightfully receive the Snow Empress's affection, and frequently sought Xiao Bai out for sparring in private. Tai, long time no see. The Snow Empress's soul emerged beside Dai Yuang, her cold voice piercing through the wind and snow to reach the giant's ears. Hearing this, the massive figure of the Titan Snow Demon King suddenly paused. Then, light flowed around its body, and its huge frame rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a man over 2 meters tall with a bare torso and muscles bulging like blocks of granite. Exuding a sense of primal power. His features were rugged, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he was currently looking at the Snow Empress's soul phantom in utter shock. "Snow Empress, you really sacrificed yourself to a human." Tai's voice was like muffled thunder, filled with unbelievable shock and anger. Xiao Bai had rushed to find him earlier but had been vague, only giving a general idea of the Snow Empress's situation and saying there was a world-shaking matter to report. He never expected it to be this. The Snow Empress nodded slightly, her tone calm but tinged with helplessness. "Forced by circumstances, I had no other choice. Not only that, Tai, the Ice Empress also sacrificed herself to another human long ago. Now, in the extreme Northland, of the 3 great heavens, only you are left." "What?" Even the Ice Empress, Tai was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. The Ice and Snow Empresses, the two pillars of the extreme north land, had actually sacrificed themselves one after another in such a short time. What on earth had happened? Ah Tai, there's no need to worry too much, the Snow Empress consoled. I already have a definite plan for resurrection. I had Xiao Bai find you today for two reasons. First, to tell you the truth, and second, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you and for which I need your assistance. Snow Empress, please give your orders. Ah Tai did not hesitate, saluting by striking his chest, his voice resonant. His awe and admiration for the Snow Empress had not diminished in the slightest over the years. Chapter 163, Snow Empress's Conjecture, the Vicious Beast That Never Underwent Tribulation. The Snow Empress nodded with satisfaction and said, "First, now that the Ice Empress and I have both left, the extreme north land is without a leader, which is not a long-term solution. I want you to temporarily keep the secret of our sacrifice. Externally, only claim that we are all in closed-door cultivation. Then, you, Titan Snow Demon King Atai, will temporarily take the position of King of the Extreme North, leading the thousands of spirit beasts here and maintaining order." Atai was stunned and pointed at himself, me. Exactly, the Snow Empress said with a firm tone. Although Xiao Bai's strength is close to yours, his mind is simple and he is not good at management and governance. Only by handing the extreme north land to you can I feel at ease. Hearing this, Atai's massive body trembled slightly, a manifestation of excitement intertwined with a sense of responsibility. He knelt heavily on one knee before the Snow Empress's soul, his voice as solemn as a vow. Snow Empress, rest assured. Atai will do his utmost and not fail your trust. But the King of the Extreme North will always only be you. Atai is only acting temporarily. On the day you return, the Extreme North land will be returned to you intact. Good, the Snow Empress replied indifferently, then continued, the second matter is that I need your help. Not long ago, while traveling through the glacier abyss with this human little brother, we encountered an ancient race. Open Blacklands bracket Remember this site's domain name, Taiwan Fiction Net has many libraries, Tucan.com is super complete close Blacklands bracket. She detailed the matter of the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger and the terrifying potential of its clan. The more Atai listened, the more shocked he became. Abyssal Ice Prison Tigers. Their bloodline still exists in the world. And there might even be a more terrifying clan chief. Precisely. The Snow Empress's tone was grave. I'm looking for you this time because I hope you and Xiao Bai can join forces. When we move to hunt that 100,000-year Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger, stall the potentially stronger old fellow in their clan for us. Buy enough time for my younger brother Yuang and his two titled Douluo subordinates. Hearing this, Atai's rough brows furrowed tightly, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Snow Empress, this is asking me to help humans hunt spirit beasts of the extreme north land. Although the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger clan is rumored to be ferocious, they have lived in the abyss for a long time and have not come out to cause trouble in the extreme north. As the acting king, even for the sake of the peace of the extreme north land, if I strike them without cause, this. The Snow Empress directly interrupted his messenger of justice rhetoric and said crossly, Atai, can you stop being so dramatic? What does this have to do with maintaining the peace of the extreme north? It is purely because my little brother needs a powerful spirit ring to advance, and the attributes of the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger happen to be a perfect match. It's just a spirit master hunting a spirit beast, it's that simple. It's completely my own selfishness, because I am now symbiotic with him. The stronger he is, the greater the hope for my recovery. Just say it, will you help with this or not? The Snow Empress's words were blunt and overbearing, fully revealing her protective nature. In her long life, countless spirit beasts had died by her hand. Hunting was one of the most basic laws of the spirit beast and spirit master worlds. Atai only hesitated for a moment before suddenly thumping his chest, letting out a dull thud. All help. The Snow Empress's business is Atai's business. Whatever righteousness for the extreme north land meant nothing in the face of the Snow Empress's wishes. Very good. The Snow Empress's tone softened. Atai, Xiao Bai, although you two have high cultivation, you both rely on incredibly powerful physical strength. In terms of pure attributes, you are not as good as the Ice Empress or me. Neither of you has the extreme ice attribute. Facing that potential old fellow, you might find it hard to gain an advantage. My little brother will prepare 2 medicinal pills for each of you. She looked at Dai Yuang, who understood, and summoned 2 medicinal pills to display before them. One is called the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill. After taking it, you can temporarily possess the extreme ice attribute. Not only can it directly enhance your strength, but it can also greatly increase the environmental buffs you receive when fighting in the extreme Northland. The other is called the Ice Fire Body Tempering Pill, which can double all your attributes for a short period. With these 2 medicinal pills, the strength of both of you can temporarily be elevated to a level no less than that of the Ice Empress in her prime. The Snow Empress continued, "Furthermore, I will now teach you the secrets of my unique technique, the Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow. Once you have a basic grasp of it, we will set off immediately." To deal with the unfathomable Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger clan, the Snow Empress had made thorough preparations, bringing out all the trump cards and resources she could use. Hearing this, an amazing light erupted in Atai's huge eyes, and his gaze toward Dai Yuang was filled with wonder. The Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill and the Ice Fire Body Tempering Pill. This human youth actually possessed such heaven-defying auxiliary abilities. Sister Snow Empress, thank you. Dai Yuang thanked the Snow Empress sincerely. This support far exceeded his expectations. The Snow Empress's soul phantom turned to him, revealing a very faint but genuine smile. "No need for thanks. You and I are now in this together. The stronger you are, the stronger I am. Helping you is also helping myself. However, that clan chief is likely unfathomable. I'm still not sure if the Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai can withstand it," Dai Yuang said worriedly. "Don't worry, Yuang. I suspect that the Tiger King's power cannot possibly exceed 500,000 years at most, it's just infinitely close." "Have you thought about a key question?" the Snow Empress asked. "What?" "This clan stays in the extreme Northland year-round. Even if they stay in the Ice Abyss and don't appear, they must undergo a tribulation every 100,000 years. How could they possibly avoid my detection?" the Snow Empress said. Dai Yuang was suddenly startled. Yes, staying in the Ice Abyss could explain why their movements were so hidden, but if 100,000-year heavenly tribulation descended upon the extreme Northland, there was no reason the Snow Empress wouldn't notice it, unless this clan had never undergone a tribulation. But that was also impossible. The Tianmeng iceworm didn't undergo tribulations because it was simply too weak. How could a clan as powerful as the Abyssal Ice Prison Tigers not need to undergo tribulations? The Snow Empress said, "I suspect it should be related to the environment of the Ice Abyss they reside in. I don't know what kind of treasure exists down there, but it can actually mask their aura and allow them to avoid tribulations. That's why they haven't left the Ice Abyss all these years. However, masking the aura has its limits. Before I grew up and led the extreme Northland, the clan chief of the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger clan was said to have died under the 500,000-year heavenly tribulation. So I suspect the limit of their ability to shield themselves from the heavenly secrets is 500,000 years. Once they pass 500,000 years, they must undergo the tribulation. And because they didn't experience the previous tribulations and lack the body tempering from heavenly lightning, their physical bodies are inferior to other vicious beasts. The 500,000-year tribulation is almost 100% failure for them." Dai Yuang nodded. "I see, I understand." Although the Snow Empress was once a spirit beast close to 700,000 years, her actual age was not 700,000 years. Her cultivation talent was very high. The 700,000 years referred to her cultivation, not her true age. She had led the extreme Northland for less than 500,000 years. When she began her rule, the previous Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger clan chief had already perished. Based on this, the Snow Empress deduced that the current clan chief had not truly exceeded 500,000 years. This was her confidence. 500,000 years was a massive threshold. Once past it, even Atai and Xiao Bai together would find it difficult to oppose it. But as long as it hadn't passed that mark, it wouldn't have that kind of overwhelming power. For the next entire month, this ice crystal castle in the core area of the extreme Northland seemed to turn into a place of bitter cultivation isolated from the world. The cold wind howled outside the castle, but it could not drown out the occasional dull booms and sharp sounds of breaking air from within. The Titan Snow Demon King Atai and the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, the two overlords of the extreme Northland, were currently fully immersed in the cultivation of the unique technique taught by the Snow Empress, Emperor's Palm, Great Cold Without Snow. This palm technique seemed simple, but in fact, it contained the supreme profound truth of ultimate ice, condensing absolute cold and power into a single point. It contained not a trace of leaked energy fluctuations, yet it could freeze all things and extinguish life silently. Their massive bodies practiced and collided time and again, ice-blue spirit power intertwined with the dancing snow, as they tried to capture that sliver of ultimate control over ice-type power. At Dai Yuang's suggestion, Lingya also joined the ranks of cultivation. He also had an ice attribute spirit, and this set of palm techniques was of great help to him. As for Dai Yuang himself, he did not participate much in the cultivation of the Emperor's palm, as he was already proficient in it. After examining his past cultivation results, the Snow Empress made another decision, to teach him her other unique technique, the Emperor's Sword. Although Dai Yuang didn't want to learn it before because his weapon was a saber, and his heart nature, cultivation techniques, and even combat style did not quite match the lightness, speed, and versatility of a sword. He pursued a realm that was more domineering, decisive, and used strength to break skill. But the Snow Empress did not force him to change his training to sword techniques. She simply displayed the essence of the Emperor's sword, that extremely sharp, soul-freezing sword intent, before him without reservation. Dai Yuang deduced the brilliant trajectory of the Emperor's sword countless times in his spiritual sea. He did not stick to its external sword form. Instead, with his superb comprehension ability, he directly stripped away its core concept. Then, using his own understanding of the Tao of the saber and the grand yet incomparably sharp characteristics of the golden adamant evil warding body cultivation technique as a foundation, he conducted a bold fusion and reshaping to create his own saber technique. When he struck with the saber, there were no brilliant shadows, only a deep, somber ringing that sounded like the cracking of an ancient ice field. Upon the blade, extreme cold chi was infinitely compressed, condensed into a dark, cold glow like black jade. Only the edge of the blade shimmered with a line of desolate pale light, that was absolute zero, sufficient to freeze the soul. This was the Emperor's saber, frost extinguishes the world. Its momentum did not pursue complex changes, only forward charging. Vertical slashes, diagonal cleaves, and horizontal sweeps. It was simple yet profound. Every strike contained the majestic, massive force of a glacier advancing and crushing everything. Where the blade passed, space was not frozen but directly severed, leaving behind black frost scars that did not fade for a long time and continuously dissipated absolute cold chi. The Snow Empress's soul phantom floated quietly to the side. Looking at the gradually dissipating black frost scars, her cold eyes revealed an irrepressible amazement and appreciation for the first time. She had taught the seed of the Emperor's sword, but Dai Yuang, with his amazing comprehension ability and unique path, had made it bloom into a completely different, even more domineering and cruel flower of the Emperor's saber. Frost extinguishes the world, what a frost extinguishes the world, the Snow Empress whispered softly. The potential of this saber is not inferior to my Emperor's sword in the slightest. In some aspects, it is even more decisive. Dai Yuang took a deep breath of cold air, feeling the fatigue and satisfaction brought by the newly created saber technique. He knew that with this self-created, Emperor's saber, frost extinguishes the world, plus the sixth spirit ring he was about to obtain, his combat power would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Chapter 164, 100,000-Year Spirit Beast and Super Vicious Beast. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. The bitter cold of the extreme Northland had not diminished in the slightest with the passage of time. Instead, after everyone's cultivation had progressed, it appeared even more vast and deathly silent in essence. Dai Yuang opened his eyes, the sharp light within his pupils restrained, and the faint golden aura circulating around his body was now perfectly harmonious and unobstructed. He knew that the time was about right. "It is time," he said as he stood up. A team that could be described as luxurious quietly left the Snow Empress's castle, heading toward the endless glacier where a battle to the death had once erupted. Dai Yuang took the lead, followed by 4 powerful experts with majestic auras. The Ice Bear King Xiao Bai and the Titan Snow Demon King Ah Tai had both restored their vicious beast forms. Their 100-meter bodies were like moving mountain ranges, and every breath they took whipped up a piercing icy wind, displaying a might sufficient to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary titled Douluo. Massive amounts of Taiwanese novels can be easily read. These 2 overlords of the extreme north, on their home turf, possessed combat power that had undoubtedly reached the level of a rank 97 Super Douluo, or perhaps even surpassed it. Lingya followed closely behind. As the ice sky titled Douluo, the extreme cold of the north was not an obstacle but rather made him feel like a fish in water. The icy aura surrounding his body resonated and merged with the chill of the world, causing his ice burst technique's potential destructive power to barely touch the terrifying threshold of a full-strength strike from a rank 96 Super Douluo. The ghost Douluo Nana was like an ethereal shadow, her aura faint and elusive. The ghostly light of mental force flickered in her eyes. Her task was not to lead the attack. Possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring, she was to provide support to the overall situation at critical moments with treacherous mental interference and soul impacts. Returning to the old site, the glacier remained as it was. Dai Yuang signaled for everyone to scatter according to the plan and conceal their auras. He stepped forward alone, arriving at a relatively flat ice field in the center of the glacier, and sat down cross-legged. The profound methods of the golden adamant evil warding body slowly began to operate. Unlike previous internal refinements, this time he deliberately stimulated the unique aura of a beast king within the cultivation technique, domineering, majestic, and looking down upon all living beings. He released it bit by bit, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. With him as the core, circles of invisible ripples began to spread in all directions, penetrating the 10,000-year-old profound ice and reaching directly down into that dark abyss. Back then, it was because the 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger had sensed the specificity of his cultivation technique's fluctuations that it had appeared. This time, it should also be able to sense it, and considering Dai Yuang had the blood debt of killing its offspring, how could it possibly let him go? Sure enough, at the bottom of the glacial abyss, the eternal darkness was suddenly lit up by 2 pairs of crimson giant pupils. In the smaller pair of pupils, bone-deep hatred and rage instantly erupted. It would never forget this aura. It was the owner of this very aura who had killed its child and taken away the continuation of its bloodline. 2 years of accumulated killing intent and pain erupted in its chest like a volcano. Its sharp teeth ground together in the darkness, making a heart-chilling creaking sound, and dense black evil chi spread uncontrollably from its body, nearly corroding the surrounding icy water. It growled, about to rush up recklessly to tear that enemy into pieces. But at that moment, an even larger tiger paw, covered in dark gold patterns, pressed down silently in front of it. A pressure far deeper and more terrifying than its own descended. It was its father, the clan chief of the tribe, the second-generation ice prison tiger king whose cultivation was unfathomably deep. Those much larger crimson pupils slowly opened. There was no immediate rage within them, only a coldness and scrutiny that had settled over countless years. It let out a low roar, the sound waves rippling through the deep sea with an unquestionable authority. It sensed that on the ice field above, around that bait, more than one powerful aura was lying in wait. 2 of them even made it feel a hint of vigilance originating from the depths of its bloodline. That was the scent belonging to the top predators of the extreme Northland. The fire of revenge was certainly important, but the survival of the tribe and the dignity of a king were even more inviolable. If its foolish son went up alone, he would surely repeat the same mistake and never return. The massive tiger king slowly stood up, its enormous frame occupying nearly a corner of the abyss. Its dark gold fur flowed with a ghostly light in the absolute darkness, as if it could swallow all light. It took a step forward, and the cold undercurrent surged because of it. This time, it would no longer sit idly by. It would personally take action to crush all the ants who dared to covet its tribe and provoke its majesty. It would let those fellows on the glacier who didn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth thoroughly experience the terror of the Lord of the Abyss. It let out a muffled yet highly piercing low growl, signaling its revenge-hungry son to follow. The 2 giant beasts representing destruction and death, one after the other, carrying the ferocity and evil qi accumulated over 10,000 years, began to stealthily glide toward the ice surface, toward the place of revenge and hunting. On the glacier, Dai Yuang suddenly opened his eyes and barked, "They're coming." In an instant, the world lost its color. This was not a metaphor, but a real sight. With Dai Yuang as the center, the light within a radius of several miles seemed to be swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, rapidly dimming as if entering a polar night ahead of schedule. Boom, crack. Accompanied by an explosion that made the soul tremble, the thick glacier not far in front of everyone suddenly burst apart. Countless blocks of ice and debris were like an erupting volcano, carrying destructive power as they shot high into the sky. Amidst the flying ice crystals that looked like diamond dust, two figures so massive they were suffocating, carrying the extreme cold and evil qi from the abyss, descended with a bang. The first to appear was that 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger. The dark gold patterns on its pitch-black fur were like burning nether flames, and its crimson pupils were deadlocked on Dai Yuang, churning with the most primitive and frenzied hatred and killing intent. A low growl squeezed out from the depths of its throat. It was no longer a sound, but a substantial mental shock that made one's scalp tingle and sea of consciousness churn. However, no one's gaze could move away from the second figure for even a moment. Behind that 100,000-year ice prison tiger, an even more terrifying existence had completely revealed its form. Its appearance caused Xiaobai and Tai, the two overlords of the extreme north, to simultaneously let out low growls as if facing a formidable enemy. What a colossal creature it was! Its size was more than 3 times that of the former, like a moving small mountain. Its fur was a deeper dark gold black, flowing with the ghostly light of accumulated ages. Its massive body merely standing there felt as if it had brought the darkness and weight of the entire glacial abyss to the surface. Most heart-stopping were its eyes. Unlike the madness and rage of its offspring, within those incomparably large crimson giant pupils was only an eternally unchanging, cold, and deathly silence that looked down upon ants. It didn't even roar immediately, it merely turned its head slightly, and wherever its gaze landed, the space seemed to be frozen, and even the howling cold wind fell silent because of it. A dark force field spread out with it as the core, frantically suppressing and repelling all energy and light within the domain. This was the ice prison tiger racial skill, the dark special zone, reinforced countless times compared to Dai Yuang's. The air completely solidified, becoming as viscous as mercury. The bone-chilling cold was no longer coming from the environment, but was breeding from the depths of the marrow of every witness. The battle had not yet begun, but this pressure, as if the abyss itself had descended, was already nearly crushing people's will. Fortunately, the quality of the heavenly demon pill spirit was too strong. The dark special zone could not restrict the amplification of the heavenly demon pill, otherwise, this battle would be impossible to fight. Dai Yuang gripped the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. He took a deep breath of the cold air, his voice cutting through the stagnant atmosphere. "Everyone, get ready, the battle is about to begin." Chapter 165, 4 Powerhouses vs 2 Tiger Kings. The Ice Prison Tiger King, is it? Just as I expected, this fellow is only close to 500,000 years of cultivation, and hasn't truly surpassed 500,000 years yet. Purely in terms of cultivation, it's comparable to a rank 98 peak Douluo among humans. However, it possesses the 3 attributes of evil, darkness, and ice, giving it combat power infinitely close to a limit Douluo. Fortunately, it doesn't have the extreme ice attribute, so the boost it receives in the extreme Northland isn't as great as what Binger and I get. Snow Empress's cold voice rang out in Dai Yuang's spiritual sea, carrying a hint of solemnity. Act according to plan. Atai, Xiaobai, stop the Tiger King. Lingya, Nana, deal with the 100,000-year-old one. Yuang, wait for your chance and deliver the fatal blow. Roar. Titan Snow Demon King Atai let out a roar boiling with battle intent. He and Ice Bear King Xiaobai had already taken the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill and the Ice Fire Body Tempering Pill. In an instant, their massive bodies were covered in the brilliance of ultimate ice, and their auras surged wildly, both temporarily possessing terrifying combat power no less than that of a 400,000-year vicious beast. One on the left and one on the right, like two moving ice mountains, they charged resolutely at the Tiger King. A Tai swung both palms, channeling the Emperor's palm great cold without snow taught by the Snow Empress. The palm strike seemed light and airy, yet it contained the power to freeze the origin of all things as it struck toward the Tiger King's head. Xiaobai roared and activated the Ice Bear Blizzard, instantly creating an absolute zero domain with a diameter of 1,000 meters, attempting to restrict the Tiger King's movements. Simultaneously, his massive bear paw, carrying the power to shatter ice, slammed into the Tiger King's flank. The Tiger King let out a disdainful roar. This was the Ice Prison Tiger clan's legacy skill, Abyssal Roar. Sound waves mixed with nether frost and spiritual shockwaves spread out, attempting to repel the two beasts. Meanwhile, it swung its sharp claws. This was the eternal frozen prison claws. 5 giant, space-tearing, deep blue ice claws collided violently with Atai's Emperor's palm and Xiaobai's bear paw. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly leveled the surrounding 10,000-year-old ice layers by several meters. Atai and Xiaobai's bodies shook violently as they slid backward, ice shards flying everywhere, but they successfully blocked the strike. A hint of surprise flashed in the Tiger King's eyes. It clearly hadn't expected these two spirit beasts, whose cultivation was so much weaker than its own, to explode with such power. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The 3 giant beasts engaged in earth-shattering melee combat on the ice plains, with nether profound ice and ultimate ice colliding frantically, the sounds of booming constant. Although the Tiger King was strong, it couldn't break through the defensive line formed by the 2 vicious beasts who were desperately fighting with their temporary ultimate ice. With the power of these 3, if they truly wanted to determine a winner, it would be impossible without fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. Meanwhile, another battle broke out. As soon as this giant tiger landed, its gaze locked onto Dai Yuang. The hatred for the death of its cub and its loathing of the Snow Empress's aura caused it to almost ignore the 2 titled Douluos who were equally threatening. It let out a low roar filled with nether frost, and the black freezing chi permeating its body made the air emit, crackling, sounds of freezing. Mr. Ling, you take the lead in suppression. I'll be responsible for restricting it. Nana spoke rapidly, her figure already blurring before she finished. Her 3rd spirit ability, Ghost Possession, activated. And her entire being turned into a translucent phantom. Simultaneously, her 8th spirit ability, Soul Threads, silently spread from her fingertips. This was not a direct attack but rather a web spread into the surroundings, keenly sensing the Ice Prison Tiger's energy flow and movement intentions. This greatly anticipated and restricted its ability to use its abyssal stealth under the dark special zone. Lingya did not hesitate. In the environment of the extreme north land, he knew that he, with his ice attribute, had to bear the primary pressure. He let out an eagle's cry, and his 7th spirit ring suddenly flared with light. Martial Soul True Body, Ice Feather Eagle King. His body instantly expanded, transforming into a magnificent giant ice eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Every feather seemed carved from profound ice, and having consumed the snow soul condensing ice pill, he shimmered with an extreme cold light. With a flap of his wings, countless ice feathers shot out like sharp arrows. His 4th spirit ability, Eagle Cry Ice Burst, was the first to activate. The piercing screech interfered with his opponent, while the ice feathers exploded one after another as they neared the Ice Prison Tiger, turning into a dense ice burst zone. Though it couldn't break the Ice Prison Tiger's defense, it successfully drew its attention and slightly slowed its movements. The Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger was enraged. A ghostly light flashed in its tiger eyes, and its massive claws swung out with the force of tearing space, eternal frozen prison claws. 5 giant phantom claws made of nether profound ice struck at Lingya. 3rd spirit ability, Winter Barrier. Lingya shouted, activating his 3rd spirit ability. Several incredibly thick ice shields, shining with the luster of ultimate ice, instantly condensed in front of him. Boom! The nether claws and the ultimate ice shields collided violently. Although the ice shields shattered, Lingya took the opportunity to glide skillfully to the flank, avoiding the frontal impact. Amidst the flying ice shards, he felt a strange cold chi within the opponent's power that eroded spirit power, and his heart turned solemn. Although this ice isn't ultimate ice, it has fused with the evil attribute. It's truly bizarre. Just as the ice prison tiger's strike ended, Nana's attack arrived. Appearing behind the ice prison tiger's flank like a ghost, her fifth spirit ability, Ghost Shriek, activated. An invisible but extremely sharp soul shockwave shot precisely toward the ice prison tiger's head. Roar! The ice prison tiger's body shook. The screech that directly attacked the soul caused it a moment of daze and spiritual pain, making its movements falter. Its strong spiritual resistance allowed it to recover quickly, but this momentary opening had been firmly seized. A good chance. 8th spirit ability, Thousand Feather Ice Prison. Lingya seized this fleeting opportunity. His massive eagle wings swept out, and countless ice feathers shining with extreme cold light seemed to come to life, instantly forming a giant, constantly rotating and shrinking ice prison that completely enveloped the ice prison tiger. This prison was not only extremely cold but also carried a powerful binding force, greatly suppressing the ice prison tiger's movement space and spirit power circulation. The ice prison tiger was furious and opened its mouth to release another profound ice blast. The deep blue shockwave contained terrifying freezing and destructive power, instantly blasting a large hole in the ice feather prison. But just as it tried to rush out through the hole, Lingya's true form descended from the sky like a meteor. His claws were now not only covered in ultimate ice but also utilized the Frost Divine Power Spirit Bone skill from the Frost Giant Torso Bone. His strength instantly surged to a terrifying level. With giant force capable of tearing everything apart, his claws slammed into the ice prison. Tiger's shoulder blades. Tear. A piercing grinding sound rang out. The nether profound ice armor on the ice prison tiger's body erupted with a blinding ghostly light, actually managing to withstand the heavy blow containing divine force. But clear cracks appeared on the armor, and the extreme cold chi attached to Lingya's claws seeped through the cracks, causing it a sharp pain. The ice prison tiger, in pain, violently shook its body, the powerful force knocking Lingya back. Nana did not stop her attacks. Her illusion domain remained active, constantly interfering with the ice prison tiger's perception, making it feel as if it were in distorted light and endless whispers, leaving it agitated and its judgment continuously declining. Seeing the moment the ice prison tiger knocked Lingya back and left itself wide open, a grayish-white light flashed in her eyes. Her 100,000-year 9th spirit ability, Nether Ending. A grayish-white ray that seemed slow but was actually instantaneous shot silently toward the crack Lingya had made on the ice prison tiger's shoulder blade. Chapter 166, Killing the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger, the 100,000-year spirit ring and right arm bone. The ice prison tiger felt a fatal threat and frantically mobilized nether profound ice in an attempt to defend itself. The gray-white ray hit. There was no explosion, only a sizzling sound. The nether profound ice was rapidly melted and annihilated, and the ray directly struck its flesh. A wave of pain targeting its soul and life origin instantly swept through the ice prison tiger. It let out a shrill scream as a horrific wound appeared on its shoulder blade. The flesh seemed to lose its vitality, and even the blood flowing out was destroyed by that power of death. This strike finally truly and heavily injured it. To find good Taiwan books, go to Taiwan Novel Network. TC is super convenient. How could Lingya let this opportunity pass? He dived again, and this time, his target was aimed directly at that fresh wound. His 6th spirit ability, Everfrost Claw, viciously clawed down, and the power of extreme cold frantically poured into the ice prison tiger's body through the wound, attempting to freeze its blood and spirit power from the inside. At the same time, the bit of extreme cold energy he had previously injected into the ice prison tiger's body was also detonated. This was the ice attribute's strongest physical attack move, the ice burst technique. Bang, bang, bang. Although the power of the ice burst was limited due to the opponent's extremely high attribute resistance, exploding within its injured internal organs was still a case of adding frost to snow. The ice prison tiger twitched all over in pain, its movements clearly becoming sluggish, and its aura declined by a large margin. 100,000-year spirit ability, combined with the strongest ice-type ultimate move, Ice Burst, had already caused its aura to decline to the limit. Although Dai Yuang was unable to join the battlefield because his cultivation was too far behind these. Titled level powerhouses, he was constantly paying attention to the timing of the battle. He felt that the perfect opportunity for a killing blow was about to arrive. The 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger was now covered in wounds. There was a horrific wound on its shoulder blade caused by the nether ending, which constantly emitted decaying death chi. Its nether ice armor was ruptured in many places, especially in the areas Ling Ya had focused on. Inside its body, there were dark injuries caused by Ling Ya's extreme coldness and the ice burst. On the soul level, it was even more disturbed and unsettled by Nana's continuous attacks. Its crimson tiger eyes were filled with pain, anger, and a hint of fear. It wanted to launch an abyssal roar once more for a final desperate struggle. However, Nana's soul threads had been binding it all along, keenly capturing its spirit power fluctuations. It's going to fight for its life, stop it. Nana immediately warned, just as the ice prison tiger took a deep breath and its chest swelled up. Now, young lord, Ling Ya roared, using the last of his strength to launch the 1,000-feather ice prison once more. The countless ice feathers were not for attacking, but instead acted like shackles, tightly binding the ice prison tiger's limbs and head, doing their utmost to interrupt its casting wind-up. Nana also simultaneously exerted her full strength to activate the illusion domain and ghost shriek. The dual soul shock smashed into the ice prison tiger's mental world like a heavy hammer. The ice prison tiger's abyssal roar was interrupted. It fell into a very brief but fatal stiffened state. Now, Yuang, pure land of ultimate bliss, Emperor's blade. Snow Empress shouted. Dai Yuang had long been prepared. The ice fire lotus wings suddenly unfolded behind his back, as red and blue light frantically converged. The spirit power within his body surged, pouring into his external spirit bone. Spirit bone skill 1, pure. Land of ultimate bliss. A destructive torrent of energy, with red and blue spirals interweaving like a heavenly punishment, erupted from Dai Yuang's lotus wings, accurately shooting toward the 100,000-year ice prison tiger that was suppressed by Ling Ya's ice prison and stiffened by Nana's scream. The ice prison tiger felt a fatal threat and let out a desperate roar, desperately stimulating its everfrost body as its deep blue ice armor shone brightly. However, the annihilation effect of the pure land of ultimate bliss was a simultaneous law shock of ice and fire. Boom! A portion of the nether ice armor was frozen and shattered by ice, while another portion was instantly vaporized by fire. The destructive beam ruthlessly penetrated its defense, annihilating its flesh, spirit power, and even its soul. Emperor's blade, frost peerless under heaven. The final strike was precisely his newly created ultimate move, Emperor Blade, frost peerless under heaven. This blade contained the majestic force of a glacial advancement that crushed everything, and together with the light of the pure land of ultimate bliss, it blasted toward that 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger. As the light dissipated, the massive body of the 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger crashed to the ground. A black blade scar that could not heal for a long time and constantly emitted absolute coldness was left on its abdomen. Its life aura rapidly faded, and a blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring and a right arm bone emitting a dark and cold aura slowly condensed and emerged. On the other side, the Tiger King sensed the death of its son and let out an earth-shaking roar of grief and indignation. Its attacks became increasingly frantic, as it desperately blasted nether profound ice bursts and eternal frozen prison claws toward Xiaobai and Atai. The two vicious beasts were beaten back step by step, their ice armor shattered, but they gritted their teeth and relied on the temporary strengthening brought by the medicinal pill and their tough skin and thick flesh to block with all their might, refusing to retreat a single step. Ling Ya, Nana, act as my protectors. Xiaobai, Atai, hold on. Dai Yuang did not hesitate for a moment, immediately sitting down cross-legged and drawing that 100,000-year spirit ring toward himself. Ling Ya immediately retreated and stood guard by Dai Yuang's side, vigilantly staring in the direction of the frenzied Tiger King. Nana also retracted her domain and guarded the other side, with her ghost martial soul perception fully open to guard against any possible interference. As the spirit ring settled on him, a majestic sea-like energy and a terrifying nether coldness instantly poured into Dai Yuang's body, far exceeding the limit that an ordinary spirit emperor could withstand. Dai Yuang let out a muffled groan, and his body was instantly covered in a layer of deep blue ice crystals. His meridians felt as if they were about to be burst or frozen apart. Extreme pain washed over him. At the same time, a violent, resentful, and deathly still mental intent frantically struck his mental sea. This was a soul shock launched by the ice prison tiger's residual soul power. Although Dai Yuang's physique was astonishing and he also temporarily possessed ultimate ice because he had taken the snow soul condensing ice pill, allowing him to suppress the nether ice within the ice prison tiger's spirit ring, it was, after all, 100,000-year spirit ring. It exceeded the limit of an ordinary person's sixth ring by far. Even for him, absorbing it was extremely painful, and this time there was no ice crystal snow lotus to help him. Fortunately, his cultivation of the golden adamant evil warding body, combined with the 200,000-year spirit bones on his body, made Dai Yuang's physique far stronger than that of an ordinary spirit emperor. As for the soul impact, Dai Yuang had the strongest mental type spirit beast's evil eye tyrant skull protecting him, plus the help of the snow empress within his mental sea, and he successfully resisted the ice prison tiger's mental impact. Within the mental sea, the snow empress's soul power spread out like a sea-stabilizing needle, helping him soothe and guide that violent mental power. Yuang, hold onto your mind and guide the energy to strike your bottleneck. Use your Beast King cultivation technique to refine it. Dai Yuang maintained the clarity of his mind and, relying on his far beyond normal physique, powerful mental force, and numerous trump cards, began the long and painful absorption process. His body occasionally shone with a brilliant deep blue light, and at other times, a dark gold light flowed through him, his aura steadily rising amidst the painful struggle. On the other side, the battle had entered a brutal war of attrition. Xiaobai and Atai gave their all, as their emperor's palm, great cold without snow constantly clashed with the Tiger King's eternal frozen prison claws. The Ice Bear Blizzard and Frost Prison domain overlapped, doing their utmost to restrict the Tiger King's movements. They were already covered in wounds, their ice armor shattered, and their blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out. Although the Tiger King was also not lightly injured, its offensive became increasingly fierce. It was determined to tear apart the two blocking it and exterminate the human who was currently absorbing its sun's spirit ring. Chapter 167, Advancing to Spirit Emperor, the ultimate defense breaking abyssal ice prison claw. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield over there seemed unfavorable, Lingya said to Nana, guard the young lord well. He chose to rejoin the fray. Although he was only an ordinary titled Douluo, he possessed the ice burst technique as his trump card. Even without getting close, he roamed the periphery, constantly using the thousand feather ice prison to interfere. He sought opportunities to inject the power of ultimate ice into the ice prison Tiger King's existing wounds, waiting for a chance to trigger the ice burst technique, which caused significant trouble and damage to the Tiger King. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, complete library, choose as you wish. Close black lens bracket. Nana focused entirely on protection. Her illusion domain was maintained within a certain range to interfere with any potential threats. Her soul threads acted like the most sensitive detectors, sensing every energy fluctuation in the surroundings. A day and a night passed. Dai Yuang's absorption had reached the most critical moment. Most of the spirit ring's energy had been absorbed, and he was currently condensing his sixth spirit ability. His aura became incredibly powerful, yet it was not yet stable. After a whole day of fierce fighting, Xiaobai, Atai, and Lingya had all consumed a great deal of energy. The effects of the medicinal pills had long since faded, they were covered in wounds, and their spirit power consumption was immense. Fortunately, the ice prison Tiger King was no longer as brave as it was at the beginning. It had been wounded in several places by the Emperor's palm and mangled by the ice bursts. Its aura had weakened considerably, and the madness in its eyes had also diminished significantly. Finally, the surging energy around Dai Yuang suddenly retracted, completely merging into his body. That crimson 100,000-year spirit ring settled firmly onto his evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul. At the same time, that abyssal ice prison tiger right arm bone had also completely integrated into his right arm, completing the absorption and strengthening. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with brilliant light. An aura far stronger than before erupted, a rank 60+ attack system battle spirit emperor. and a battle spirit emperor who possessed 100,000-year sixth ring. Having absorbed 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone simultaneously, he naturally didn't just enter at rank 61, but rather rank 64. It was slightly inferior to Tang San's rank 66 in the original story. After all, that was Xiao Wu's voluntary perfect sacrifice, the most perfect fusion between a spirit master and a spirit ring, with not a single drop of spirit power lost. As for his own, the struggle of this 100,000-year ice prison tiger was not small. It took him a whole day to settle it down. Dai Yuang did not pause for a second. He stood up immediately, feeling the new power and information brought by the right arm bone, and cast his gaze toward the distant battle. "Nana, let's go together and help them," Dai Yuang ordered. He had successfully absorbed the spirit ring and spirit bone. There was no need for her to continue acting as his protector. Nana nodded, and the two instantly joined the battlefield. Although Dai Yuang's rank was still low, the newly acquired 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone gave him a massive boost in confidence. He directly activated his fifth spirit ability, Battle Demon Awakening. His attributes skyrocketed, his eyes turned crimson, and his battle intent reached the heavens. Simultaneously, he unleashed his new right arm bone skill, Abyssal Ice Prison Claw. This was a physical attack skill of the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger clan. A claw strike condensed with nether cold chi tore through the air, striking toward the Ice Prison Tiger King in coordination with Ling Ya's attack. With Yuang's current strength, even having broken through to Spirit Emperor, it should have been impossible for him to intervene in such a battlefield, but this Abyssal Ice Prison Claw possessed an extremely powerful trait. Its effect was called Ignore, meaning it ignored the opponent's defense. In other words, it was the ultimate defense break. Even if the opponent's defense was 100 times stronger than his attack power, if they were struck by this move, their defense would instantly crumble. It was a divine skill that could ignore the gap in strength and allow the weak to overcome the strong. For example, a rank 1 spirit scholar's attack power is 1, while a titled Douluo's defense is 1000. If this spirit scholar attacks the titled Douluo, theoretically, even if the titled Douluo stood still and let him hit, the spirit scholar could not hurt him. But if the spirit scholar had this spirit ability, then let alone a titled Douluo, even a god with a defense of 1 million would still lose 1 HP if struck. Furthermore, like linked defense spirit tools that can even withstand several attacks from a limit Douluo, they would similarly suffer an ultimate defense break by this move. Regardless, under this move, no matter how high the defense or how strong the defensive spirit ability, it was as if it didn't exist. This 100,000-year right arm bone did not have two skills like other 100,000-year spirit bones, it only had this one move, Abyssal Ice Prison Claw. But for Dai Yuang, there was no spirit ability more useful than this. One could see that where Dai Yuang's claws passed, the Ice Prison Tiger King's flesh instantly split open. Nana expanded her illusion domain again and, seizing the opportunity, fired a grayish-white ray of nether ending silently toward this wound on the Tiger King. The overlapping damage of 100,000-year spirit abilities was quite unbearable even for the Ice Prison Tiger King. The Tiger King, who had already been unable to win after a long battle and was seriously injured, finally felt the urge to retreat when faced with the suddenly recovered and strengthened Dai Yuang, the addition of the fresh force Nana, and especially that gray ray that made its soul tremble. Fighting 1 against 5, where 4 were titled Douluo or vicious beast level experts, plus a Dai Yuang who was fully buffed, was ultimately too much of a strain. Roar. It let out a heaven-shaking roar filled with unwillingness, resentment, and pain. A sudden abyssal roar pushed everyone back, and its massive body turned without hesitation. Transforming into a dark stream of light, it used the racial skill Abyssal Stealth to instantly blend into the environment, escaping back into that glacial abyss and disappearing. On the ice plain, only a messy battlefield, raging nether cold chi, and the exhausted but ultimately victorious group remained. Xiaobai and Atai collapsed to the ground, reverting to their original forms, panting heavily with wounds crisscrossing their bodies. Lingya also deactivated his martial soul true body, his face pale and his spirit power nearly exhausted. Nana, who had joined the battlefield last, had relatively less consumption and still stood guard vigilantly by Dai Yuang's side. Dai Yuang felt the surging power within him and the powerful spirit ability brought by his sixth spirit ring. Looking at the abyss where the Tiger King had vanished, his gaze was deep. He knew that this hard-won victory had laid an incredibly solid foundation for him, and had also forged an irreconcilable blood feud with the terrifying existence beneath this glacial abyss. Snow Empress's voice sounded in his mind, carrying a hint of gratification. "Phew, finally successful. Properly sense the new power you've obtained. This 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are enough to make your strength undergo a qualitative leap." After the great battle ended and Dai Yuang obtained the spirit ring and spirit bone, everyone immediately returned to the Snow Empress castle. Everyone's consumption was significant, and they were all more or less injured and needed to recover properly. Only Dai Yuang, because he had absorbed the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, had suddenly returned to his peak state. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to use the cultivation technique within the golden adamant evil warding body to complete the second awakening of the evil shadow demonic tiger. The golden adamant evil warding body was to him what the body sects, secrets of the original body, was to embody martial soul. The secrets of the original body could help embody martial soul achieve second awakening, and this golden adamant evil warding body also possessed this capability. There had been signs of this before, and now that he had absorbed the power of the abyssal ice prison tiger, Dai Yuang felt that the opportunity had arrived. "Do you feel it?" Snow Empress's phantom floated by his side, her expression serious and expectant. The golden adamant evil warding body is an ancient beast king's cultivation method, pursuing the path of the physical body becoming a god and breaking all laws with strength. Although your evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul is strong, it is still limited to the category of mundane tiger mutations. Today, by borrowing the power of the ice abyss and the resonance of the technique, it is time for you to trigger the potential deep within your bloodline and complete the martial soul's second awakening. 7. Dai Yuang nodded heavily, gold light and shadows intertwining and flashing within his eyes. He no longer suppressed the power surging within his body, but instead completely opened his mind and body, revolving the golden adamant evil warding body's method with all his might. Chapter 168, Second Awakening, Yuang's Confession. In the deepest part of the Snow Empress's castle, within a secret room constructed from 10,000-year-old ice, Dai Yuang sat cross-legged. The spirit power around him surged like boiling waves of ink, and beneath his skin, it felt as though dark gold blood was rushing, emitting a low whistling sound. In his sea of consciousness, the evil shadow demonic tiger spirit was undergoing a world-shaking transformation. What was originally just a phantom of a giant tiger shrouded in shadow and darkness was now being devoured and reshaped by an aura originating from the abyss. Under the frantic operation of the golden adamant evil warding body cultivation technique and the impact of the massive energy from the 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger spirit ring and spirit bone, the most fundamental shackles of the spirit were being broken layer by layer. The Snow Empress's soul body floated to the side, her exquisite face carrying a rare gravity and anticipation. She tapped her slender finger, and a wisp of pure ultimate ice breath merged into Dai Yuang's torrent of energy. It wasn't to suppress it, but rather, like a master craftsman with unparalleled control over energy, she guided that violent power to strike more precisely at the barriers of evolution. Concentrate and maintain unity, guide that abyssal power to pour into the spirit's origin. Do not resist its devouring nature, assimilate with it. The Snow Empress's cold voice rang out directly in the deepest part of Dai Yuang's mind, like a lighthouse guiding the way amidst stormy waves. Dai Yuang focused his mind and followed her instructions. He felt his spirit undergoing an essential leap, a power far deeper than shadow and purer than darkness was being born. Roar. A roar that seemed to come from the 9 levels of hell suddenly erupted from within Dai Yuang, causing the entire secret room to tremble violently. The spirit phantom behind him completely solidified. It was no longer just the evil shadow demonic tiger. Its size had nearly doubled, becoming more majestic, agile, and filled with a sense of destructive power. On its broad forehead, sturdy limbs, and tough back, dark gold profound patterns emerged. These patterns didn't look painted on, instead, they looked like lava flowing beneath a pitch-black rock layer, emitting a heart-palpitating majesty and ancient aura. Its eyes were the greatest change. No longer a scarlet fierce light, they had turned into two pools of molten gold-like vortices. Deep within the pupils, it seemed to connect to an endless abyss. Under its gaze, it was enough to make an opponent's soul sink and their battle intent collapse. Its claws and teeth became longer and sharper, flashing with a dark, cold light capable of tearing through space, and the surrounding space distorted slightly due to their presence. What permeated its body was no longer a cold shadow, but a heavy abyssal pressure. Just by standing there, it seemed to be the antithesis of all light, the power of the ultimate evil attribute being domineering and peerless. The Snow Empress said joyfully, "This spirit is no longer the top-tier spirit, the evil shadow demonic tiger, but the ultimate evil spirit, the abyssal demon tiger." The moment the spirit evolution was complete, that massive abyssal demon tiger phantom slowly merged into Dai Yuang's body. He opened his eyes, and a molten gold tiger eye phantom flashed across his pupils before a powerful aura, far exceeding what he had before, was restrained within his body. Although the abyssal demon tiger's strengthening skills hadn't changed, the spirit power required for the same duration of strengthening had decreased by more than half, and his sustained combat capability had been significantly enhanced. Not only that, Dai Yuang's physique had also been strengthened once again. Now, for his seventh ring to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring, he wouldn't need a day and a night like he did for the sixth ring. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new spirit power surging within him, which carried the devouring characteristics of the evil attribute, as well as his incredibly formidable physique. With a slight thought, his spirit rings naturally emerged, 3 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. That third purple spirit ring was so deep it was nearly black. It was clearly about to cross the 1,000-year limit and touch the threshold of 10,000 years. This was the evolution of the spirit rings brought about by the second awakening, just like the second awakening of the body sect. Great joy surged into his heart, but he did not lose himself in it, because he clearly sensed that deep within his spirit, there seemed to be a larger, more obscure and difficult to understand power lying dormant. It was like a sleeping volcano. Though quiet, it contained astonishing potential. This awakening didn't seem to have fully released the entire power of this super spirit. The best evidence was that only the evil attribute had evolved into ultimate evil, making it an ultimate spirit, but the magnitude of several strengthening spirit abilities had not changed. Reasonably speaking, if the spirit evolved, the spirit abilities should also evolve. But since only the evil attribute was actually strengthened this time, it meant that this second awakening was incomplete. Just then, the beautiful ice blue figure beside him also let out a soft cry of surprise. This aura, the Snow Empress's soul body drifted closer to the abyssal demon tiger phantom, her slender finger pointing into the air, sensing the almost imperceptible yet real lingering charm. Astonishment first appeared on her beautiful face, which then turned into realization. Yuang. Her voice carried an unprecedented gravity, and even a slight tremble of excitement. Your perception was not wrong. The potential of this abyssal demon tiger far exceeds your and my imagination. This awakening has still not exhausted its power. Hearing this, Dai Yuang's eyes flashed with the molten gold tiger eye phantom as he looked at the Snow Empress. Sister Snow Empress, what do you mean? It means that your spirit might be like those body martial souls, possessing the peerless potential for a third awakening. The Snow Empress's gaze was burning, as if she were looking at the most perfect piece of art in the world. This abyssal demon tiger is by no means the end. I can feel that at the very core of that abyssal power, with your current cultivation and physique, you are still far from being able to touch it. She floated in front of Dai Yuang, her illusory eyes gazing at him with utmost seriousness. If my guess is correct, that final third awakening will likely require you to reach level 90, condense a soul core, and truly step into the realm of a titled Douluo. Only when you cleanse yourself with the power of heaven and earth will it be possible to achieve. Hearing this shocking news, Dai Yuang's heart wasn't overly excited, rather, it was more of a heroic passion and anticipation for reaching a higher peak. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the Snow Empress's illusory figure, which was rejoicing and planning for him. All calculations and all weighing of interest seemed to fade away at this moment. His voice was low, yet filled with a rare sincerity. Third awakening, titled Douluo. Snow Empress, it sounds like a dangerous peak waiting for us to climb together. He took a step forward, and although he couldn't actually touch her, he made a gesture that was nearly an embrace, loosely encircling the Snow Empress's spirit body, his eyes burning. Sister Snow Empress, look, even my spirit is telling me that our road is still very long. It isn't willing to stop here and is still waiting for us to open that final gate together. One day, I will completely resurrect you and let you receive all the glory with me. The Snow Empress was slightly startled by this sudden near embrace, and her soul body rippled slightly. She looked at the youth before her. No, he was now a spirit emperor with a compelling aura. The light in his eyes moved her heart even more than the golden eyes of the abyssal demon tiger. You little fellow, she gently turned her face away, her tone seemingly trying to maintain its usual coldness, but she ultimately revealed a trace of hard-to-conceal emotion. Since when did you become so smooth-tongued? Talking about such far-fetched things. This isn't far-fetched, this is a promise. Dai Yuang said with utmost seriousness, his smile fading. Without you, there would be no abyssal demon tiger today, let alone any third awakening. It was you who stayed by my side time and again, guiding me, protecting me, and even bringing A Tai and Xiao Bai to me. Every roar of this spirit should have your voice, every future transformation must have you by my side to witness it. He reached out, attempting to brush her cheek, and said with a smile, so, Sister Snow Empress, you must walk this path with me all the way. Until that so-called peak, until this abyssal demon tiger lets out its final roar. You are not allowed to abandon me. The Snow Empress fell silent, her ice blue soul radiance flickering slightly. After a long time, she slowly turned her head back. In those clear eyes, the last trace of coldness completely melted away, as if a snowfield frozen for 10,000 years had finally welcomed the spring sunshine. She smiled softly, a smile filled with absolute peace of mind and promise. HMPH, glib-tongued, fine, fine, she shook her head with feigned helplessness, yet warmth rippled in her eyes. Who told me to be so unlucky as to be tied to the same boat as a troublesome kid like you? I couldn't abandon you now even if I wanted to. Your spirit's potential isn't exhausted, so naturally, I have to keep an eye on you, lest you waste this talent like the last guy. However, her tone paused slightly, carrying a hint of teasing. I've noted your words. If you fail to reach that third awakening and resurrect me in the future, I will laugh at you for a lifetime. I won't give you that chance. Dai Yuang also laughed, his smile full of confidence and satisfaction at her reaction. Within the secret room, the phantom of the abyssal demon tiger slowly merged into Dai Yuang's body, and that domineering pressure gradually receded. But what permeated the air was no longer cold spirit power fluctuations, but an incredibly warm and resilient bond. Between them, they had long since transcended the relationship of host and spirit soul, becoming a unique existence of symbiosis and companionship, vowing to reach the peak together. That unexhausted potential was no longer an unreachable pressure, but had turned into a connection to each other and a shared expectation for the future. Chapter 169, Heavenly Demon Domain Awakening, Mysterious Voice. After Dai Yuang successfully completed his second awakening, he continued to sit in the secret room for a while. He was adapting to his new power and feeling the skills brought by the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. There were a total of 3 skills. 2 spirit ring skills. Spirit ability 1, Abyss Demon Shadow Kill. The demon shadows that split off carry an extreme cold abyss aura. Attacks not only tear the soul but also freeze the opponent's spirit power and blood flow. Where the demon shadows pass, they leave behind brief traces of the ice prison, continuously causing frostbite and slowing effects. When the main body switches positions, there is an ice crystal shattering effect, which is highly disruptive. Spirit ability 2, Ice Prison Shackles. Several chains condensed from extreme shadow and cold ice extend from the ground are shadows, greatly restricting the opponent's movement and continuously draining their spirit power and body temperature. The chains are extremely tough. Once bound, it is like falling into a hell, making it difficult to break free. There was only one right arm bone skill, which was the extreme armor-breaking move, the Abyssal Ice Prison Claw. These spirit ring skills and spirit bone skill filled in the control and armor-breaking skills he was currently lacking. Control, assault, armor breaking, sneak attack, this combination is enough to make my actual combat ability undergo a qualitative leap. Dai Yuang thought to himself, extremely satisfied with this harvest. However, the changes did not stop. Just as he was familiarizing himself with the power of the abyssal demon tiger, another spirit within his body, the mysterious fate reversal heavenly demon pill, also quietly underwent a change. It did not undergo a second awakening in form like the evil shadow demonic tiger, its quality was far superior to the latter, and even after the evolution into the abyssal demon tiger, it still fell short in terms of spirit quality. Previously, because the power gap between the two spirits was too large, and the evil shadow demonic tiger was acquired through absorption, the fate reversal heavenly demon pill's power had actually been in a suppressed state to maintain the balance within Dai Yuang's body. At this moment, as the evil shadow demonic tiger evolved into the abyssal demon tiger, narrowing the gap, the shackle suddenly loosened. The deeper power belonging to the fate reversal heavenly demon pill, which had been suppressed, surged out like a bursting flood. With Dai Yuang as the center, a deep, dark ripple that seemed capable of swallowing all light silently spread out, instantly enveloping the entire secret room. This ripple was not overbearing, but it carried a strange majesty that was supreme and in control of destiny. This is. Snow Empress's ice blue eyes suddenly lit up, filled with unbelievable surprise. An innate domain. I really didn't expect that your heavenly demon pill spirit would actually trigger an innate domain on its own at this moment. She knew too well how rare an innate domain was. This is a symbol of the spirit's own supreme potential, completely different from those domains obtained through spirit rings or spirit true body. It is truly innate. Most titled Douluo's domains are mostly obtained through spirit ring skills, or awakened later after obtaining the spirit true body, such as Ma Hongjun's phoenix domain. However, an innate domain belongs to the spirit itself and can be cast without the need for spirit rings or entering the spirit true body state. For example, the angelic domain of the angel martial soul, the blue-silver domain of the blue-silver emperor spirit, the sea god domain of the sea god spirit, and so on. Dai Yuang also felt the power of this domain, and the information naturally surfaced in his mind. This domain was named the heavenly demon domain, but because it had just awakened, its ability was not yet very strong. First, absolute pill domain. Within this domain, his speed in refining any medicinal pill will be greatly increased, and consumption will be sharply reduced. Any friendly unit recognized by him who takes a medicinal pill in the domain will receive a bonus to the effect, and the absorption speed of the medicinal power will become extremely fast, with almost no waste. Second, void devouring world. The domain will exert a powerful suppression effect on all enemy units not recognized by him, greatly obstructing their spirit power circulation, distorting and interfering with their mental force perception, as if dragging them into an endless swamp of nothingness, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Absolute pill domain, void devouring world, Dai Yuang muttered, brilliant light erupting in his eyes. The abilities of this domain were practically tailor-made for him, especially the absolute pill domain, which was an epic enhancement for his identity as a food system spirit master. Snow Empress was filled with emotion, and her voice carried a hint of admiration that even she hadn't noticed. I have roamed the continent for hundreds of thousands of years and have seen geniuses like carp crossing the river, but I have never heard of potential as terrifying as yours. It seems that in the near future, even the evil emperor and DTN might not be unbeatable by you. Hearing this, Dai Yuang smiled confidently. An extremely bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, Sister Snow Empress, I suddenly have an idea. Can I only take one of the same type of medicinal pill at a time? For example, if I take 2 snow soul condensing ice pills at the same time, will the cold air produced exceed the so-called ultimate ice? Or if I use 2 ice fire body tempering pills in a row, to what extent will my body strength skyrocket? Will it double and then double again? This idea was so imaginative that even Snow Empress was stunned. Stacking medicinal pills. Such a counterintuitive thing had never even been considered in her hundreds of thousands of years of experience. If it could really be achieved, then the potential of this fate reversal heavenly demon pill would be terrifying enough to subvert the entire spirit master's world's understanding. Ha ha ha, Good idea. Good courage. We have been waiting for you to have this idea for a long time. Just as Snow Empress was in doubt, a grand voice that seemed to contain endless divine force exploded directly in the deepest part of both their souls without warning. The next moment, the world spun. Dai Yuang and Snow Empress only felt their souls being violently ripped out of their bodies by an invisible giant hand. The scene before them instantly blurred. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange space. The surroundings were no longer the material world, but an endless dark void realm. But in this void realm, it was filled with countless heart-wrenching sights and sounds, twisted souls wailing as they were torn apart, the birth and death of countless worlds, the wailing of countless lives, as if condensed into an eternal painting of pain on the background of this space. This place was simply a materialized hell. What is this place? How did we appear here? Who is it? As strong as Snow Empress was, her voice now carried a hint of unprecedented panic. In her hundreds of thousands of years of life, she had never seen such a terrifying scene that acted directly on the origin of the soul. To be able to pull the souls of her and Dai Yuang from the extreme Northland to here without her noticing, such means, probably only the legendary, gods. Dai Yuang was also shocked, but his first reaction was to subconsciously reach out and grab Snow Empress's hand beside him. It was cold to the touch, but not nothingness, he had actually touched Snow Empress's soul entity. Snow Empress trembled violently, looked down at their clasped hands, and great shock flashed in her eyes. Dai Yuang could actually touch her soul body. There was only one explanation. At this moment, they were both existing here in their most original soul state. What kind of existence could do this? Dai Yuang held Snow Empress's hand tightly, shielding her slightly behind him, forcing himself to calm down. The golden tiger eye phantom still shone in the soul state, vigilantly scanning this endless void of pain, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know which senior has brought the two of us here. Please show yourself." The response to him was not a single voice, but a grand sound wave that seemed to be overlapped and mixed by several people, in which the voices of 5 men and 2 women could be vaguely distinguished, carrying a certain ancient and seductive rhythm. "Come forward, Dai Yuang, come forward." Chapter 170, The Call of the 7 Deadly Sins. The voice seemed to strike directly at the deepest part of the soul, carrying an irresistible guiding force. Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress exchanged a glance, both seeing solemnity and determination in each other's eyes. Since it was impossible to resist, they would face it calmly. He tightened his grip on the Snow Empress's hand, took a deep breath, and led her onto the strange path that had emerged from the endless void realm. On both sides of the road, the scene of chaos began to change violently, evolving into 7 distinct yet equally soul-shaking giant images, like 7 gateways leading to the abyss of human nature. In the first image, a towering throne built from the skeletal remains of countless kneeling beings stood majestically. The figure seated upon it was blurred, yet it exuded an extreme majesty that looked down upon all things and treated all living beings as ants. His mere existence caused the surrounding stars to dim and the laws to submit. It was a kind of absolute pride that placed the self above all things in heaven and earth. The second image changed to a grand divine celebration. However, in a dark corner, a twisted figure stared fixedly at the center of the celebration, the focus of everyone's attention. He held a poisoned dagger tightly in his hand, and his eyes burned with an unquenchable green fire of resentment, as if he wished he could drag all the beauty in the world into the same muddy abyss as himself. It was a soul-gnawing pain triggered by others possessing what he lacked. In the third image, heaven and earth seemed to turn into a furnace and a sea of blood. A giant god, standing tall between heaven and earth, fell into complete madness. Every punch he threw shattered mountains and rivers and tore through space. His endless rage transformed into tangible destructive energy, burning and destroying everything in sight. That rage was pure and terrifying, without any restraint, consisting only of the most extreme destruction and venting. The fourth image was a dead, eternal swamp. Time seemed to lose its meaning here, all things sank, and even thought became stagnant. A figure was half submerged in the swamp, eyes empty, indifferent to all the decay and annihilation around him, as if he had lost even the desire to lift a finger. This was a complete abandonment of life, responsibility, movement, and thought, a descent into nothingness. In the fifth image, mountains of endless treasure troves rose and fell, with sharp weapons, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and rare treasures piled up like a sea. A figure was ceaselessly grabbing them. His arms, pockets, and even his body were stuffed with treasures, yet he was still frantically grabbing more. His eyes held only possession, without a trace of satisfaction. He kept muttering, "Mine, it's all mine." This was an endless, all-consuming possessiveness. The sixth image was not an ordinary gluttonous feast, but a more terrifying, devouring. A massive figure sat at a dining table, where the food consisted of flowing galaxies, broken worlds, and even wailing divine souls. He ate without ever feeling full, his body twisting and bloating because of it, like a bag about to burst, yet he still could not stop that destructive desire to feed. This was the most extreme distortion of the concept of consumption. The seventh image suddenly became ambiguous and blurred, filled with the seductive glow of pink and gold. Countless beautiful or handsome, charmed creatures of various forms were intertwined, letting out moans and invitations that made one's face flush. The air was filled with a fragrance so sweet it was suffocating. Extreme sensory stimulation was amplified to the limit, provoking the most primitive desires at the depths of the soul and promising boundless, indulgent bliss. As they passed this image, even on the Snow Empress's ice-carved and snow-sculpted cheeks, two blushes of disbelief instantly appeared. She subconsciously wanted to look away, but the image seemed to have a magical power that poured directly into her mind. She felt a surge of inexplicable heat and panic. Her hand holding Dai Yuang's tightened involuntarily, and she even shrank slightly behind him, trying to avoid that omnipresent seductive aura. This was a shyness and helplessness that struck at her soul's instincts, something she had never experienced before. Dai Yuang also felt that strong seductive power, but his will was extremely firm. More importantly, he clearly felt the embarrassment and tension of the Snow Empress beside him. He gave a cold snort, and the pressure of the abyssal demon tiger naturally protected his body, slightly isolating the decadent sounds. At the same time, he squeezed the Snow Empress's hand firmly, transmitting a reassuring strength, and led her quickly through this area that made one flush with embarrassment. Having walked through these 7 long paths reflecting human nature, although he had not yet seen the being that had drawn him here, Dai Yuang already had an understanding in his heart. The 7 scenes just now clearly represented the 7 deadly sins of humanity: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. The identity of the one who could control and manifest these 7 types of universe-origin sin powers, and who possessed such great power to instantly summon their souls, was obvious. He stopped his pace, looked at the darkness at the end of the road that seemed to swallow everything, and spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying unprecedented solemnity and confirmation. He respectfully cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Dai Yuang. I pay my respects to the 7 sin gods who reside under the God King of Destruction of the God Realm Committee and who control the evil thoughts of the universe origin." As Dai Yuang's words fell, his voice echoed in this strange space. In an instant, the terrifying scenes reflecting the 7 deadly sins were wiped away as if by an invisible giant hand. All the wailing, temptation, destruction, and sinking vanished without a trace. The void realm returned to silence, as if everything just now had been a mere hallucination. Ha ha ha. Immediately after, 7 laughs of different styles, yet all containing supreme divine might, rang out one after another, echoing in the silent void realm. It was difficult to distinguish exactly where they came from or who was speaking. As expected, a clever lad, a low and majestic voice sounded, carrying a hint of appreciation. "He's guessed our identities." Another slightly light and flighty voice chimed in, seemingly finding it very interesting. "The aura of sin on this kid is very heavy. It seems the things we saw in our dreams are true." This was a thicker voice, as if it carried an endless weight. Finally, a seductive and lazy female voice chuckled softly, her voice like the finest silk brushing against the heart. "Little brother, you're quite quick-witted. As a reward for guessing correctly, we'll let you see us Tilda." As her voice fell, the surrounding scenery changed drastically once again. The endless dark void realm receded like a tide, replaced by a palace whose magnificence and majesty were beyond words. The dome of the palace was so high it seemed to carry the galaxy, the pillars were carved with countless complex and ancient runes, and the floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the flowing divine light from above. And at the very front of the palace stood 7 huge thrones of vastly different styles. On each throne sat a figure exuding vast divine might, 5 men and 2 women. What was even more shocking was that behind these 7 figures floated 7 halos that were dazzlingly bright and contained endless law power. Chapter 171, Dominator of Sin, the deity fusing the 7 original sins. 7 divine halos. Snow Empress could not help but exclaim, her soul body fluctuating slightly due to extreme shock. The extreme Northland had also given birth to deities, namely the legendary Ice God. Therefore, within Snow Empress's legacy memories, there were fragments of information about the God realm. Seeing it with her own eyes at this moment, the impact was immeasurable. Legend has it that the deities of the God realm are also ranked, and the number of halos behind a deity is the symbol of their rank. Those with 9 halos are God kings, such as the God of Destruction, the Goddess of Life, the Asura God, and so on. Those with 7 halos are first-ranked gods, such as the 7 sin gods, the 7 element gods, the angel god, the sea god, etc. 5 halos are second-ranked gods, such as the god of war, the 9-colored goddess, the food god, and so on. 3 halos are third-ranked gods. Further down, those without divine halos are divine envoys who possess level 100 divine force but lack a true god position. 7 divine halos, she knew clearly what that meant. It was the symbol of a first-ranked divinity. It was an existence second only to the god kings. A true main god standing at the pinnacle of power and authority in the god realm. And before her eyes, 7 such existences had appeared at once. Dai Yuang's heart was also surging with monstrous waves, but he controlled his expression extremely well, his pupils merely contracting slightly. He held Snow Empress's hand tightly, able to feel the slight trembling coming from her fingertips. He took a deep breath, quickly calming down, his gaze sweeping sharply over those 7 figures. Although he had never met them before, from the powerful auras emanating from them, distinct yet all originating from the universe origin, he could already confirm their identities. God of pride, God of envy, God of wrath, God of sloth, God of greed, God of gluttony, God of lust. Under the command of the God King of Destruction, the 7 sin gods who wielded the negative origin laws of the universe. Facing these 7 supreme existences, Dai Yuang bowed slightly, performing a respectful yet unyielding salute, and spoke in a steady voice, "Mortal Dai Yuang greets the 7 sin god lords. I do not know why the divine lords have used the soul-capturing technique to bring the souls of myself and Snow Empress here." His performance caused a trace of imperceptible surprise to flash in the eyes of the 7 deities on the thrones. A mortal spirit master, suddenly facing 7 first-ranked divinities, was actually able to calm down so quickly and even dared to take the initiative to ask questions. This heart nature was truly extraordinary. The god of pride sat high upon his throne, his voice carrying an innate sense of condescension, as if stating a self-evident fact, "Kid, haven't you realized it yet? It is not that we sought you, but that the aura emitted by the demonic pill and the demonic tiger spirit on you attracted us here. Your twin spirits both carry the power of original sin, especially that heavenly demonic pill, which almost encompasses the embryonic form of the 7 origin evil thoughts." Dai Yuang's expression was calm, but he understood in his heart. It was not strange for the other party, who were first-ranked divinities wielding laws, to see through the essence of his spirit. His strength was currently low, and being looked down upon by main gods was completely normal. He had at least that much self-awareness. At this moment, the god of sloth, who was sitting in the laziest posture as if he might fall asleep at any moment, spoke. He was too lazy to even open his eyes, only his lips moved, his voice carrying a lazy magnetism. About 2 years ago, a strange thing happened in the god realm. The sky inexplicably cracked open a scar of heaven. 2 years ago, Dai Yuang and Snow Empress were both shocked. This was precisely the time point when Dai Yuang had completed his transmigration. Without waiting for them to think it over, the god of wrath slammed his hand onto the armrest of his throne, the terrifying rage making the entire divine hall seem to tremble. He roared, "Just because of this damn scar of heaven. We were about to investigate, but the entire god realm was subjected to some unknown method, and all its members were hypnotized in an instant. From the god kings above down to the divine envoys below, none were spared. To this day, the several god king lords remain trapped in deep slumber. What? Dai Yuang was truly shocked this time. Hypnotizing the entire god realm in an instant. Even the 5 god kings were not spared. What kind of incredible power was this? He instantly recalled the promise of that mysterious voice that had sent him here. Within 5 years, Tang San would be unable to interfere with this world. So the root cause was here. The god kings were all asleep, so naturally, they could not interfere. As for why it was 5 years, presumably 1 day in the god realm is 1 year on the ground, so the hypnosis would last for 5 god realm days. But he immediately noticed a contradiction. Since the god kings had not yet awakened, why were these 7 sin gods? The god of greed, whose eyes seemed to glitter with the light of gold coins, seemed to see through his doubts and added, "Are you wondering why we were able to wake up before the god kings? It is strange to say, but during those 2 days of deep sleep, the 7 of us shared a dream. It was that strange power within the dream that pulled us back from our slumber." A dream. Snow Empress was even more confused. What kind of dream could possess such divine force? The god of lust leaned lazily to the side, her gaze lingering with interest on Dai Yuang's handsome face, and she chuckled, "It has to do with this handsome little brother." In the dream, this little brother perfectly fused our 7 original sin laws, ascended to an unprecedented god position, and became the supreme existence wielding the origin of all sin. It was this resonance power originating from the future that awakened us. If our assumptions are correct, that was no ordinary dream, but a precognitive dream. The god of envy's voice carried a hint of complexity, containing both the yearning for that power and a trace of sourness. We, the 7 sin gods, although subordinate to the god king of destruction, fundamentally, we should collectively possess a true superior dominator, that is, a supreme divinity capable of completely fusing the 7 great original sin laws into one. Their title should be the Sin God King, or the Dominator of Sin. The god of pride's finger pointed at Dai Yuang again, his voice decisive, carrying the tone of an unquestionable verdict, "And you, kid, you are the one who possesses the potential to become the dominator of sin. Your spirit is the proof." Snow Empress, upon hearing this, subconsciously gripped Dai Yuang's hand tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Dominator of sin. An existence that fuses the power of the 7 great original sins, standing above the 7 first-ranked divinities. What kind of terrifying status would that be? One must know, the 7 sin gods were already at the main god level. This dominator of sin, I fear, must at least be at the true god king level. The impact brought by this news even exceeded that of facing the 7 main gods themselves. Dai Yuang's heart was already seething with excitement like a volcanic eruption, but the more he was in such a moment, the more he forced himself to remain calm. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions, his voice still steady. "In that case, the reason you divine lords have brought me here today is to guide me in initiating the divinity assessment for that dominator of sin." The god of gluttony laughed loudly, his voice like a booming bell. "Correct. That idea of yours to consume infinite medicinal pills is absolutely impossible to achieve with your mortal body. The mortal flesh has its limits, and excessive energy will only cause you to explode and die. But if you can inherit my law of gluttony, you can break the shackles of this world. Gluttony is the power to contain all things and devour and transform. At that time, let alone 2 medicinal pills, even 20, 200, as long as your body and divine soul can withstand it, you can consume them all. If your ice-fire body tempering pill can be stacked infinitely, your power will surely be endless." These words were like the hottest flame, instantly igniting all the ambition in Dai Yuang's eyes. Infinitely stacking medicinal pills, what kind of terrifying power would that be? However, the god of lust timely poured a bucket of cold water, her smile blooming like a flower, but her tone carried a hint of dangerous playfulness. "However, handsome little brother, big sister must remind you, this assessment of yours for the dominator of sin is equivalent to accepting the joint trial of our 7 deities simultaneously. Although it won't be as exaggerated as each of us testing you 9 times, at least 1 or 2 times each is the minimum. There is no such thing as God-position affinity for the dominator of sin. You must gain the recognition of our 7 original sin laws. After you complete the assessment given to you by each of us 7, you will still face the final ultimate trial of fusing all the powers of original sin. She extended 2 slender fingers and said with a smile, the difficulty is beyond your imagination. What's more important is, her smile became profound and dangerous, we sin gods are not benevolent deities who pity the world. Our assessments have failure costs that are by no means as simple as death. You will experience torture worse than death, and your soul will be scorched by the fire of original sin. Even, her gaze glanced significantly at Snow Empress beside Dai Yuang, this pure and unsullied little girl beside you will likely also be implicated. It's still not too late to refuse now. Little brother, you must think clearly, do you dare to accept this gift? The pressure instantly descended like a mountain. The 7 great sin god trials. The terrifying cost of failure. Even the possibility of implicating Snow Empress. The divine hall was silent, the gazes of the 7 sin gods were all focused on Dai Yuang, waiting for his answer. Snow Empress also looked at him nervously, her palms holding his hand already full of cold sweat. Chapter 172, Heart to Heart with Snow Empress, 7-pointed star divine seal. In the temple, the gazes of the 7 primal sin gods weighed on his shoulders like substance, the god of lust's dangerously seductive words still echoed in the air. The difficulty of 7 first-class god trials, the terrifying cost of failure, and the threat of potentially involving the Snow Empress. If it were just him, he wouldn't hesitate to agree, but involving the Snow Empress, she was the only person in his heart who could rank above the word prophet. He didn't answer the gods immediately but slowly turned around to face the Snow Empress, whose face was slightly pale and eyes filled with worry. He released her hand which he had been tightly holding, but this action wasn't to distance himself, it was so he could use both hands to gently cup her cold and slightly ethereal hands. His movements were gentle yet firm, and his molten gold eyes were no longer sharp and overbearing. Snow Empress, he spoke, his voice deep, look at me. Snow Empress subconsciously wanted to avoid his gaze, which was too burning and direct, as if it could melt the heart defenses she had frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. But in the end, she didn't look away, she only bit her lower lip slightly and met his gaze. From the day our souls were bound as one, we were destined to be inextricably entangled, Dai Yuang said slowly, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the back of her cold hand. At first, perhaps there was exploitation, calculation, and the pursuit of power. I admit, I, Dai Yuang, am not a person of pure kindness, profit first, will always be my unchanging creed. He paused, his gaze deepening. But except for you. It was your silent protection during my many adventures, your tacit resonance when I comprehended saber techniques, and your willingness to accommodate and help me despite being incomparably powerful. To me, you are no longer just a simple soul spirit, partner, or even mentor. You are the only irrationality in my cold and calculating world, the only light on my dark path forward, and the person I never want to lose and must never implicate. Snow Empress's heart jolted, causing ripples in her soul body. She had never heard such a blunt and sincere confession. Her frozen heart of hundreds of thousands of years felt as if a red-hot iron had been dropped into it, the scorching temperature instantly spread through her whole body. She wanted to say something but found her throat seemingly blocked. Dai Yuang didn't give her a chance to retreat and continued, his tone becoming more resolute. So, tell me your true thoughts now. Don't consider any god trials, don't consider any danger, just ask your own heart, are you willing to walk this path with me? Facing these unknown, potentially disastrous primal sin trials. His eyes were bright. If you say no, I will refuse them right now. I believe we will definitely have other paths to godhood. Idiot. His words were interrupted by Snow Empress's soft, trembling rebuke. Snow Empress suddenly raised her head, and a very faint watery light appeared in her ice-blue eyes, the manifestation of soul energy under extreme emotional fluctuation. She grabbed Dai Yuang's hand back forcefully, with such strength as if using all her might. Who asked you to give up? Snow Empress smiled. I am the ruler of the extreme North Land. In your eyes, am I, the Snow Empress, someone who fears death and can only share wealth but not hardship? Dai Yuang was stunned upon hearing this. Seeing his bewildered look, Snow Empress suddenly laughed. That smile was like a snow lotus blooming on the extreme north ice plains, pure and peerless, carrying relief and determination. I have long grown tired of hundreds of thousands of years of lonely time. She looked deeply at Dai Yuang, every word crystal clear. I do not wish for death, but I do not fear it either. I am even more afraid of seeing you give up the brilliant future that belongs to you for my sake. Dai Yuang, she called his full name, her voice incredibly solemn, listen well. This path is the one you chose, but it is also the path I, the Snow Empress, chose for myself. Whether it is an abyss or a divine throne, whether it is torture worse than death or supreme glory. She took a step forward, her soul body almost pressing against Dai Yuang's soul, the same fire burning in her ice blue eyes as in his. I walk with you. Your trial is my trial. Your calamity, I will share. Your throne will surely have a place for me by your side. Good. Dai Yuang laughed. At this moment, all hesitation vanished into thin air. Looking at the Snow Empress before him, who had shed all her cold exterior, leaving only pure and fiery emotion, Dai Yuang gently took her into his arms. Even though they were soul bodies, they felt each other's most genuine embrace. After a while, Dai Yuang let her go and looked toward the 7 primal sin gods. Lord gods, this dominator of evil god trial. Snow Empress and I take it on together. Ha ha, excellent. Although you are currently as weak as an ant, this courage makes this god start to look forward to the day you truly become our master. The god of pride laughed loudly, his voice carrying a hint of genuine appreciation from the heart for the first time, rather than just looking down. As his words fell, the expressions of the 7 primal sin gods on their thrones became solemn at the same time. Without any verbal communication, 7 distinct yet same origin surges of majestic divine force, containing the universe origin's evil thoughts, suddenly erupted from their bodies. The golden divine light of pride, the eerie green evil fire of envy, the crimson wild flames of wrath, the grayish-white mist of sloth, the dark gold vortex of greed, the chaos shadow of gluttony, and the rose-pink glow of desire. 7 colors, 7 laws, 7 ultimate primal sin powers, like 7 roaring law torrents, soared into the sky. They frantically intertwined, collided, and underwent fusion under the palace dome, yet they did not annihilate each other. Instead, under a higher level of rules, they condensed, compressed, and collapsed, finally turning into a complex dark gold divine seal that emitted a soul-shuddering aura. The main body of the divine seal was a meticulously structured, sharp-lined 7-pointed star. Each point was incredibly sharp, as if it could pierce the void realm, and each vaguely corresponded to a color and aura of a primal sin. The entire divine seal presented a deep, heavy, dark gold hue that seemed capable of swallowing all light, while a very faint but unignorable rainbow halo flowed around its edges. It emitted both a supreme holy majesty and a bone-deep wickedness and temptation, as if it were the source of all evil and the destination of all evil. In the next instant, this divine seal, which condensed the 7 primal sin divine forces, turned into a stream of light, ignored all spatial distance, and was precisely branded onto the center of Dai Yuang's soul body's forehead. The moment the mark landed, there was no pain. Instead, a strange torrent of intertwined cold and heat instantly surged through his whole body, producing the deepest resonance with his fate reversal heavenly demon pill spirit. It seemed this divine seal chose the fate reversal heavenly demon pill to carry the master of evil god position. Dai Yuang's body shook slightly. He could clearly feel that an incredibly heavy yet infinitely possible mission and shackle had been firmly tied to his fate. The dominator of evil god trial officially began at this moment. After the divine seal entered his body, its light immediately withdrew, submerging as if it had never appeared. But everyone present knew it existed and would accompany Dai Yuang until he completed all trials and ascended to the god position, or completely sank in the endless torture of primal sins. Snow Empress held his hand tightly, clearly feeling the terrifying power and heavy responsibility contained in that divine seal through their connected souls. Her gaze was incredibly firm, since she had chosen to face it together, there was no turning back. She would definitely not regret it. Chapter 173, The Trial of the God of Sloth, Winning by Lying Down. The 7 deadly sins God seal was branded upon his forehead. As the afterglow of the official start of the god trial had yet to dissipate, Yuang focused his mind, feeling the subtle connection and heavy mission brought by that divine seal. Next was the content of the trial. However, to the slight surprise of him, the Snow Empress, and even the other 6 gods of sin, the first to step forward was not the leading god of pride, nor the eager god of lust, but rather the god of sloth, who had appeared lazy from start to finish, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Amidst the gods' confusion, the god of sloth expressed that he simply wanted to complete his task as early as possible so he could go to sleep afterward, avoiding being woken up when it was eventually his turn. He decided to go first for the sake of convenience. He didn't even leave his throne, merely forcing his eyelids open a crack. In a tone utterly devoid of motivation, as if saying even one more word was exhausting, he spoke slowly. The theme of my trial is called, Winning by Lying Down. It consists of 2 parts. He let out a long yawn. The first trial, 2 years of great dreams, breakthrough within the dream. The second trial, watch success and failure from the sidelines, reap the fruits of others' labor. All right, I'm done. This display made even the god of pride's mouth twitch slightly. The god of wrath snorted in anger but didn't say much. It was indeed the god of sloth's style, even the trial names were so fitting. Either sleeping or sitting, it perfectly interpreted the essence of winning by lying down. Yuang carefully pondered the names of these 2 trials, his brow furrowing slightly. The names sounded easy, but since it was a god trial, it could never be simple. He was about to ask, Senior God of Sloth, what is the specific meaning of this trial? This junior is dull-witted and hopes for clarification. However, before he could finish, he heard a faint but exceptionally steady sound of snoring coming from the throne. The god of lust covered her mouth and chuckled, her voice tinged with helplessness and amusement. No need to ask, little brother. That boy sloth has completely fallen asleep now that he's finished setting the trial and completed his task. Really, he has no patience at all. Yuang, Snow Empress, opening parenthesis semicolon closing parenthesis. Truly worthy of the deity who wields the origin of sloth, this, work efficiency, and professionalism, were truly breathtaking. The god of lust seemed to be in a good mood and took the initiative to explain, fine. Big sister will clear up your confusion. 2 years of great dreams, breakthrough within the dream, as the name suggests, requires you to cultivate in a special state similar to deep sleep, or extreme relaxation. In this state, you must break through your spirit power rank to above level 70. The higher the rank you reach, the more bountiful your final rewards will be. Since it emphasizes 2 years of great dreams, I think with your intelligence, you should be able to grasp the special requirements for the method of cultivation. She gave Yuang a meaningful look. As for, watch success and failure from the sidelines, reap the fruits of others' labor, that's even simpler. The god of lust waved her hand lazily. It's about learning to leverage momentum and profit from others. There's no need to personally enter the fray and fight to the death. You only need to watch the situation unfold and strike at the most critical moment, or even do nothing at all, to naturally pocket the greatest benefits. To put it bluntly, you need the vision and luck of the fisherman who profits when the snipe and the clam grapple. She summarized, that fellow sloth is more of a support type among his 7 deadly sins. His trial doesn't directly test your compatibility but rather focuses on your wisdom, creativity, and your talent for discerning opportunities and gaining without effort. It can be considered an alternative test of your overall quality. After hearing this, Yuang's mind cleared instantly. So that was it. This trial from the god of sloth was indeed extraordinary. It seemed simple on the surface but held hidden depths, requiring wisdom to understand and complete. His thoughts raced, and he suddenly thought of something. Looking up at the gods who had not yet vanished, he asked respectfully, Lord gods of sin, this junior has one more question. Since I have now officially accepted your legacies, I can be considered your successor, right? If other gods from the god realm, or the divine envoys and divine beasts under them, violate the laws of the god realm and secretly act against me, would you lords be willing to offer me some protection? This was a crucial point he had to confirm. His future enemies might not just be beings on the continent. HMPH, I'd like to see who dares. The god of wrath was the first to roar, his terrifying rage seemingly threatening to ignite the space. Anyone who dares touch our chosen one is an enemy of the 7 deadly sins. The god of pride also spoke coldly, his tone carrying absolute confidence and majesty. Just focus on your trial. The god realm has its own laws, even if the gods are slumbering, it is not a time for petty scoundrels to act willfully. Though we are not benevolent sorts, no one would dare question us for protecting our own successor. Having received this affirmative answer, a heavy weight was lifted from Dai Yuang's heart. He smiled slightly and bowed again. Thank you, my lords. This junior will certainly do his utmost and not fail your expectations. All right, the business is finished. The god of lust gave a charming laugh, her figure beginning to turn ethereal. See you next time, little brother. Although the master of evil's trials will be troublesome, they might not all be exhausting chores, so don't worry too much. Her voice carried endless charm, as if a feather were gently brushing against his heart. Especially my trial, the trial of the god of lust. When the time comes, you might experience a pleasure so intense it feels like dying and going to heaven. He. Look forward to it. Oh, and one more thing to remind you, learn to restrain your aura. Otherwise, you'll definitely attract a lot of trouble as you are now. Accompanied by her suggestive laughter, the figures of the 7 gods of sin slowly faded from their thrones. Eventually, along with that magnificent divine hall, they completely vanished from the perception of Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress. His soul returned to its place, and Dai Yuang's consciousness returned to the cold secret chamber within the Snow Empress castle. Everything felt like a dream, but the fleeting sensation of the divine seal on his forehead clearly told him that everything just now was not an illusion. He let out a long sigh of relief, preparing to carefully digest this earth-shattering information, when he suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze from beside him. Dai Yuang turned his head and saw that the Snow Empress's soul form had floated in front of him at some point. Her arms were crossed, her peerless face was covered in a layer of frost, and her icy blue eyes were staring at him without blinking. Her gaze was complex, a mix of worry, scrutiny, and a rare trace of pouting with annoyance that even she might not have noticed. Snow Empress, what's wrong? Dai Yuang felt a bit unnerved by her stare and called out instinctively. The Snow Empress didn't answer immediately. She just stared at him for a few more seconds before slightly turning her head away. Her tone sounded as cold as usual, but upon closer listening, there was an imperceptible hint of awkwardness and jealousy. What that god of lust said at the end, her trial. Pleasure so intense it feels like dying and going to heaven. The Snow Empress's voice paused, seemingly finding it difficult to say, but she continued anyway, her speech slightly faster. The content of her trial, it couldn't be asking you to go around flirting and fooling with women to satisfy those physical desires, could it? After saying this, the icy blue soul radiance near the base of the Snow Empress's ears seemed to be stained with a very faint shade of pink. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and although she hadn't experienced it herself, she wasn't entirely ignorant of matters between men and women. Personally asking such a question still made her feel a surge of indescribable embarrassment. Dai Yuang was stunned for a moment and almost laughed out loud, but seeing the Snow Empress's seemingly cold yet secretly tense eyes, he immediately suppressed his amusement. He deliberately stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously. Now that you mention it, considering the god of lust's divine office, the possibility seems, well. Before he could finish, he felt the surrounding temperature plummet. The Snow Empress's gaze instantly became sharp, and a layer of frost even condensed on the walls of the secret chamber in an instant. HMPH. The Snow Empress snorted coldly, interrupting him. The ice shards in her voice were practically falling out. If it's just a necessary act to complete the god trial, doing that with 2 or 3 women. I've lived for so many years, I'm not the kind of unreasonable or narrow-minded person who lacks that bit of psychological endurance. She spoke of being broad-minded, yet the cold chi she emitted could practically freeze a person solid. She slightly raised her chin, striving to maintain her pride as the ruler of the far north, but her eyes betrayed a hint of tension she wasn't even aware of. Her voice lowered involuntarily, carrying a trace of threat. However, if there are too many, or if you enjoy it and become addicted to that path. She didn't finish her sentence, but her icy gaze clearly signaled that the consequences would be severe. Seeing the Snow Empress clearly caring so much yet pretending to be magnanimous, Dai Yuang could no longer hold it in and chuckled. You're overthinking it. Not to mention that the god of lust's trial might not be that superficial. Even if it is, I think it would be related to you, Sister Snow Empress. Otherwise, why would your soul be pulled into that space together with mine? Perhaps it's to make you my companion for the trial, just like Tang San and Xiao Wu during the sea god's trials back then. At those words, the Snow Empress somewhat unnaturally averted her gaze, not daring to look into his overly burning eyes. She muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible, slick-tongued. As the king of the far north, I won't satisfy your desires. But the slight upward curve of her lips and the quietly warming temperature of her soul had already betrayed her true feelings. Chapter 174, Dai Yuang's plan changes, Shu Juju's worry. Actually, there's another matter I'm concerned about right now. Dai Yuang's expression turned serious. My original plan was to live off a woman, first entering the Shu family, then killing them all, and finally inheriting the Star Luo Empire as the Shu family's son-in-law and the Dai family's heir. However, I'm afraid I can't use that method anymore. Why? The Snow Empress asked curiously. Because the head of the 7 deadly sins is pride. I finally understand why the power of fate the auspicious beast gave me back then provided such a perception, so my unification of the continent is for this. Dai Yuang clearly had some guesses regarding the god trials that were likely to appear. Gaining the world by living off a woman might fit sloth, but it doesn't fit pride. I have to change my methods. Furthermore, there's another point. The Shu family hopes to control me to control the Dai family's Western army group. A crucial point is that I must remain within their control. If my strength shows signs of escaping their grasp, they might. Quote, do you think they won't tolerate you growing too fast and will find a way to control you, similar to how you used the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill to control Lingya? The Snow Empress was, after all, the ruler of the extreme north. Before Dai Yuang could finish, she had already guessed it. Dai Yuang smiled slightly. Exactly. Putting myself in their shoes, that's what I would do. A single 100,000-year 6th ring can still be barely tolerated, but if my future 7th ring is also over 100,000 years, if I were from the Shu family, I would definitely find a way to completely control me. The Snow Empress nodded. One must indeed guard against this. But I imagine you already have your own plans. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If it really doesn't work, then. Dai Yuang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Short. While later, the heavy stone door of the secret room slowly opened, and Dai Yuang stepped out. His aura was restrained, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes as if an abyss were hidden within. Clearly, this seclusion had yielded great gains. Lingya and Nana, who had been waiting outside, immediately stepped forward. Lingya keenly sensed the increasingly profound aura on Dai Yuang and spoke respectfully, "Young lord, you've finally emerged. Looking at your spirit, this seclusion must have brought significant progress." Dai Yuang smiled slightly. He didn't mention the shocking matter of the sin's divine trial, merely saying calmly, "I've had some gains. My spirit power has fortunately risen to rank 64. Rank 64. Hearing this, even Nana's cold face showed a hint of shock. She carefully sized up Dai Yuang, a 16-year-old spirit emperor, and at rank 64. This was already appalling enough. Not to mention she knew this young lord also possessed at least 300,000-year spirit bones. His true combat power likely far exceeded his rank. Even among the past generations of the Shrek 7 Devils, one could hardly find a few figures who could stand as his equal at the same age. Nana thought to herself, the intent of awe and loyalty in her gaze toward Dai Yuang growing even stronger. She and Lingya exchanged a glance, both seeing the same conviction in each other's eyes. Following such a master, they would surely ascend to that unreachable peak in the future. At that moment, Xiao Bai's massive figure also came running over with a thud, 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 its voice booming, "Uncle, you're out. How do you feel?" "Atai and I have been fine for a long time." It patted its thick chest, making a thumping sound. The Titan Snow Demon King Atai also walked over. Though he was a man of few words, his gaze toward Dai Yuang also carried a hint of recognition. Dai Yuang looked at the two kings of the extreme north, who had completely recovered, and nodded. The physiques of the Ice Bear King Xiaobai and the Titan Snow Demon King were indeed incredibly powerful. Such severe injuries had actually recovered as before in a short time, relying on their self-healing abilities. "It's good that you've recovered," Dai Yuang said, his expression turning slightly solemn. "I've come out this time to bid the two of you farewell. I have been away from the human world for a long time, it's time to go back." He looked toward the glacial abyss, his tone turning grave. "After I leave, the extreme Northland will still need the two of you to look after it. Especially keep an eye on that 50,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger king. We killed its offspring this time, it will never let the matter rest and will surely seek an opportunity for revenge." Xiaobai immediately beat its chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, uncle. With Atai and me here, that tiger won't dare to be presumptuous. If it dares to show its head, we'll beat it up again." Atai also gave a low, his massive fist clenching to show his stance. Dai Yuang shook his head, however. "There's no need to actively conflict with it. It was extremely heavily injured this time, especially since Nana's 100,000-year spiritual spirit ability directly heavily damaged its soul origin. Physical injuries might be easy for it to recover, but this spiritual trauma will be difficult to heal without several years of time. In the short term, it should be unable to stir up much trouble." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "In a few years, I will personally return to send it to reunite with its offspring, take its spirit ring and spirit bone, and completely uproot this hidden danger, ending the trouble forever." He spoke these words calmly, yet they carried a heart-palpitating decisiveness and confidence. It was as if slaying a super spirit beast approaching 500,000 years was merely a matter of time for him. Xiaobai and Atai, sensing the determination and power in his words, both nodded heavily. Having finished his instructions, Dai Yuang didn't linger. Taking Ling Ya and Nana with him, he bid farewell to Xiaobai and Atai, left the Snow Empress Castle, and headed out of the extreme Northland. Counting the time, it had been over 100 days since he left Star Luo City to hunt spirit beasts. Hunting the 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger and absorbing the spirit ring had taken nearly 3 months, and this seclusion to consolidate his cultivation and complete his spirit's second awakening had taken another half a month. Being away for so long, Shu Juju is probably getting anxious. Explaining things to her will be a hassle, Dai Yuang said helplessly. Although Shu Juju didn't hold a high position in his heart, she still had utility value after all. At this time, inside the princess mansion of the Star Luo Empire's imperial palace, Shu Juju sat at her desk with several memorials spread out before her, but her gaze didn't fall upon them. Instead, she stared out the window somewhat blankly, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the tabletop. It had been exactly 103 days since Dai Yuang had left Star Luo City with Ling Ya to head to the Spirit Beast Forest to hunt for his 6th spirit ring. For the first dozen or so days, she hadn't cared. Hunting a 6th spirit ring should have been an easy task for Dai Yuang, who had a titled Douluo as a protector. After all, for a conventional spirit master, a 6th ring only needed to reach 20,000 years to be considered top tier. Even if his requirements were higher, 40 to 50,000 years would be the limit. A month passed, and he had yet to return. Shu Juju frowned slightly, thinking that perhaps it was bad luck and he hadn't found a perfectly compatible spirit beast. With Dai Yuang's pursuit of perfection, he would rather spend more time to find the best choice. 2 months passed, and there was still no news. She began to find it hard to sit still, muttering to herself, "This guy, his requirements for himself are simply too harsh. Does he insist on finding a spirit beast of over 60,000 years?" She tried to convince herself with this reason, but a haze of unease had quietly crept into her heart. When the 3rd month also quietly slipped away and Dai Yuang and Ling Ya remained like a stone dropped into the ocean with no news sent back, the taut string in Shu Juju's heart finally reached its limit. Over 100 days had passed. Why would hunting a 6th spirit ring take so long? Even if searching for a 60,000-year spirit beast, with a titled Douluo's help, it shouldn't consume such a staggering amount of time. All sorts of bad guesses began to uncontrollably flood her mind. Had they encountered a siege by extremely powerful spirit beasts? Though Lingya was strong, the depths of the Star Do Great Forest were full of hidden dangers. Or perhaps they had encountered an ambush by top experts from an enemy nation. Dai Yuang's fame was rising now. There were certainly powers that wanted to strangle a genius. She didn't dare think further about the various terrible possibilities. Irritation and worry intertwined, making it impossible for the usually calm and self-possessed Star Luo princess to maintain her composure. She even found herself starting to get distracted while handling government affairs, habitually glancing outside the hall, hoping that familiar figure would suddenly appear. No, I can't wait any longer. Shu Juju stood up abruptly, her magnificent palace gown rippling with her movement. She walked quickly out of the princess mansion and headed straight for her brother Emperor Shu Jiawei's discussion hall. Brother. Seeing Emperor Shu Jiawei, Shu Juju didn't care for much etiquette, her tone carrying obvious urgency. Yuang has been gone for over 100 days and has yet to return. There is no news at all. I worry he has met with an accident. I implore you to immediately send people toward the Star Do Great Forest to search for their traces. Emperor Shu Jiawei looked at the rare anxiety on his sister's face and understood. He put down his brush and consoled her. Juju, don't be anxious. Mr. Lingya is a titled Douluo with extraordinary strength. He should be able to keep Yuang safe. Perhaps they were just delayed by something. But 100 days is simply too abnormal. Shu Juju insisted. Brother, I must know if they are safe. Seeing his sister so insistent, Emperor Shu Jiawei no longer hesitated and nodded. Fine, I shall give the order to send a team of elite hidden guards to investigate carefully along the route to the Star Do Great Forest. Not enough. Shu Juju shook her head. The interior of the Star Do Great Forest is vast and full of dangers. Ordinary hidden guards wouldn't dare go deep. Brother, I want to ask Grandmother Man Yi and the giant hammer Douluo to go personally. Emperor Shu Jiawei was slightly shocked to hear this. The Nebula Douluo and Giant Hammer Douluo were imperial enshrined experts. Nebula Douluo in particular was Shu Juju's guardian, holding a prestigious position and not easily deployed except for major matters. But seeing the unsuppressible worry in his sister's eyes, he finally sighed. Very well, I grant it. Let the two excellencies trouble themselves for a trip. I will give the order for the Giant Hammer Douluo. You go speak to the Nebula Douluo yourself. Having received her brother's approval, Shu Juju immediately found Man Yi. Grandmother Man Yi, she took Man Yi's hand, her eyes full of entreaty. I beg you, go to the Star Do Great Forest to look for Yuang and Excellency Lingya. I am really worried about them. Man Yi looked at Shu Juju's unfeigned anxious expression, feeling both moved and gratified. She gently patted the back of Shu Juju's hand. Don't worry, princess. This old woman will set out now. I will surely bring that boy back safe and sound. Seeing Man Yi off, Shu Juju stood alone on the terrace outside the palace, gazing at the distant horizon. That empty sense of worry didn't decrease in the slightest. Until this moment, she suddenly realized that the boy she once viewed as a simp, and later appreciated for his talent and value had, unknowingly, already occupied a far more important position in her heart than she had imagined. His safety could actually affect her mood so much, causing her, an imperial princess who always prioritized logic and interests, to lose her composure. Dai Yuang, she murmured softly to herself, carrying a hint of reproach and concern she hadn't even noticed. Where on earth did you go? You must return safely. Chapter 175, Perception of Fate, The Death of Elder Mu. Leaving behind the biting cold winds of the extreme Northland, Dai Yuang's group entered the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. As they headed south through a dense forest, Dai Yuang suddenly paused and instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead. A strange and blurry tremor emerged from the depths of his soul, as if some invisible thread had been plucked. Immediately after, two brief yet incredibly clear images forced their way into his mind like fragments of a broken dream. The first image, a dazzling golden giant tree, radiating endless life energy, was tightly entwined and enveloped by a majestic and holy phantom of a bright holy dragon that seemed to be condensed from light itself. The dragon and the tree appeared to merge into one, emitting a tragic yet eternal aura. The second image, a dark sacred dragon, similar in form to the bright holy dragon but pitch black and radiating a deep aura of silence and destruction, was in a tense standoff with several figures of overwhelming power. The atmosphere was explosive, like a bow drawn to its limit. The images flashed and vanished, but the information they contained sent a massive shock through Dai Yuang's heart. The bright holy dragon and the dark sacred dragon, Elder Mu and Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao. He murmured softly, instantly understanding the source of this sudden perception. It was precisely the power of destiny he had traded from the Emperor Auspicious Beast, the three-eyed golden lion. He needed this power specifically to maintain the advantage of a transmigrator as much as possible. Namely, the foresight regarding the plot. Due to the so-called butterfly effect, his entry into this world would inevitably cause massive changes to the plot. While the general direction might remain similar, certain aspects could be completely different. Thus, Dai Yuang needed this power to allow him to perceive certain events at critical moments. Just like the yuhao of the original work, who relied on the foresight of fate to avoid a crisis during the body sect's attack on Mingdal and obtain the Snow Empress embryo. Young lord, what's wrong? The sensitive Nana immediately noticed Dai Yuang's abnormality and stepped forward, asking with concern. Lingya also cast an inquiring gaze. Dai Yuang slowly lowered his hand, his expression grave as he said in a heavy voice, "Just now, I perceive that, Elder Mu is dead." Elder Mu. Lingya first found the name familiar, then suddenly remembered something as his face changed drastically. Young lord, could you be referring to the master of Shrek Academy's Sea God's Pavilion, the dragon god Douluo Elder Mu? That limit Douluo. That's right, it's him. Dai Yuang nodded with certainty, fragments of information brought by the power of destiny flickering in his eyes. Just now, his life reached its end. However, he hasn't completely dissipated. He inferred based on the perceived images and information, he seems to have used some secret method to merge his soul with Shrek Academy's golden tree. Otherwise, with his foundation of at least 300,000-year spirit bones, they would have surely left his body upon his fall, radiating light to the heavens, rather than being silent as they are now. His tone carried a hint of complex emotion. He knew well that without a limit Douluo like himself presiding over the academy, Shrek would struggle to deal with the threats from the body sect, Mingdal, and even the evil soul masters. Therefore, he gave up the chance for his soul to return to heaven and earth for reincarnation, choosing instead to use his spirit bones as a vessel for his spirit power and soul, merging completely into the golden tree. With this remnant soul, he will protect Shrek's peace for another century. Regardless of how the outside world judges his character, his love for Shrek is truly profound. After hearing this, a burning light erupted in Lingya's eyes. Young lord, do you mean that if we can find a way to sever his connection with the golden tree, we could make those precious spirit bones, including those 300,000-year ones, reappear in the world? Theoretically, yes. Dai Yuang glanced at him, his tone returning to calm. But now is definitely not the time. Setting aside that Shrek's inner courtyard is still full of experts and the Sea God's Pavilion's foundation remains, simply rashly touching the legacy of a limit Douluo who sacrificed himself for the academy would be enough to make us enemies of the entire continent. Our current strength is far from enough to tear faces with all of Shrek and its network of connections, so I have no interest in his spirit bones for now. Changing the subject, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. However, the other image I saw just now was more interesting. It was about that dark sacred dragon, Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao. The dark sacred dragon Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao. Nana exclaimed again. This top-tier powerhouse, who shared equal fame with Elder Mu, had a name that also resounded across the continent. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Dai Yuang's mouth. It seems some interesting drama is about to unfold for him. He didn't explain in detail what he saw, but he already had a plan in mind. He still needed to carefully plot out the god of sloths, 2 years of great dreams, but as for watching from the sidelines and reaping the rewards, Let's go, Dai Yuang composed himself and ordered. We'll take a detour to see my mother and Luo Li first to ensure they are safe. After that, we'll return to Star Luo City at full speed. I've been away for so long, Shu Juju must be worried sick. As for the matter with the black and white holy dragons, a light of wisdom and calculation sparkled in his eyes. He already had a preliminary idea. Perhaps this would be the first step in his easy W strategy. Although Lingya and Nana didn't fully understand their young lord's specific plan, seeing him so confident, they immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, young lord." 3 days later, Dai Yuang's group arrived at Maple Leaf City, a major town located on the border between the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. Once they passed through this city, they could quickly return to the territory of the Star Luo Empire. They chose to rest in a rather luxurious hotel in the city, preparing to set off early the next morning. As luck would have it, their arrival coincided with a highly anticipated major event. The student exchange ceremony between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was being held in Maple Leaf Square, not far outside the hotel window. The room Dai Yuang stayed in was perfectly positioned on a high floor. Through the bright glass window, he could see everything happening in the square below. Oh, it seems we've arrived at just the right time. Dai Yuang stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the two distinct groups of people below. Lingya and Nana also came up behind him to look down together. On the square below, the leading figures of both sides were heavyweights. On Shrek Academy's side was the dean of the Martial Soul Department, the bright phoenix Douluo Yan Xiaoj. On the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's side was their dean, who was also the hall master of Minged Hall, Mirror Scarlet Dust. Both sides had official and fake smiles plastered on their faces, and the verbal sparring between them could be felt even from a distance. Mirror Scarlet Dust spoke with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Dean Yan, greetings. I didn't expect Dean Yan to personally lead the group today. It seems your academy places great importance on this exchange activity." Chapter 176, Ambush Mid-Journey, Bright Phoenix Douluo. Yan Xiaoja's smile was warm but didn't reach his eyes. "Hall Master Hongchen, didn't you also come in person? Last time Hall Master Hongchen visited our Shrek Academy as a guest, you paid the entrance fee, yet we were unable to fulfill our duties as hosts. It was truly impolite of us." He was hinting at the time Jing Hongchen suffered a setback at the Sea God Pavilion, a Class 9 soul tool. It had fallen into Shrek Academy's hands just like that. Furthermore, several stationary soul cannons he had set up outside were also taken by Shrek Academy. For the Sun Moon Academy, this could be described as a heavy loss. Jing Hongchen's cheek muscles twitched once, clearly poked in a sore spot, and he immediately retorted, "I heard that your academy's elder Mu has already passed away. Dean Yan, you must restrain your grief. Sigh, that one meeting that day turned out to be a final farewell, it's truly a pity." Among the titled Douluos of Scene, Elder Mu was indeed the most powerful and the one most worthy of respect. Jing Hongchen's counterattack was even more fierce, directly tearing open Yan Xiaoja's largest scar. Yan Xiaoja's expression instantly turned icy, and he could no longer maintain his fake smile. He said coldly, "Hall Master Hongchen, let us not speak any more of these pointless words. Since we have already made an agreement, let us exchange students now. On behalf of Shrek Academy's Spirit Department, I welcome your academy's students to come and study." This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network. Solve your book shortage with a super practical and error-free reading experience without scrambled chapters. Standing behind Dai Yuang, Nana, with her powerful perception as a titled Douluo, heard the conversation below clearly. She couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. These two deans, mocking and exposing each other's shortcomings, engaging in a war of words, they're like two spiteful children. They don't have even half the bearing of a dean. Dai Yuang smiled indifferently and commented, "Generational arch-enemies with deep-seated resentment, it would be strange if they could be calm and peaceful when they meet. This kind of scene is actually quite normal." His gaze swept over the students about to be exchanged. On Shrek's side, it was mainly the tall Hiketu and the determined-looking Huo Yuhao. On the Sun Moon Empire's side, it was the dazzling blonde and arrogant Xiao Hongchen and the pretty, agile-eyed Meng Hongchen. Aside from these 4, the rest were just filler. Sure enough, the youngsters were just like their elders. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongqian were also engaged in a verbal confrontation. Xiao Hongqian confidently declared that they would definitely suppress Shrek in the next tournament. Huo Yuhao, not to be outdone, replied for them to bring it on. When Xiao Hongqian specifically mentioned, if it weren't for that Dai Yuang, you would have lost the last tournament long ago. I heard he has already graduated, so you won't have another chance next time. Huo Yuhao responded even more seriously and firmly, to deal with you, I am enough. Listening to this conversation, Dai Yuang thought to himself that this kid Huo Yuhao was becoming more and more imposing. Both sides, the old against the old and the young against the young, completed a round of friendly exchange before finally beginning the formal student exchange. However, just as the ceremony was nearing its end, as Yan Xiaoju's gaze seemingly casually swept over the surroundings, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his brows furrowed slightly. His gaze was like 2 invisible sharp arrows, abruptly shooting toward the high-floor hotel window where Dai Yuang and the others were. Despite the long distance and the reflective glass, how sharp was a super Douluo's spiritual perception. He had clearly felt several extremely subtle yet exceptionally powerful gazes coming from that direction just now. One of those auras even caused him to feel a surge of intense hostility. A titled Douluo, or an evil soul master. Who was spying? Vigilance instantly rose in Yan Xiaoju's heart. His gaze became sharp as he tried to penetrate the layer of glass to see the people behind it. Inside the room, Nana and Lingya noticed the moment Yan Xiaoju's gaze swept over, and they instinctively withdrew their auras even deeper. Dai Yuang, however, remained calmly standing by the window, with a slight hint of doubt in his eyes. He discovered us. This Yan Xiaoju is indeed worthy of being the dean of the spirit department, his reputation is well deserved. But why do I feel a strong sense of hostility from him? He immediately went on alert. Fortunately, although the hostility from Yan Xiaoju was strong, he did not see him cause trouble on the spot before leaving. He simply assumed the other party's sharp perception as a super Douluo had discovered their observation and didn't look further into it. After resting for a night, he set off, intending to first take a detour to visit the village where his mother lived in seclusion before returning to Star Luo City. However, just halfway through his journey, a familiar throb emerged once again from the depths of his soul. The power of fate was signaling a warning again. A brief image flashed through his mind. He was struck head-on by a brilliantly radiant phoenix flame containing the power of ultimate purification, and the surrounding terrain cracked. An intense battle had clearly broken out. Something's wrong. Dai Yuang's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Lingya, Nana. The 2 people beside him respectfully replied, "We are here, young lord. Please give your orders." Without hesitation, Dai Yuang immediately circulated his spirit power. With a flash of light in his palm, he condensed a crystal-clear snow soul condensing ice pill and a red and blue intertwined ice fire body. Tempering pill, handing them to Lingya. Hide yourselves immediately and suppress all your aura. Lingya, take these 2 pills. If the situation changes later and I need you to act, swallow them immediately before joining the battle. Dai Yuang spoke very quickly with a serious expression. Nana, you are responsible for providing support and observing in secret. Unless it becomes absolutely necessary or you receive a clear command from me, do not show yourself easily. Yes, we obey the young lord's command. The 2 did not hesitate, taking the pills. Their figures flickered once and disappeared as if melting into the shadows, their auras vanishing without a trace. Dai Yuang took a deep breath. On the surface, he resumed his appearance of traveling alone, but his every nerve was already taut, his mental force highly concentrated as he secretly guarded the surroundings. Sure enough, after traveling for about 2 hours, as he entered a quiet and deserted valley, a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly descended, blocking his path like a mountain. I have been waiting for you for a long time, a cold voice filled with anger rang out. I just didn't expect that the person who made me sense that overwhelming evil aura in Maple Leaf City yesterday would actually be you, Dai Yuang. With a flash of light, Yan Xiaoju, wearing the Shrek teacher's uniform and with a face as solemn as water, had already blocked the middle of the road. The powerful pressure of a super Douluo was released without concealment, locking onto Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang's heart sank. He was indeed the target. He remained calm on the surface, feigning confusion as he guarded himself. Dean Yan, I wonder what your intention is in intercepting a student mid-journey. My appearance in Maple Leaf City yesterday was indeed just a coincidence. I had just finished hunting for a spirit ring and was passing through to rest for a bit. A coincidence? Yan Xiaoj snorted coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. As if he wanted to see right through Dai Yuang. If it were the old you, I might have believed it a little. But the current you, humph, I won't believe a single word. Why is that? Dai Yuang was truly a bit puzzled. Although he had left Shrek, the procedures were proper, and he hadn't had a falling out with the academy. Why was Yan Xiaoj so hostile? Could it be just because he looked at him once in Maple Leaf City? Chapter 177, The Righteous Yan Xiaoj, Exterminating the Evil Spirit Master. Why? A mixture of pain and anger surfaced on Yan Xiaoja's face. Dai Yuang, are you still playing dumb even now? After you left Shrek and returned to Star Luo, your temperament changed drastically, and your actions became ruthless and decisive. I have heard of this. You even assassinated your own brother, Dai Waban. Such cruel behavior is a violation of human ethics. Seeing you yesterday, I finally understood the root cause. I didn't expect you to fall so low as to become an evil spirit master. His voice carried a hint of sorrowful indignation, as if disappointed by someone who failed to live up to expectations. After all, Dai Yuang was once a student of Shrek. If he became an evil spirit master, it would be a massive blow to Shrek Academy's reputation. Dai Yuang frowned deeply. Dean Yan, if you want to stand up for your student Dai Waban, or if you simply dislike the way I do things, you can just say so. Why slander me as an evil spirit master? The world knows that Duchess Zhu Man harmed my mother and brother first. Even if I did kill Dai Waban, it was for revenge. What wrong is there in that? Still making excuses. Yan Xiaoj roared, the aura of light around him surging. Dai Yuang, you can hide it from the world, but you cannot hide it from my radiant phoenix spirit. I can clearly feel the evil energy radiating from your body, as vast as the sea and as deep as an abyss. I, Yan Xiaoj, have seen many evil spirit masters in my life, but even titled Douluo-level evil spirit masters do not possess even 1/10,000th of the evil aura you have right now. What? Dai Yuang was shocked, instantly understanding where the problem lay. His evil shadow demonic tiger spirit was already a being of evil and darkness. After evolving into the abyssal demonic tiger, its origin evil energy underwent a qualitative change, becoming countless times purer and stronger than the previous evil shadow demonic tiger, reaching the ultimate evil attribute. Compared to each other, it was like a common horse compared to a qian. There was a qualitative gap. More importantly, the hidden divine seal of the 7 deadly sins on his forehead was the condensation of the plane's negative origin. The combination of these two caused the concentration of evil energy on his body to reach an inconceivable level. No wonder the god of lust had specifically warned him that his current self would easily attract trouble. It hadn't been noticed before because Ling Ya's ice attribute and Nana's ghost attribute were not sensitive to this aura. Nana even found it quite familiar. Dai Yuang himself had long since grown used to it, thinking it was just normal spirit power fluctuations. But Yan Xiaoj was different. His radiant phoenix spirit had a natural sensitivity and repulsion toward this kind of dark, evil aura. Yesterday in Maple Leaf City, it was precisely because he sensed this heart-palpitating source of evil that he showed such strong hostility. He only held back because Maple Leaf City was an important urban center, choosing instead to intercept them outside the city. Dean, I am not an evil spirit master. Dai Yuang tried to explain. It's just that my spirit recently underwent a special evolution, which caused my aura to change. Special evolution? Yan Xiaoj didn't believe him at all, his eyes cold. Fine. Since you claim you aren't an evil spirit master, then give up your resistance immediately and follow me back to Shrek Academy. I will ask the elders of the Sea God Pavilion to examine you together and purge this improper evil energy from your body. Follow him back to Shrek. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? He had too many secrets that couldn't withstand scrutiny, especially the sin's divine trial. It absolutely could not be known by anyone. I'm sorry, Dean Yan, I have things I must do. I cannot go back with you, Dai Yuang. Refused flatly. Stubborn and incorrigible, the last trace of patience in Yan Xiaojia's eyes vanished, replaced by complete disappointment and a resolute killing intent. In that case, don't blame me for acting on behalf of heaven to clean up our ranks. Shrek will never allow an evil spirit master graduate to exist. Boom. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, a total of 9 spirit rings instantly rose from beneath Yan Xiaojia's feet. A majestic aura of light erupted like the sun, illuminating the entire valley. The terrifying pressure of a super Douluo was like a physical tsunami, pressing down ruthlessly on Dai Yuang. He had always hated evil spirit masters, but not to such an extreme degree. However, not long ago, his disciple Ma Xiaotao, whom he treated like his own daughter, was forcibly abducted by evil spirit masters. This event caused his hatred for them to reach its peak. Furthermore, remembering how he had once let the evil phoenix spirit master Feng Ling go out of a moment of soft-heartedness, only for her to become an evil spirit master, he was filled with even more regret. Now, facing Dai Yuang, whose evil aura far surpassed Feng Ling's at that time, he would not allow himself to make the same mistake again. Today, he would either capture Dai Yuang and bring him back to the Academy for purification, or he would completely eliminate this scourge on the spot. Yan Xiaoji struck out in anger. Although it was just a casual blow without using a spirit ability, how terrifying was the physical strength of a super Douluo. Wherever his fist passed, the air let out a piercing boom. However, to his complete surprise, Dai Yuang didn't dodge. With a low roar, his abyssal demonic tiger spirit instantly possessed him. The phantom of the demonic tiger, now deeper and more domineering, radiating a heart-palpitating abyssal pressure, let out a roar toward the heavens. 3 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, 6 spirit rings that far exceeded conventional. Knowledge rose defiantly. Boom. Fist met palm, producing a muffled, thunderous sound. Dai Yuang's body shook violently as he slid back more than 10 meters, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground, but he actually managed to take the hit without falling. What? The shock in Yan Xiaojia's eyes intensified. He could feel that Dai Yuang's strength and physique were far beyond what a normal spirit emperor should possess. That bizarre spirit ring configuration, that majestic evil energy, and the strength to take a hit from a super Douluo head-on. As expected, this must be a spirit ring mutation caused by an evil spirit master's secret technique. Dai Yuang, you have completely fallen into the evil path and are beyond saving. The last trace of doubt in Yan Xiaojia's heart vanished, and his killing intent soared. If someone so young had this kind of strength, they would surely become a catastrophic disaster in the future. Dai Yuang, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being heartless. Yan Xiaoji shouted coldly. Behind him, the radiant phoenix bloomed with brilliant divine light, and the massive pressure increased once again. First spirit ability, Phoenix Ray. He pointed his finger, and a highly condensed ray of golden fire, containing terrifying heat and piercing power, instantly shot through the air toward Dai Yuang. Its speed and power were enough to heavily injure or even instant kill an ordinary spirit Douluo. Just at this critical moment. Third spirit ability, Winter Barrier. A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. The air in front of Dai Yuang instantly froze, and countless crystal clear ice feathers that seemed carved from 10,000-year-old ice appeared out of thin air. They rapidly converged, turning into a massive, heavy barrier engraved with profound ice runes. The scorching phoenix ray slammed into the ice wall, producing bursts of searing sounds. Golden light and ice shards flew everywhere, but the ice wall was exceptionally resilient. The cold air of the ultimate ice frantically neutralized the high temperature of the flames, managing to block that terrifying ray. Ultimate ice. Yan Xiaojia's pupils suddenly constricted. His attack had actually been blocked so easily. Ling Ya had made his move. Although Yan Xiaojia's level was far higher than Ling Ya's, his radiant phoenix spirit was actually a combination of light and fire. While these two attributes were powerful, they had not reached the level of ultimate attributes. The light attribute had a great restraining effect on dark type and evil spirits, but it wasn't very effective against ultimate ice. Moreover, when a fire attribute that hadn't reached the ultimate state encountered ultimate ice, it would be countered instead. By this time, Lingya had already consumed the snow soul condensing ice pill and the ice fire body tempering pill. Not only did he possess ultimate ice, but all his attributes had doubled. His actual combat power was no weaker than Yan Xiaojia's. Ultimate attributes were super attributes that allowed one to fight above their level. This was why, when Yuhao was discovered to have an ultimate attribute, the spirit department and the spirit tool department fought desperately over him, even going so far as to convene a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion. The ice wall dissipated, revealing the figure standing in front of Dai Yuang. It was a cold-faced middle-aged man, surrounded by 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Although his spirit power fluctuations were clearly weaker than Yan Xiaojia's, around level 91, the aura of ultimate ice radiating from him made even this super Douluo feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 178, Ice Sky titled Douluo vs Radiant Phoenix titled Douluo. Who is your excellency? Why do you block this old man from eradicating an evil soul master? Yan Xiaoji shouted sternly, his expression grave. He immediately slapped a heavy accusation on Lingya. After all, evil soul masters were the public enemy of the entire continent. Anyone who helped an evil soul master was an enemy of the whole continent. Shrek's reputation was so good not only because of its 10,000-year heritage and the countless geniuses it produced, but also because the Shrek supervision team had always taken the extermination of evil soul masters as its duty. Regardless of the results, at least the attitude was there. Lingya was expressionless, his voice as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. I am the ice sky titled Douluo, Lingya. Naturally, I would not assist an evil soul master. But whether Yuang is the evil soul master you claim him to be is not for you alone to decide. He continued, his spirit evolution occurred under my own eyes, a benign mutation that happened after absorbing the spirit ring of a specific evil attribute tiger-type spirit beast. There are precedents for spirit rings evolving along with it, such as with body martial souls. To this day, has he ever used this spirit to kill the innocent or cultivate evil methods? Dean Yan, you repeatedly claim he is an evil soul master, but do you have any real evidence? Or is it merely because his spirit's aura conflicts with yours that you can arbitrarily convict him? Ice Sky titled Douluo, Lingya, Yan Xiaoji remembered. Zhou Yi had indeed reported that a new titled Douluo with ultimate ice had appeared in the Star Luo Empire and had purchased the Ice Jade Scorpion spirit bone at an auction. No wonder he could so easily block his Phoenix Ray. Facing a titled Douluo with an ultimate attribute, Yan Xiaoji felt wary but still tried to persuade him. Ice Sky, your excellency, even if he hasn't committed evil now, such an evil spirit will inevitably erode his heart nature over time. One day he will completely fall and endanger the world. My Shrek Academy takes the eradication of evil soul masters as its responsibility and absolutely cannot sit idly by regarding such a hidden danger. I urge your excellency not to make a mistake, or else you will be making an enemy of my Shrek. Using Shrek to pressure me. Lingya sneered, his tone suddenly becoming forceful. I am a guest elder of the Star Luo Empire, acting on the orders of Princess Juju to protect Yuang as he hunts for spirit rings and returns safely to Star Luo City. During this time, anyone who wishes to harm him is an enemy of mine, Lingya, and an enemy of the Star Luo Empire. He took a step forward, and the aura of ultimate ice erupted, forcing back Yan Xiaojia's holy aura by several degrees. As for what happens after he returns to his country, that is an internal affair of Star Luo. There is no need for your Shrek Academy to overstep its bounds. Yan Xiaojia's face darkened completely. He knew persuasion was useless. The other party was determined to protect Dai Yuang, and the Star Luo Empire stood behind him. Good, 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 Yan Xiaoji said, good, 3 times, battle intent rising in his eyes. Since the Ice Sky your excellency insists on protecting this scoundrel, then let our skills do the talking. Let this old man experience just what kind of power ultimate ice possesses. Although his attribute was countered, he was, after all, a rank 95 super Douluo with deep foundations and numerous spirit abilities. He would never fear a challenge against a higher-tier attribute. Knowing his attribute was countered, he was the first to activate an enhancement skill, his 5th spirit ring shining. 5th spirit ability, Radiant Praise. A soft yet holy power halo rapidly expanded with Yan Shaoj as the center, covering a large area of the sky. Within the domain, his spirit power recovery speed significantly increased, the holy aura around him became purer and more majestic, and the power of all his holy attribute skills received a substantial boost. This domain even had a certain repulsion and purification effect against Lingya's ultimate ice chill. Immediately after, his 1st spirit ring lit up as he launched the first wave of a probing attack. 1st spirit ability, Phoenix Ray. Several highly condensed golden flame rays shot toward Lingya like teleportation, their speed incredibly fast. 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul True Body. Lingya's face was calm as the ice wings on his back spread out. Facing the high-speed rays, he did not meet them head-on but instead displayed the terrifying speed and reaction boost brought by the ice-fire body tempering pill. His ice feather giant eagle true body left several cold afterimages in the air, skillfully dodging the direct hits of the rays by a hair's breadth. How can he be so fast? Yan Shaoj was slightly surprised. The opponent's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary titled Douluo. He immediately changed his strategy, his 3rd spirit ring flashing. 3rd spirit ability, Phoenix Cry. A clear and highly penetrating phoenix cry rang out, and an invisible sound wave mixed with a holy shock spread forward in a fan shape, aiming to shake Lingya's mind and disrupt his rhythm. However, Lingya's mental force was equally resilient under multiple enhancements. Additionally, Ultimate Ice had a natural cooling effect on the mind, so the sound wave shock failed to achieve its intended effect. His body only faltered slightly, the cold light in his ice-blue eyes growing even more intense. 4th spirit ability, Sky-Burning Phoenix Wings. Yan Shaoj seized this momentary opportunity. The massive wings of his radiant phoenix true body slammed forward, and 2 giant wing blades composed of holy fire that blotted out the sun slashed out in a cross. The coverage was extremely wide, combining cutting and burning power, making it difficult for Lingya to dodge completely. 3rd spirit ability, Winter Barrier. Lingya finally used a defensive spirit ability. Countless incredibly hard ice feathers instantly gathered in front of him, forming a massive arched ice shield. Boom! The flame wing blades slashed fiercely onto the ice shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The ice shield vibrated violently, many cracks appearing before it finally shattered, but it also successfully neutralized the full power of the wing blades. It didn't harm Lingya in the slightest. The collision between the ultimate ice and the holy fire produced a large amount of steam that filled the air. As expected, he's troublesome. Yan Shaoj thought to himself. His attribute was countered too severely, and the effects of his conventional attack methods were greatly reduced. His gaze sharpened as he decided to use a stronger penetrating skill. 7th spirit ability, Phoenix True Body. 6th spirit ability, Phoenix Cloud Piercing Rip. Yan Shaoj highly condensed his own power, his form seemingly transforming into a golden phoenix arrow burning with extreme fire. He tore through the pervading steam, performing a linear charge at a speed exceeding his limits, aiming directly at the core of Lingya's true body. This strike pushed speed and single-target destructive power to the absolute limit. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Lingya felt immense pressure. But he did not panic. 2nd spirit ability, Frost Eagle Eye. This spirit ability allowed him to barely capture the opponent's trajectory. Spirit Bone Skill, Frost Divine Power. The skill of the 40,000-year frost giant torso bone activated instantly, and a majestic surge of pure power flooded his entire body. At the same time, a light flashed on his right arm as a melee spirit tool instantly covered it. It was a set of armor with a precise structure, flowing with a deep blue cold light and emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Ha! The ice feather giant eagle that Lingya transformed into let out a sharp eagle cry. Its giant claws, covered by the spirit tool armor, condensed terrifying ultimate ice and giant's power. Without dodging, it met the phoenix arrow head-on and swiped out fiercely with its claw. Boom! Claw and arrow collided, as if 2 meteors had crashed into each other. A terrifying energy shockwave spread out in a ring, completely shredding the clouds high in the sky. The golden radiant fire and the blue ultimate ice eroded each other. The stalemate lasted only an instant. Crack! A heart-palpitating cracking sound rang out. Yan Shaoj was horrified to find that his usually invincible phoenix cloud-piercing rip, the arrow tip condensed from radiant fire, was actually starting to show cracks under the opponent's giant claw, which combined the spirit bone's divine force and the spirit tool's power. What? Yan Shaoj was deeply shocked. Not only ultimate ice, but also such terrifying strength and that strange armor. He's actually a high-level soul engineer as well. Chapter 179, Repelling Yan Shaoj, Dai Yuang's Counter Plan. This discovery caught Yan Shaoj off guard. A titled Douluo with an extreme attribute was already as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. If they were also a soul engineer, their difficulty to deal with and potential threat would increase exponentially. Bang! Ultimately, the phoenix arrow was forcibly shattered. Yan Shaojia's figure was forced out of concealment, flying backward as his blood and qi churned within him, his face filled with disbelief. Lingya did not let up. Another spirit tool on his back erupted with light, a pair of wings. Cold spirit power poured into the wings, causing his speed to surge again. Turning into a bolt of blue lightning, he instantly closed in on Yan Shaoj. Claws covered by the ice prison star-shattering vambraces, carrying a bone-chilling cold that seemed to tear through space, clawed down at his head. Yan Shaoj hurriedly used Hisiscon's spirit ability, Holy Flame Protection, as a golden shield of flame instantly enveloped his body. The claws struck the Holy Flame shield, and ultimate ice clashed violently with Holy Fire once more, producing a piercing screech. The shield fluctuated wildly, although it wasn't immediately broken. The terrifying physical force and cold air transmitted through the shield still made Yan Shaoj feel extremely uncomfortable. The cold air invaded his body, slowing his blood flow and noticeably sluggish his movements. These two suddenly appearing spirit tools were both 7th rank spirit tools. They were 7th rank high-altitude spirit tool, Perpetual Frost Dome. A set of light as a feather, streamlined silver-white metal wing armor covering the back and arms. With a wingspan of 10 meters, it vastly enhanced flight capabilities. Its core formation constantly emitted a chilling frost, providing a bonus to ice attribute spirit abilities. 7th rank melee spirit tool, Ice Prison Star-Shattering Vambraces. It amplified the terrifying power brought by the Frost Divine Power Spirit Bone and combined it with the destructive force of extreme cold to create a devastating weapon for close-quarters combat. Actually, Lingya's current Soul Engineer rank was only the 6th rank. These two 7th rank spirit tools were made back when he was in the Star Luo Empire, together with the 8th rank Soul Engineer Purple Spirit Douluo. Even though they exceeded his Soul Engineer rank, with his strength as a titled Douluo, he could still control these two 7th rank spirit tools very smoothly. With the ultimate ice from the Snow Soul Condensing Ice Pill, the all-attribute doubling from the Ice Fire Body Tempering Pill, and two perfectly adapted 7th rank spirit tools, Lingya, who was clearly only rank 91, did not fall behind at all even when facing the rank 95 Yan Shaoj, and was even able to suppress his opponent in turn. Yan Shaoj understood completely now. With this well-equipped ice sky titled Douluo whose attributes countered his own present, there was no way he could take down Dai Yuang today. Unable to win a protracted battle and even being faintly suppressed, the thought of retreat began to grow in Yan Shaojia's mind. In the shadows, the ghost Douluo Nana had already silently crept into the optimal position. Her martial soul true body quietly activated, and her 8th spirit ring lit up. Invisible soul threads spread out like venomous snakes, preparing to launch a fatal sneak attack while Yan Shaojia's mind was wavering. However, at the very moment she was about to strike, two voices rang in her ears almost simultaneously. One was Dai Yuang's calm mental transmission, "Nana, stand down. Your attributes are completely countered by him, attacking would be dangerous." The other was Yan Shaojia's determined roar. His 9th spirit ring suddenly erupted with a light as dazzling as the sun, 9th spirit ability, Phoenix Descent. Boom! Yan Shaojia's radiant phoenix true body expanded. Instantly, its wingspan reaching nearly 100 meters, like a true divine beast descending upon the world. Overwhelming phoenix flames swept out, each cluster of fire turning into a small radiant fire phoenix, letting out clear phoenix cries as they automatically tracked and incinerated all surrounding enemies. The terrifying heatwave and radiant aura instantly swallowed the entire airspace, its power world destroying. The purpose of this sudden ultimate outburst was not to kill, but to force a retreat. That endless radiance and holy fire were the natural enemies of a spirit master like Nana, who leaned toward darkness and the soul attribute. Nana was horrified. Her thought of a sneak attack was instantly extinguished as her soul form felt a sharp, burning pain. She did not hesitate to flee into the distance and hide. Only then did she realize how correct the young lord's judgment was. If she had rashly attacked just now, she would surely have been severely wounded by those endless radiant phoenix flames. Lingya, who bore the brunt of this force, was also forced back repeatedly by the terrifying power of this ninth spirit ability. He deployed Thousand Feather Ice Prison with all his might. Countless ice feathers and small fire phoenixes collided and annihilated each other, making the sky look as if a rainstorm of ice and fire were falling. Taking this opportunity, Yan Shaoj gave Dai Yuang, who was protected behind Lingya, a deep look. His gaze was incredibly complex, but finally turned into a golden light as he fled into the distance at high speed, disappearing into the horizon. The light and flames in the sky gradually dissipated, leaving only the giant ice-feathered eagle that Lingya had transformed into hovering in the air. Chilling air permeated his surroundings, completely dispersing the residual heatwaves. Lingya deactivated his martial soul true body and landed back beside Dai Yuang along with Nana. Nana looked in the direction where Yan Shaoj had disappeared, her brows furrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of worry. Young lord, Yan Shaoj just left like that. Given Shrek's style of doing things, he won't let this go. I'm afraid they will soon use the Academy's influence to pressure the Star Luo Empire. Dai Yuang's expression was calm, as if he had long anticipated all of this. He nodded. That is natural. After he returns, the most likely thing he'll do is use the name of eradicating evil soul masters and cleaning up the sect, to formally demand the Star Luo royal family hand me over for Shrek to investigate and handle. Then, will the royal family compromise under the pressure? Nana couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Shrek Academy's reputation and influence were simply too vast. Hearing this, Dai Yuang instead curled his lips into a composed smile. Don't worry. In fact, standing in opposition to Shrek was a situation I had already anticipated when I decided to completely break with the main branch of the Dai family. His gaze became profound as he slowly analyzed, do you think Shrek is really just a simple academy? No, it has long been a state within a state, that transcends imperial boundaries, a massive power independent of all political regimes. In that continental war 4,000 years ago, the Dean of Shrek Academy gave a single call and was able to assemble over 60 titled Douluo to fight. This number was something even the several empires at the height of their power back then couldn't possibly match. Think about it, were all those titled Douluo cultivated by Shrek City itself? There must have been a large number of experts who originated from the various empires or even held important positions. But at that moment, they followed Shrek's orders, not the emperors of their respective nations. He looked at Lingya and Nana, his tone solemn. What does this represent? It represents that Shrek Academy actually holds the top-tier military power and rallying capability, sufficient to overturn the continental landscape. The high-level officials of the Heavenly Soul, Douluo, and Star Luo empires have likely known this for a long time. They are just angry but dare not speak out due to Shrek's strength and the reputation it has accumulated over 10,000 years. The main branch of the Dai family has always been a staunch supporter of Shrek. Dai Yuang and Dai Waban were sent to Shrek since they were young and are full of admiration for the Academy. If they were to inherit the title of White Tiger Duke and control the Western Army Group, then this most elite legion of the Star Luo Empire would invisibly become a force leaning toward Shrek. This is something the Star Luo royal family absolutely cannot tolerate. And me, Dai Yuang pointed to himself. My current position is clearly aligned with the royal family. I am the most important chess piece the royal family uses to balance, and eventually seize control of, the Western Army Group. Shrek is not happy to see this change. Yan Shaojia's attack on me today certainly had the reason of mistakenly believing I'm an evil soul master, but it might not be without the intention of taking this chance to help Dai Yuang eradicate me, his greatest competitor. He concluded, so, Emperor Shu Jiawei and Shu Juju aren't stupid. They've coveted the Western Army group for so many years, how could they cut off their own arm and hand me, an insider, over just because of a paper demand from Shrek? Now that the dragon god Douluo Elder Mu is dead, Shrek has lost its greatest deterrent force. Relying solely on a Xunji, though he still provides a strong deterrent, is no longer enough to form an overwhelming advantage. Even if the royal family doesn't dare to face Shrek head-on, they will at least maneuver and delay while looking for other solutions. They won't compromise easily. After listening to this deep analysis, Ling Ya's eyes flashed with admiration. He bowed and asked, "The young lord's foresight is profound, this subordinate is impressed. What should we do now?" Dai Yuang rubbed his chin, a smile of a master strategist appearing on his face. "The plan remains unchanged. We will follow the original route to visit my mother and Luo Li first." He paused, rubbing his chin as he smiled. "As for the trouble brought by Yan Shaoj and Shrek, I already have a way to resolve it in my heart. Moreover, his attack this time has given me a perfect excuse, making it convenient for me to do some things later that might have required more justification. Hehe, the sloth god trial, winning by doing nothing. I can use this too." Chapter 180, Shrek makes a move, everyone's reaction. Dai Yuang arrived at the small mountain village where Bai Wanning lived in seclusion and settled down. He informed his mother and younger brother that he would be staying for a long period this time. On one hand, it was to keep them company, but more importantly, he needed to cultivate in peace to completely control the overflowing evil qi brought about by his spirit evolution and the god's trial. Bai Wanning and Dai Luoli were already overjoyed to see him return. Hearing that he could stay long-term made them even more ecstatic, and the small courtyard in the mountain village was filled with a long-lost warm atmosphere. After settling in, Dai Yuang did not relax completely. He sensed that Yan Shaoj would never let the matter rest, so he personally wrote a letter detailing the encounter where Yan Shaoj intercepted him on the road and mistook him for an evil soul master. He also articulated his analysis of the political motives that might be hidden behind Shrek's actions. He handed the letter to Ling Ya and instructed, "Ling Ya, set off immediately and deliver this letter secretly to Princess Juju. Explain the detailed situation at that time to her. Afterward, stay in Star Luo City and follow the princess's orders, there's no need to return for the time being. I have Nana here with me." "Yes, young lord, your subordinate will not fail your trust." Ling Ya solemnly took the letter. With a flash of his figure, he transformed into a streak of light and sped away toward Star Luo City. Just as Dai Yuang expected, after Yan Shaoj returned to Shrek Academy, he immediately issued a formal and sternly worded diplomatic note to the Star Luo Empire's imperial family in the name of the Sea God's Pavilion. In the note, Yan Shaoj strongly accused the Star Luo Empire's duke's son, Dai Yuang, of having fallen into becoming an evil soul master, possessing an extremely evil and powerful spirit that posed a great danger. He demanded that the Star Luo Empire immediately arrest him and hand him over to Shrek Academy for review and purification by the Sea God's Pavilion, in order to maintain the peace of the continent and Shrek's 10,000-year reputation. This news quickly spread within Shrek's inner court and even some parts of the outer court, causing quite a stir. Among the current Shrek 7 devils, many were once friends of Dai Yuang. Although someone like Wang Dong only became friends with Dai Yuang for the sake of Huo Yuhao's face, his predecessor had, after all, sent her and Xiao Xiao breakfast for over a year, so there was still some sentiment. Xiao Xiao had always believed Dai Yuang was a good person, and Zhang Nanan believed even less that someone who had helped her mother would fall to being an evil soul master. The two of them actually went to Yan Shaoj to plead for mercy, hoping the truth could be uncovered so as not to wrong Dai Yuang. Wang Dong also went to plead once on behalf of Huo Yuhao, because Huo Yuhao had told her that when he was young, Dai Yuang was one of the few people besides his mother who gave him warmth. Now that he was studying in the Sun Moon Empire, if he returned and learned his former elder brother had become an evil soul master, how heartbroken would he be? Bei Bei didn't care about this matter at all. His Tangya was missing, and he was too busy with his own affairs to worry about anyone else. Shu Sanchi was purely gloating. As for Dai Yuang's true friends, like Zhou Sichen and the Land Sisters, they didn't believe it at all. The Land Sisters even had the same thought as Dai Yuang. Shrek must want to help Dai Yuang seize power, which is why they framed Dai Yuang like this. It had to be said that these sisters actually possessed a bit of political sensitivity. On the surface, Yan Shaoj appeased the students who came to plead, promising to handle it fairly, but his determination only grew firmer. What he saw was not just evil qi, but Dai Yuang's terrifying, suffocating talent. A 16-year-old spirit emperor with a 100,000-year spirit ring. After evolution, his quality far surpassed the radiant phoenix and was suspected to be an abyssal demon tiger of the super spirit level. This was simply the potential of a limit Douluo. The deep-seated worry of Yan Shaoj and even the higher-ups of Shrek was that among the 4 great empires, there must never appear a new limit Douluo who was completely loyal to an empire. Shrek Academy had been able to remain aloof for 10,000 years and control the continent's most abundant talent resources, making the various empires swallow their pride, largely because every generation of the Sea God's Pavilion Master possessed limit or near-limit strength, creating an absolute martial deterrent. If the Star Luo Empire produced its own limit Douluo and successfully integrated the Western Army Group, then the Star Luo Empire would likely be the first to stop tolerating Shrek's transcendent status and might even attempt to challenge and reclaim Shrek's many privileges. Therefore, he had to get Dai Yuang back to Shrek. Not only to purify that so-called evil qi but to take this opportunity to firmly control this future limit Douluo in Shrek's hands. He believed that with Shrek's methods and the guidance of the Sea God's Pavilion, they were fully capable of correcting a 16-year-old boy's ideology, making him, willingly, become Shrek's guardian rather than the Star Luo Empire's sharp blade. In short, brainwashing. Dai Yuang originally came from my Shrek. Now, we are simply letting him find his way back and return to the right path. Yan Shaoj convinced himself this way and began to mobilize more of Shrek's power to exert continuous pressure on the Star Luo Empire. Meanwhile, Dai Yuang was in the peaceful mountain village, enjoying rare family time while concentrating on his cultivation, striving to restrain his aura, waiting for the shifting winds in the Star Luo Empire, and waiting for the opportunity to break the deadlock. Inside the imperial study of the Star Luo Empire Palace, Emperor Shu Jiawei looked with a grim face at the sternly worded formal letter in his hand, issued by Shrek Academy's Sea God's Pavilion. Beside him, Princess Shu Juju's beautiful face was frosted with anger, her eyes suppressing obvious rage. Bang! Emperor Shu Jiawei slammed the note onto the desk, making a dull thud that startled the eunuch standing nearby. Outrageous. Shrek Academy is truly going too far. This usually steady Star Luo Emperor's voice was now filled with uncontrollable anger. Slandering my empire's duke's son as an evil soul master, and demanding that I personally order his arrest and transfer. Shrek's reach is getting far too long. Shu Juju was so angry her chest heaved. She grabbed the letter, scanned it quickly, and her voice was as cold as falling ice shards. Imperial brother, this is nothing but blatant framing and provocation. Yuang has been gone from Star Luo for over 100 days with no news, and I was just worrying if he had met with some misfortune. Shrek is great, they act as the villain suing first, turning the tables. I suspect Yuang's disappearance is 80% likely their doing. How sharp was the political intuition of the 2 highest rulers of the Star Luo Empire? They almost instantly reached a conclusion similar to the Land Sisters. Emperor Shu Jiawei's eyes were sharp as he said coldly, HMPH, helping Dai Yuang eliminate a rival to maintain the Dai family's direct line control over the Western Army Group, thereby indirectly ensuring this force's leanings toward Shrek. They've certainly planned this well, haven't they? Emperor Shu Jiawei paced in the study, his brow furrowed. Shrek's prestige accumulated over 10,000 years is too great. They've made their move in the name of eradicating evil soul masters, occupying the moral high ground. If we refuse them directly and forcefully, I'm afraid we'll face immense public pressure.